Because we went through the list yesterday of all the businesses that are open. So you can go to the supermarket, you can go to the post office, you can't go to the hairdresser, but I mean, you've only got to go a month without a haircut. If you get it done this week, then you've only got to go a month. You can go, where else can you go? Oh, you can go to the dry cleaners, you can go to the laundrette. There's loads of places you can go to. Seriously, I mean, whereas before it was practically lockdown. And what have we got? Pictures in the paper today of people queuing in Watford. I mean, it's Watford, I'll give you that. For Costco to get toilet rolls. I mean, goodness sake, there is loads of toilet. There's no shortage of toilet rolls. Absolutely no shortage at all. But yet people go, oh, got to go out there and get that. And we're going to run out of this and run out of that. No, you're not. Everything's open. We don't want another stupid, bunch of people running around stockpiling everything. There must be people who've still got toilet roll left from the last time. I know I have. I don't need to buy toilet roll for about the next, 4 weeks. I didn't stockpile the first time. I just bought, I went into Waitrose and they just had a delivery and I picked up like a party pack of toilet rolls, which was, I think, 24 rolls, and it just comes in one sort of thing. All the ones that you see coming out of Costco, they only sell in bulk. So you're obviously going to get things in bulk, but they sell Satsumas in bulk, and they sell everything else. You can't just go in there and buy a small little piddly pack of Satsumas. You've got to buy a socking great big bag. I mean, if you want to buy blueberries, it comes a huge thing of blueberries and stuff like that, mangoes and all the rest of it. No, you could say that. Yes, you can. I've used that all the time. All the time. Yeah. You never heard it?
Don't say it again.
I've said it again. I used it. I used it the other day, actually, on the podcast. I'm surprised you didn't hear it. Yeah. I know you used it on the programme. Love it. It's one of my favourite words. Together with jump jockeys. I like that one as well. That's another one of my favourite words. What do they do? Jump jockeys. Yeah, all of those sort of things. Bobbing. Do you know bobbing came up? It's in one of our adverts. Apple bobbing is in one of our adverts. Did you know that? I don't think you're listening to this programme at all. You're obviously hearing all the wrong things. Yeah. Apple bob. I was driving out and I remember thinking, apple bobbing, I wonder if they got that idea from us. And the idea is they must have done. That's quite good. Love winding up. It's so easy to do first thing in the morning. It's almost like a gift, really. It's just fun on a Monday. What, your pulse? Yeah, unfortunately, your heart isn't beating at all, so just your pulse is going. But there's nothing the matter with that. If you drink alcohol, your pulse goes twice as fast. They did an experiment on drunks over in Ibiza or wherever these people go to get very, very drunk. And they proved that after they'd sort of said, no, we're not going to drink anymore, they went out there. And the woman who was doing it, who's one of these telly doctors, she let them drink. And they were drinking like bottles of vodka. And she said, you're in danger of killing yourselves. It's as bad as that. And people do die on holidays. That's when people go brave and they go, well, I'm going to jump from this balcony to another balcony. You go, no, don't. Please don't. And people die. They die. And she said, now your pulse rate has shot up. You're now borderline danger. And they don't think... So they stagger back to the hotel rooms, having sort of picked up a kebab on the way back or something like that, or chicken and chips. And they sit there and they just throw up all over the floor. And it's just ridiculous. I've heard of a Jaeger bomb. I've never had one. I don't do things like that. They put Red Bull. Well, I can't drink Red Bull because it's all sugar, so Red Bull's absolutely useless to me. It just doesn't interest me. I mean, I think I'm too old now for this, let's go out and get drunk. Because everything I could do when I'm drunk, I can do when I'm sober. It doesn't make any difference. It's just that when you're sober, you sort of think, oh yeah, I mean, I remember years and years ago, you'd get drunk on a Friday night. Friday night used to be traditionally the night you go out and get drunk, and then you go, oh, I think we'll have a takeaway Chinese. So you toddle over the road to the Chinese takeaway, and you go, half a crispy duck, because you get quite carried away with what you can eat and what you can't eat. And you go, I'll have we'll have some of that special fried rice. That's nice. Portion of chips, 2 pancake rolls, sweet and sour chicken, and that you could see the girl looking at you going, £33.60, £38. And then you order it and you think, what shall I have to eat crossing the road? Oh, I'll have one of the pancake rolls. And then you think, oh, sweet and sour pork. Sweet and sour pork, the char suey pork, which is very nice. Oh, and we'll have some bean sprouts. And this is just for one person. One person. What do you see all over the country at the moment? little mopeds. At one time, they only delivered pizzas. Now, they deliver everything. You've never seen such a bunch of thugs in your entire life. In Richmond, I mean, you have to push your way through, like 20 or 30 of them, all grouped round the flower stall in the sort of the market bit of Richmond. And they're all waiting for all the places, because everybody does the delivery. Pret-a-Manger do deliveries, all the coffee shops. It's for people who can't be bothered to get off their fat bums and get out there and go and buy something. Oh, I think we'll sit at home and wait for a lukewarm Burger King to turn up. It's ridiculous. I've never seen anything like it. You know, I can understand if you're buying 20 pieces of chicken, you know, and they sort of sit there. And these people turn up. I've never seen anybody with a mask on, nobody with gloves on. Nothing at all. And you think, and you're taking food from them. Well done you. Well done you. But there's loads of places that are open. We have got a list of all the different places that are open. And it's a little list of places that are closed. There is no excuse for sort of, you know, completely socially isolating, apart from if you can work from home, work from home. I'm an essential service. Apparently they're essential services. Well, one of them is. And Callum's had a haircut, I think. Have you had it? Sorry, Danny? It's getting long, isn't it? Doesn't take long. Did you? How marvellous. Callum only had it a few weeks ago, and now it's grown. But the trouble is, I think the more you cut your hair, the more it needs growing. So if you have it like mine, fairly short, you notice it when it grows back, because normally you'd have it done every 2 weeks. But now, I mean, if I can go 3 weeks, 4 weeks, that's okay. And I've got a little pair of clippers at home. But you can't do the back of it. It's not physically possible. That's the only bit. Unless you've got a flatmate, in which case you have to sit there with a towel around your shoulders while they go like that. And it's very expensive to do it. In fact, everywhere's expensive at the moment. Haircuts are quite expensive. I mean, I only pay little price. I don't pay very much, because there's not really... I mean, in mine, it's not so much a haircut, more a treasure hunt. You know, where they sort of go, which one would you like cutting today, Steve? And I go, let's do the one at the front, because if it falls any further into my eyes, I'll not see anything in the car. You'll let you cut my hair? Give you a £5? Well, I tell you what, I'll do yours, but I'll tell you what, I'll do it for free. Trust me, as they say. You know, trust me. I could have a go at both your hair. I could probably do a double. You know, if push comes to shove. I love it. I tell you, when we waited last time, how many months did we go into lockdown last time? It was quite a while, wasn't it? About 2 or 3 months? And I remember thinking at the end, I mean, you were so desperate to get your hair cut. It was like a blessed relief the day that they actually cut it. And you went, oh, thank goodness for that. Seriously, it was like sort of, you know, realising you've been on a diet and all of a sudden you go... It was absolutely wonderful. And I remember going into my hairdresser's and I said, and she said, oh, it's been ages. I said, listen, you don't need to tell me. I could do the side bits, but I can't do the back bit. But that's okay. I can manage. They're all getting booked up. I mean, I bet, and normally at this time last week, if we weren't going into lockdown Thursday, I could have got a hair appointment for 8 o'clock this morning. I could have been first one in, but she's got so many booked in because it's going to be until December. But he's actually said it won't go any further. Other people are doing scaremongering, saying, oh, it could go further. All you got to do is follow the advice. That's all you got to do. It's not difficult. It really isn't difficult. And the more advice we follow and the more we adhere to the rules, the happier we will be at the end of it. Whole idea is to bring down, although we have had a few stupid people who sort of go, oh, it's all fake. Nobody's dying. You don't need to wear a mask. And these are people that when they eventually come down with coronavirus and they turn up at the hospital, you want the doctors and nurses to go, I'm sorry, it's only fake. Go home. You go and sit at home. So in a minute, I'll run through what is going to be locked down. And then I've got a list of all the places you can go to. It's a big list. I mean, seriously, I doubt you will notice any difference apart from people queuing to get toilet rolls. What the national obsession with toilet rolls is, God alone knows. I mean, seriously. It's just ridiculous. People are sort of, you know, they're panicking over toilet rolls, and you've got to have kitchen roll, because we're all very messy in the kitchen. You know, and I bet the boys use kitchen roll as well, don't you? Use kitchen roll? Everybody uses kitchen roll. We never used to use kitchen roll. Now we're using it all the time. We'll take a short break, shall we? One of those moods today. It's Monday. Oh, and I've got the update so far on the amount raised for the Prosecco glasses. And people are stockpiling Prosecco. Listen, I don't know why people are stockpiling anything. It's going to be finished by December the 2nd. Yeah, we should stockpile my glasses. I'd be very happy. I mean, you've stockpiled a few, as you'll discover in a moment. Plus, the Queen won't see Archie at Christmas. Obviously, they don't care, and nobody else cares. And Prince William had coronavirus in April. Now, where did he get that from, and how many other people came down with it as a result? And the plumber, he goes out to the pub, and normally he has a few sherbet, and he gets an Uber back. And normally, it's £5, because it's 2 miles. £5. This time round, £111 they charge him. I mean, somebody's taking the old what's it, aren't they? £111 for an Uber trip. Be very careful. And so his credit card company have withheld it until it can be proven that he agreed to £111, which he said he didn't. He said he didn't. He said it's a fiver. Morning, nice to be company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's LBC. It's Monday morning, so you've got till Thursday. Thursday we go into the lockdown, but let me give you all the places that are not open to you from Thursday. Okay, so these are the new lockdown rules. So from Thursday this week, you're banned from mixing with other households, either indoors or outdoors, and included pubs and private gardens. Pubs and restaurants will shut, but will be allowed to do takeaways and deliveries, but you can't get booze. You cannot get booze. So nurseries and schools to remain open. International travel banned except for work. All non-essential retail will close, but supermarkets will be able to sell any and all goods that they like. No overnight stays and internal UK-wide travel set to be discouraged. Nationwide ban on people mixing indoors except for childcare. Manufacturing and construction will be encouraged to keep going, and Parliament and courts will stay open. And you can exercise as much as you like. Doesn't affect anybody around here at all. Nobody exercises around here. The very idea that you can actually catch any of my team sort of doing sort of sit-ups and everything else. So what's open? What is open? We need the list, because the non-essentials, I mean, really are quite small. You can actually have, loads of places to go to. Shops, all non-essential retail will close, but supermarkets can sell anything that they want. Anything they want. So the pubs and restaurants we know will close, but there is a whole list of things that are open, including washaterias, dry cleaners. They're all open as per usual. So I've got the list, which I think came up the other day, and it was on the LBC website, of all the places that are open, and it's everything. Post offices are open, newsagents. So we know the ones that are closing. So, I mean, can you get your car serviced? I don't know whether you can get your car serviced. But also, essential retail, food shops, supermarkets and garden centres will open. They're all open. We don't have any problem with those at all. So, also, essential retail, so food shops, garden centres, yeah, they're all open. Also, NHS and medical services like GPs, job centre plus sites, courts, civil registrations office, and so they're all fine. They're all open. Okay, we go down. Hospitality like restaurants, bars and pubs, still providing a takeaway, but takeaway of alcohol not allowed. Support groups that are essential to deliver in person can continue with up to 15 participants. And so restaurants and things like that. So childcare and support group will be allowed to remain open. But you can go to loads of places. Seriously, loads of places. I wouldn't worry. I mean, the personal... That's it. Personal care facilities, these are closed. Hair, beauty and nail salons. What for? What's the point of that? Ridiculous. As if me having my hair cut today is going to make any difference between having it cut today and having it cut in 2 weeks' time. What's the difference? I don't think they're going to go down with anything. Tanning salons, skin piercing services. That'll upset the producer, won't it? Skin piercing, that's out straight away. That little thing you were going to have fitted? That's out. You'll have to wait. Ask Callum if he'll do it for you. He's probably quite good on things like that. So, tattoo parlours close, spas, massage parlours. Excuse me, I'm not sure about a massage parlour. Places of worship are closed unless they're being used... Wait for it, this is odd. A place of worship closed unless it's being used for funerals or to broadcast acts of worship or individual prayer. So, if you're doing individual prayer, you can go into a church. Blood donations, food banks, okay. Businesses which can remain open. Here we go. Here comes the list. You have to move it down. Okay. So it's... Oh, we've had all those, have we? There was a whole list of shops the other day because it's got on it the dry cleaners, the laundry places. So all non-essential retailers. Electronics, clothing. Apparently clothing is not essential. So if you'd all like to take your clothes off, we'll take it from there. It's not essential, they tell you. Travel agents, vehicle showrooms, betting shops, auction houses, tailors, car washes, tobacco and vape shops. I thought they were the same thing, aren't they? Vape shops. I mean, there's vape shops. We've got about 4 of them in Twickenham. Obsessed with it. And also indoor and outdoor leisure, closed. Bowling alleys, leisure centres, water and theme parks, gyms, swimming pools, golf courses and driving ranges, dance studios, stables and riding centres, soft play facilities, climbing walls and climbing centres, archery and shooting ranges. What am I going to do the archery? Da-dun, da-da-da-da-dun, da-dun, da-da-da-dun. Steve Allen is Robin Hood. He takes from the rich and gives to the rich. That's how good it is. Yes, that's what Robin Hood used to do, actually. In fact, that's why it was interesting the other day. After Sean Connery died, his son Jason played Robin of Sherwood. Very, very good-looking boy. Long blonde hair. Really, really very, very good-looking. Sickeningly good-looking. Luckily, I'm delighted to report he doesn't have any hair anymore. It's all gone. Essential... these are closing as well. Theatres, have you ever known anything? I mean, they were supposed to be getting ready to open, some of them. Cinemas, museums and galleries, casinos, adult gaming centres and arcades, bingo halls, botanical gardens. That's... You probably don't know what a botanical garden is. And zoos and other animal attractions. I think James O'Brien said he was going to go to a zoo the other day. Obviously to visit some relatives. And, have I been to the Eden? No. Not interested in the Eden Project. It's just sort of one giant hexagonal sort of thing in the middle of... It's a big dome thing, and you walk through it, and it's got trees. Hello, we've got trees outside here in Leicester Square. You get the same effect if you walk through Leicester Square and then walk all the way around and then walk through another entrance. Especially if the fountain's on and it sort of shoots water up, as you're walking through. And that's it. That's like the Eden Project without a covering on the roof of it. Have you been... I bet you've been to the Eden Project. Yeah, I thought you'd love it. It's your kind of thing, isn't it? Did you have sort of a vegan meal at the end of it? Was that, vegan sausage roll? Okay, vegans this way. Hello, come on. My group down here. Be some woman with a bright yellow umbrella. Okay, and we're going to show you some more trees. How lovely. And this is the Eden Project. I mean, I'm sure years ago it was very sort of popular. Steve, you can get your car serviced, but car showrooms are to be closed. Okay, that's all right. I get my car... serviced and stuff like that. It's great. I just want the haircut today. Also, I'm ticklish. The very idea, that'd be horrendous. Nice to be company. Steve, when I get my Prosecco glasses, says Shane, I'll put them in my glass cabinet. I don't want to break them. No, you don't want to break them. You do not want to break... Definitely not. Steve, I've just bought another 4 of the Groovy Gang glasses. It'll be coming out to Zambia after listening today. I mean, listen, I'd love to... What did we say? What have we done? 3,300... 3,600. Has it just gone up, or it said you just bought a quick 300? How wise! Be nice to see 4,000 by the end of the programme, wouldn't it? That would be nice. Yes, I would think it would. I mean, I think it should be more than that because it's for charity. I'm going to buy 4 actually. I'm going to offer them to people as Christmas presents this year. I've decided that's going to be the Christmas... And no, I don't get a discount before you were going to ask. I know you're going, I bet you don't have to pay for that, Steve. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I have to pay for all these things. I was trying to persuade one of our newsreaders, Dom, to buy something. Well, he's so mean. He's so mean. I'll think about it. And I know he's not going to buy one. I might have to push him again today. Just to make sure. And another one here, which says, I spent 2 hours the other night thinking that these Prosecco glasses were the things you put on your face to see better. But in my defence, it is the middle of the night. But now I'm slightly reluctant to sign myself off as Vegan Lizzie. Vegan Lizzie. Well, you must go down to the Eden Project. They love people like you down there. They cater for vegans. There's even a special section in... Waitrose for vegans now. I rush past that section. Very dull, very boring. Would you like to be vegan? No, thank you. You're not vegan. I can't remember. You're not vegan, are you, Callum? No, you're not vegetarian. Meat eater. There you go. You see, bit outnumbered on this one, I'm afraid, Luke. But no, I mean, I'm all in favour. I mean, at least you get yourself a section in the supermarket. Not a very big section, but at least it's better than nothing, isn't it? People are acknowledging the fact you do exist. Linda McCarthy, yeah, but she's been, gone for years now, but they're still selling her. I mean, it's vegetarian, isn't it? Or is it vegetarian? Yeah. Sausages. Have you had any of her sausages? Well, they're nice. I love sausages. Big fan. But I've never had vegetarian sausages. I'm not sure. Oh, where you went at the weekend? Where did you go? You went to the old Cheshire Cheese. Did you really? What for? Oh, right. You just went on my recommendation. On my recommendation, you went to the old Cheshire Cheese off Fleet Street. There's a place you'd quite like, Callum. Did you have a little walk around there? Was it nice? Had a pint? Good Lord, honestly, pushing the boat out. Honestly, had a whole pint. Yeah. You've never been to the Cheshire Cheese? You go down Fleet Street, it's on the left-hand side. You go down a little alley and there's ye old Cheshire Cheese and all sorts of famous people, like Dr. Johnson used to drink in there. It's like stepping back, isn't it, into another era. It's tiny. The little front bar is not very big at all, is it? They have a fire on, I know. What, it was on fire, or they just decided to light a fire because you were complaining about how cold you were and you wouldn't put a jumper on. I've noticed Callum today is wearing a T-shirt. It's the middle of winter. We are now into November and you've got a T-shirt on. Is it? You think it's warm? You wait till it goes to 6 o'clock. Freezing. I mean, seriously, last week I sat in here and my hands went blue. Quite blue. And I remember thinking, it's definitely because I can't wear a jumper if I'm working. I find it very restrictive. And I don't have many jumpers either. Those that I do have go, ho, 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 Merry Christmas on. Which does look a bit naff, doesn't it, in the middle of sort of October, where I'm sort of trying to do... I can't wait to put my tree up. Can't wait for the tree to go up. I'm very excited for Christmas this year. I don't care what anybody says. People say, oh, you're not going to have a Christmas this year because we're still going to be in lockdown. I'm praying that we're not going to be in lockdown. That's what I'm praying for. I'm praying for us just having a normal Christmas. But of course, it's up to you. It's up to you. It's in your hands. We still see people going out there. I still see people. I would literally... They keep running this advert on my buses and the trains. Inspectors from the Met Police and TfL are going to be patrolling these trains and buses to make sure you're wearing a mask. Well, I've never seen one. Never seen one at all. A friend of mine encountered one the other day. He did have his mask on, but it was under his chin. And they just said, can you put it on properly? And if somebody, as far as I'm concerned, if somebody starts messing about, you just take them off the train. Off the train, you could stay there and not getting on anymore. It's like people who get on there and they put their little Oyster card up against the little machine. It goes beep, 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 and you think, you haven't got any credit. And they try it every which way but. They stand on their head, they, put beep, 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 and tap with one finger, beep, 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 and in the end... they sort of looked despairingly at the bus driver. There was a woman who got on the bus the other day. She was young. I'm assuming she'd had alcohol imbibed into her system the night before. She gets on the bus. She's holding her shoes. She's walking through puddles, and she gets on the bus. And no mask, nothing. She looked like a complete and utter wreck. And I remember thinking, you've had a night on the tiles, haven't you? That's what you've done. Who gets on a bus with bare feet? And there was a woman who had a dog on. Well, I say a dog. It looked like an emaciated cotton bud. It was up with legs, and she had it sitting on the seat next to her. You don't put dogs on the seats. Dirty. And so I glared at her, and the dog got off by itself. The dog didn't have a mask on either. It was one of those arrogant dogs. It's like, I'm a dog, okay, I'm not wearing a mask, I might be carrying coronavirus, I don't know. But it was sitting on the seat. You don't want to sit on a seat that a dog's been sitting on. It's not a nice thing at all. Mind you, I don't see Callum on buses very often anyway. It's not really a bus sort of person, are you, Poppet? You don't do? You're a drive-in, are you? The parents of my godchildren, well, the mother of my godchildren, she just changed her car for a Mini. She's got a Mini. She loves it. Yeah, well, for you, ideal. Must look like a coach for you. Must be enormous. I mean, Callum, well, you're not that small, but you're not that tall either. I mean, put it this way, compared to Luke... Luke would need to be on sort of a transporter or something like that. You could get in a Mini and there'd be so much room in there. You could have a ballroom dance and everything else going on. Because I used to have a Mini. That was the first new car I bought, a Mini, years ago. It's probably still out there somewhere, because I did. Because there's this, is it the government's website? You can put the number in and it tells you where that number is now. Should we do that? I think it's on DVLA. I think it's checking on, because if you see a number plate, then you can sort of see whether or not, if it's your own. My number plate was, here we go. OLR 299W. I think it was OLR 299W. I'm pretty certain. Or was it ORL? 299W. Definite. No, 299W. See what that comes up as. See it. It's still going. It's still going. It's a brown Austin Morris Mini. We can't be still alive, surely. I had that years ago. Years and years ago. Do you think one of my listeners is OLR 299W, Austin Morris, colour brown? They've not even bothered changing the colour. Still the same colour. I had that. That was the first car I bought. New. That was Austin Morris Mini. Austin Morris Mini. How amazing. Isn't that fantastic? Steve, I've just looked up. Look at, is that mine? Oh no, it's obviously, it looks like that. It looks like that. It looks like those there. Austin Morris Mini. See that one there, 1979. Good Lord, honestly. So, do you know why I bought that colour? I've got no idea. Worst colour you could ever buy. Within the short space of time I had it, because when they make these cars, they make them, it's years old, remember, and they then spray it with this stuff, and they stick it in a field. And then when they sell it, it comes in from the field, they then polish all this wax off it, and then you've got the car underneath. But the car can be years old. And so within the short space of time of having it, my friend Jimmy burnt the front seat, and I'd lost the driver's door. Because I opened it at a set of traffic lights and a car went straight past on the right-hand side, took the door off. So we limped back to the garage with no door and a burnt seat. Terrible, isn't it? Fancy finding it again, though. Isn't that funny? I wonder if it's still around. I wonder if somebody's still... I can't believe they'd still be driving it. It must be practically Wait a minute. It's oh, there you go. Untaxed. Tax was due 1996. Cylinder capacity 988cc. How funny. Euro status not available. Vehicle status untaxed. Brown. Revenue weight not available. Date of the last V5C, the logbook, was 1996. In other words, it's not working. Okay, it's given up. It's died somewhere. Isn't that funny? Fuel type. Coal. And, no, it says petrol. It says petrol. Amazing, isn't it? I think that's fantastic. Daniel says, having missed out on your amazing tea towels a couple of years ago, I'm so happy to have purchased a pair of the Prosecco glasses and will be raising a glass to you and the Groovy Gang when they arrive. Oh, I tell you, that you will be the envy, Daniel, in Golders Green, of your friends and family. They'll be going, you didn't manage to get hold of some Groovy Gang glasses. Yes, I did. It doesn't matter if you, because you can put anything else in there. You know, if you don't drink, you can put fizzy stuff in there. You can put Jaeger bombs in there. Callum's got a thing about Jaeger bombs. So obviously there was a story, isn't it? There's now a story that goes with the Jaeger bombs. Obviously something happened when he had some Jaeger bombs. Because I've got a feeling he turns into one of these demonic people, you know, who sort of is perfectly normal, a bit like Superman. You know, he sort of sits there and he's working quite calmly. Then he goes into this phone box, does a twizzle round and comes out as Superman and then takes off into that. That's Callum. That'll be Callum. He'll be doing that. Mild Meat Callum was the post office boy, you know, and he sort of came around, have your letters then, but by night, woo, 3 Jaeger bombs, and he was like a man possessed. All of a sudden people are going, have you seen Callum? Stay well away from him, he's gone mad, completely balmy mad. I reckon there's 2 different people. I reckon there is the Callum that we see at work, and then there's the Callum that the landlords of London know all too well. He's in again, you know. Watch this. Jaeger bomb, Callum. Okay, get him a couple of Jaeger bombs. Watch this. Watch it. He'll twizzle in the corner and he'll be twerking in about a minute. You watch. Bless him. Sits there looking all innocent, like butter wouldn't melt. You know, that kind of... You did 25? You ordered 25 Jaeger bombs. Wait a minute, just describe to me it's a small shot glass, isn't it? And what is it in it? Shot of Jaeger. Right. Did you set fire to it? Oh, which is the one you set fire? That's Sambuca. That's right. So the Jaeger bomb, and then are you supposed to do it in one? You must be a nightmare, Callum. An absolute nightmare. I don't even want to think about the consequences of that. Remind me, phone me, if ever you're going to be in a pub in central London, just let me know. Steve, do not come into Fleet Street. I'm in all the pubs. I can just imagine what it's like. I can just imagine. See, the trouble is I'm not like that. I mean, I'm quite happy. The funny thing is, if I drink in pubs, I get more tiddly than if I drink at home. Odd that, isn't it? I wonder why that is. Is it because you've sort of gone outside? It's like whenever you go outside, you're like dogs. You need to go to the toilet. You walk out of a pub, you've had a few drinks, and everybody goes, OK, where are we going to go next? You go, I need the toilet. And then you've got to go back inside because there's something about cold weather. It's like dogs. They'll sit in front of the fire for days on end, and all of a sudden they go outside and immediately they want to go to the toilet. How do they know this? They don't know, do they? It's apparently an inbuilt thing. It's something to do with smells and bits. Company, 9 minutes to 5 is the time. So on my recommendation last week, the producer toddled off, mit girlfriend, to you did take her, didn't you? All right. To the Cheshire Cheese. What day was that then? Was that Saturday? And it was open, was it? Because I wasn't sure whether it opened over the weekends. But it's like a piece of history. If you're in London on holiday, which of course I shouldn't imagine you are, then wander down Fleet Street. The other bit, you didn't go through the... past the law courts, did you? Did you have a look? Did you go through the door? Oh, I don't know. London School of Econ. I don't know. But you go through this. It's a big gate, and you go through there, and it's like stepping back into Dickensian times. That's really the most amazing gardens that run down to the river. Absolutely fantastic. And there's quite a lot. In fact, actually, it's almost nice. I tell you what's nice to do is to walk all the way down to the bottom of Fleet Street, Ludgate Circus, turn to the right, walk about 100 yards there. On the left-hand side, there's a pub called the Blackfriars, which is very famous as well. And that's very near the Scientology temple. I think it's Scientology. Yes, I'm pretty certain it is. And the Mermaid Theatre, which I've played quite a number of occasions. We rented the Mermaid Theatre. That was very good indeed. But the Blackfriars is over there. And you can also go up. There you go, the Blackfriar. Very old, and you'd like that actually. You'd like that a lot. If you, and also it's a bit of exercise. And on a Saturday, there's not much going on down there. Not much going on down there because it's part of the City of London, and nobody's in the City of London. Well, during the week they're not in the city. There it is. It's on the corner there. Very pretty, yeah. And if you go up to St Paul's Cathedral. Have a walk around the outside of St Paul's Cathedral. There's bits of the old London Wall up there. Loads of things. And you can go inside, but if you want to go inside St Paul's Cathedral, you have to pay for the privilege, which I always think is a bit of a swizz, actually. I think charging to go inside a church is awful. But there's everything there. Absolutely everything. It's quite an interesting part of London. Lots of modern buildings and lots of sort of unmodern buildings. It's the unmodern building. And you can walk all the way over the river. And you can go and see, there's all sorts of things over there, isn't there? There's also the house where Wren worked when he was building St Paul's Cathedral. And so he could look directly over the river. And so now you can actually cross over on the bridge. You can walk all the way over to the other side of the Thames, which is lovely. And that's where you'll find that Shakespeare's theatre. So you can go there as well. It's there you go, Shakespeare's Globe, the replica of a circular Elizabethan theatre. Yeah, it moved, yeah. That also, in fact, that side of the river was a bit sort of racy-pacey. They used to have, bear baiting and all sorts of things going on, and ladies of the night would sort of parade in the gardens. Not for you, Callum. And they'd have thought you were being led astray. But no, it's a nice little walk round there. Nice little walk that you could sort of do to learn bits about the history of London and see some of the buildings there. Well worth it. I'm glad you did the Cheshire Cheese, ye old Cheshire Cheese, because it really is. It's worth going to because it's so old. It's like going. Have you done St James's with Berry Brothers and Rudd? They're a wine merchant at the very end, just before you hit St James's Palace. Berry Brothers and Rudd, I think, have been going since the 1700s, and their cellars extend underneath St James's Palace, which is where I think Prince Charles has got his offices. And that's quite nice. Pall Mall's quite nice to walk down. You find also, there you go, Berry Brothers and Rudd. You can see from the outside how old it is. It's there you go, and they do wine tasting and all sorts of things. It's lovely, isn't it? I mean, it's all these places in London which you can go to and have a look. I recommend everybody goes round and just sort of goes in and has a bit of a nosy. Steve, if your Mini was last taxed October 96, there's a lot of back tax to pay. Just can you imagine having to pay the back tax? I was going to mention, actually, because Jonathan Shalit, OBE, top agent, celebrates his 10th wedding anniversary. And they went out, he and Katrina, on Sunday for a meal at the River Cafe. It's their last Sunday meal out for a while. Never stops working, that boy. Never stops working. Absolutely unbelievable. So, congratulations to them. 10 years, good lord. And look he's a shadow of his former self. Seriously, if you look at the pictures of Jonathan when he actually got married, and then you look at... there's nothing of him. Seriously, he's just unbelievably slim, but he's one of our top agents. He has a lot of people on. You can guarantee if they're featured on my programme, they'll be on his books. Steve, all cars show on the DVLA site, even scrapped ones, says Jerry. Oh, did they? Oh, right. Actually, I'm not at all surprised about that. Steve, have you ever been to the Riverside pub in Wapping, the Prospect of Whitby? No, it's the oldest pub, isn't it, in London? The Prospect of Whitby. If you go on the boat, you go down to Greenwich, you go past the Prospect of Whitby. Very old. Very, very old pub. You look at it and you think, oh, that's good. I think I've been inside it. I can't remember. We did Days Out. Because somebody said to me, oh, you're not doing the walks in Regent's Park anymore. I said, no, the dog died. So we don't go anymore. And that's the Prospect of Whitby. You see, you should go to these places. You see the Prospect of Whitby, you see the noose hanging outside because it borders the Thames. And what they used to do was they would hang rogues and vagabonds outside, and people would stand there and watch as they drowned. They used to tie people to posts outside, and they waited. It became entertainment in London. We were quite gruesome. Ian, my friend, he's in America. I like to be in America. He says, I'm looking at the Cheshire Cheese menu. They appear to do a good steak and kidney pudding with a suet crust. It's what they call, Ian, trad food. Trad food. Did you have a food there? Did you? Just had a pint. Did you have a packet of crisps? Did you have some pickled onions? You went for an Indian beforehand. Oh, well, that's it then. That probably filled you up for the year, I should imagine. What did you have in the Indian? Little selection of things. Did you have a pudding? You had a... Oh, it came on there. Oh, lovely. So you had a... was that very expensive? Very expensive, the Indian? £40? How many were you feeding? Was it... For the two of you? A beer and a lemonade, and this was £40? Good God. Way too expensive for little people like me. I can't afford something like that. £40, that'd actually get me nearly 4 Steve Allen Prosecco glasses. Got to think about these things. Go to Google and type in Steve Allen Prosecco glasses, and that takes you straight through to... Please buy them. I do not want to sound like I'm pleading by the time we get to Thursday on this programme, but I've got targets to hit. And with your help, and it's only with your help, because otherwise I have to buy the remainder. And you can imagine how expensive my year is going to be, can't you? So I need your help on this one. Thank you very much indeed. I rest my case. E17's Tony Mortimer wants to write a novel. He's just finished reading his first book. I don't think he's ever read a book before in his life. And yet he wrote, Baby, won't you go away and stay another day? Stay now, stay now. Remember that song for Christmas where they all wear those parkas? I could see you in one of those, Callum. See one of those big parkas with the big... No, but this is the big white one with the big hood on it. I could see you in that. I think that would look quite cool. He DJs. He's a DJ. I could see you in one of those. Get one, yeah. It'd suit you. Absolutely suit you. Yeah. I'll buy it for you. Yeah. I'll buy you 2. What the hell? I'll buy you the company. Goodness sake, honestly. David Jason wants to be 007. I'm not sure he's tall enough to be... Oh, the music started. I'm not sure he's tall enough to be 007. Also, the middle classes are now using food banks. No, we're not. I don't know why they tell you things like that. Happy birthday, Stephanie Powers. Heart to Heart. Do you remember? Mrs. Hart. She's gorgeous, said Max. And I think she's 78. 78. Phenomenal. If you have just woken up, I'm Steve Allen. This is my early breakfast on LBC with you till 7. And then along comes Nick Ferrari, give you a rundown on what he's doing on the programme. And don't forget, other side of the news at 5, we've got our poet. Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Monday, the 2nd of November. Where did the 1st of November go to? I completely forgot yesterday to do the pinch and a punch for the first day of the month and no returns. Then you have to do White Rabbits, and I completely forgot. It wasn't until I was listening to Andrew Castle yesterday I suddenly realised it was the 1st. It bypassed me. And what's coming up on the 5th of November? Bonfire night. Fireworks. Do you think people will be having fireworks this year? I mean, are they on sale? I know they're on sale in Costco. How many they sell, I've got no idea. But that would be the day we go into lockdown. We've got bonfire night. And I mentioned the other day on the programme that I'd heard that they've got redundancies coming up at Stansted Airport. I think in one of their departments, they're looking for something like 340 redundancies, which is quite a lot. And what day? This is the bit that kind of killed me. What day is it that they're going to tell them if they've lost their jobs? Would you believe Friday the 13th? They're going to tell them on Friday the 13th whether you've still got a job or not. I mean, that is either taking a gigantic Mickey take or failing that somebody's got a rather sick sense of humour. Steve, nobody's won the lottery jackpot on Saturday, which means Wednesdays will be a must-win one. Oh, I've tried. I've done my best. I don't do very well. Actually, it was so interesting yesterday because I was chatting away to a friend of mine because I'm in the process of shifting. What do they call it? A pension. And so we're trying to work it out. And I get this thing through every so often. I think it could be 3 times a year or 4 times a year. And it tells you how much it's worth, how much the pension pot is worth, and how much commission this particular company take. And so she said, what risk are you? I didn't have the faintest idea. I didn't know. Because with each pension, you can either go low risk, medium risk, high risk. And it turns out I'm high risk, which means that allegedly you're supposed to make more money on it, but it's a bit sort of it's a bit risky. You could lose an awful lot out of your pension pot, and nobody wants to lose money. So I had to send it. She said, put it in the post to me. I get this document, which is like a book, and she said, I'll have a look through it. And I'll get back to you. I said, okay, fine. So I shoved that in the post yesterday. Then I got another thing on the mortgage, which I think finishes just the other side of Christmas. It seems it's been going forever, but when it finishes, for all those of you who've just started mortgages, it's a bit nerve-wracking. But when you're coming to the end of it, it's very good. I've only ever met 2 other people. Steve, no fireworks for us, says Monica. We've rented an industrial unit 3 days ago, and then we had to find a way how to sort out moving 70 miles in the lockdown to be able to actually use it. Should be fun. Monica's my favourite Jewish cabbie. 70 miles. Yeah, how are you going to do that? Wow. Steve, search is my car taxed. Enter your reg number, it'll tell you if it's taxed and MOT. Well, on this particular one, it tells us that it isn't. It isn't taxed. It hasn't been taxed for 1996, we decided, which was a long time. And somebody says, your Mini would have been exempt for tax as soon as it got to 25 years old. Yes. Robin Hatfield says, a very good friend of our family tested positive on Friday, infected by a work colleague who had the virus but stupidly didn't tell anybody and refused to self-isolate. Surely that person should be prosecuted. He's infected about another 4 people that they were aware of. Well, it's like we were trying to work out where Prince William got it from. Could have been his father. But then if William got it, why didn't Kate get it? How long before the symptoms? Maybe she did. Perhaps they're not telling us. He hasn't told. This was in April. So we weren't too sure, actually. So, you've got to be careful. I do my temperature every day because I don't know how long it takes for the coronavirus to take a hold. I don't know how long it is. So from the moment that you meet somebody who's infected with it, and they might not be aware of the fact they're infected, how long before you become infected? All these questions, honestly. And then we're going into lockdown. Best to sanitise, yeah. We do sanitize. I went into, where did I go the other day? Robert Dias, and they always try and sell you something. Would like to buy some batteries at the end. You just bought a saucepan. They want to know if you want to buy batteries, which is quite nice. So, will you be having bonfire parties? And the answer is probably not. Probably not, because you have to socially distance yourself. And I wonder, really, whether or not we're going to have fireworks anyway, because if there's people who've got animals and stuff like that, you know, you don't really want to, they don't like bangs and all the rest of it. Back to school today, Steve. Thank you for keeping me going the last 3 weeks while I was ill. I bought Weetabix recently after years. So simple yet lovely. Weetabix with milk and a bit of honey. Not boiling milk. Definitely not boiling milk. But Weetabix you can have. Weetabix you can have. That's okay, isn't it? I quite like stuff like that. A lot of people like porridge with blueberries and a bit of honey drizzled over it. I don't really do honey. It's a bit too sweet for me. But I do quite like having porridge, but I tend to be a bit naughty. I go for the easy one, which is you just pour hot water in. Well, of course, it's got all the bad bits in it. You're supposed to go for normal porridge, but to be honest, I really haven't got the energy. Seriously, it's a case we've got to, you know, boil up some milk and then pour in the porridge and then stir it, then it goes lumpy, and then you've got to wash the saucepan out. It's a nightmare. Seriously, I mean, I'm all for an easy life. Very easy. Steve, the old bell in Fleet Street, built by Sir Christopher Wren for his workers and masons who were rebuilding St Bride's Church after the Great Fire. He's not the only pub he built. He built the old Watling, where the plans for St Paul's were drawn up. There's all sorts of places. Do you know there's a golf club in Fleet Street? It's called the Golf Club in Fleet Street. I'm not going to tell you. It's a secret place. It's a secret place. LBC had some part. It's a theatre as well. It's called the Golf Club, and it's down near the back of one of the churches. There's all sorts of things off Fleet Street. In our old studios in Fleet Street, we used to have a hatch you lifted up, and the River Fleet was running underneath it because they diverted the River Fleet under our building. Frightening time for rats and things like that, because rats live in sewers and waters and everything else. But they had to divert the River Fleet, so that's what they did. That's what they did. But I don't know the old bell, and I certainly don't know the old Watling as well. But we love anything that's old in London. London is absolutely fantastic. Also, the police got the last laugh. They put out a recruitment advert for police for Guernsey. And I remember thinking, that's actually quite a nice idea, you know. Unfortunately, of course, they don't really have any trouble on Guernsey. They've only ever used tasers twice in a year. They only had 2,300 reported crimes. They've only had one murder, which obviously is one murder too many, in a year. In a year. It's amazing, isn't it? Absolutely amazing. Cliff Richard says that he used to swear a lot like Gordon Ramsay. Really? Now, I've never heard Cliff swear. Never, ever, ever heard Cliff swear. Amazing. Absolutely. The very idea, he said he used to use the F word quite a lot. I'm quite shocked. Honestly, you learn something new every day, don't you? I mean, it's like me. I mean, I'm terrible. I'm absolutely, honestly, I'm awful. Not on air, no. Much. And, oh, no. I can't imagine sort of not swearing. Princess Margaret used to swear all the time. She was notoriously bad for swearing, but of course, you don't imagine the upper classes swearing. But, I mean, they're the worst people. They're the worst people. But, I mean, Cliff swearing, I'm sorry, I cannot believe it. I cannot take that one on board. Also, what was the other one? Oh, I've got a story about Diana's brother getting an apology from the BBC. This is another one. And Alid Jones says, deep down, he's still a kid. When I did my first show at the... Not one of my first shows, but it was a show we did over at the casino on the corner. What do they call it? The Hippodrome. And Alid Jones came and introduced me on stage. It was pretty cool. He doesn't age at all. He's another one of these people. Also, whose son died after 33 years of anguish. Tell you about that one. Plus, there's a teen with big breasts wants to have a reduction. Doesn't want to pay for it herself. She wants you to pay for it. She does have a job. She's an administrator, but she's decided to go on that GoFunding kind of thing, and she wants people to pay because they're too big for her. Because, believe it or not, I mean, there used to be a woman years ago, a stripper called Chesty Morgan, and I think her breasts were something like 86 double F. Whatever it was, she used to stand up on... she'd get on stage and try and stand up. That was the big problem, because there was so much weight. But Chesty Morgan was very famous. There was another one, Lola Ferrangio, wasn't it, who used to appear on Eurotrash. She was another one with... But I think she was surgically enhanced. Chesty Morgan. Have you found Chesty Morgan? I thought you might... No, it's... Delete the search history. No, I don't think she's even alive anymore. She was an act. She was an act. You show me, because I haven't seen a picture of her for ages, and I can't remember exactly what size her bosoms were. So I think it's okay. I think it's not you're not going to get into trouble unless I tell everybody, which I think I might do. No, I won't. There we go. Yeah, I mean, she was very, very famous for these. I mean, is she still alive? I'm not even sure. She made one film, which was called Deadly Weapons. Try and pick Callum up off the floor. He's sort of passed out, and it's all a little bit too much for him at this time of the morning. But yeah, she was known. But the other one was the one on Eurotrash called Lola somebody, and I thought she was bigger. But this schoolgirl in the papers, well, she's not a schoolgirl, but she's young, and she wants people to fund. She needs £5,000 for a breast reduction. Because everybody else goes, oh, it must be great to have that. And it's not, really. It really is not. You can do yourself a great deal of damage and injury. So all these poor, tragic people who've been on Love Island, they go, oh, I've just had this done and that done. You think, bad news. Really, the more surgically enhanced you become at an early age, the more you've screwed your life up. You seriously don't want to do it. Take my word for it. And talking of strippers, which we'll come round to later on. Sorry? What do we know? No, I'm going to do the stripper story in a moment. The shelf strippers are out there as well, in all the supermarkets, taking all the toilet rolls and everything else, and they're calling them shelf strippers. Every time you mention the word strippers, honestly, he goes apoplectic, whereas Callum can't stop laughing. It's lovely. Let's have a check, shall we? Morning, nice to have your company. Steve, you can make porridge in a microwave. With the regular porridge oats, use Quaker, fill a bowl, 1/3 of porridge oats, cover with milk, 2 minutes on high, bing. No, it's ping. Steve, loving your London sightseeing tips, loving your show even more, says Abigail. And Steve, Chesty Morgan is now 83. Now, I'm not sure if the joke there is that 83 chest size or is that 83 years old. But she did she became sort of very famous. Fireworks, Steve, have been going off around me for the past week. In fact, I was woken up at 3 a.m. where some morons around had just started lighting rockets and huge fireworks that don't belong in residential gardens. Yes, you can buy them. What are they called now? It's like you buy a box and you light one bit of it and it shoots off. It's like 160 shots in it. And so they, and they're quite, 100, you imagine 160 times. That is a lot. That is a lot. And just think of pets. Well, actually, not just pets. What about all the wildlife out there? You know, they must dread things like this, not knowing what on earth it is. Great news, you'll pay your mortgage next year, says Conrad. I paid up in 2013. Great feeling. Yes, well, probably, but it was one of those sort of things, you kind of forget about it. You really do. Sandra says, try Morrison's steak pie with dumplings. Oh, that sounds quite nice. I do like dumplings, actually. I do like dumplings. I'm sure they're not very good for me. I'm trying to be... Oh, here we go. We had a bit of an accident, did we? I love the way he goes, how have you managed to get it up there? Of course you did. That's not very clever, is it? He said to me, he stood up a minute ago, people have to tell you round here, they go, yeah, I'm going to the toilet. You don't do that if you're sitting in a restaurant, I'm just going to the toilet. I do, though. I tell everybody, I'm going to the toilet now. And then I sit there with a fixed smile on my face, and they go, I thought you were going to the toilet. I said, I'm going. Always the best thing, isn't it? And then he comes back and he's actually not been to the toilet at all. He's been to get himself a cup of tea. You did both. Good Lord, what toilets are you using in the building? Yes. Has he had a chocolate? Tell me he's not had a chocolate. Have you had a chocolate? You've not had a chocolate. You're fast. I can't hear you. He's being on it. Callum has never lied to me. In all the years we've known each other, he wouldn't lie to me or get anybody into trouble. Much. And also, you can't stop him eating. He eats at a rate you've never seen before. Seriously, how he's not absolutely enormous, I've got no idea. He's one of these people... See, somebody was saying to me a short while ago, some people eat a chocolate and the weight goes on immediately. Other people could eat a whole box of chocolates and it not make any difference, and then he'll go and eat something else afterwards. It's because he's got different metabolism. That's what it is. You know, he's not like you, where you only have to look at a peanut and immediately 3 stone on. You know, that's the unfortunate... It's very annoying. It's very frustrating because you try desperately, don't you, sort of not to not to sort of put on weight, but I think nothing you can do about it. It's a bit of a pain. So, I'll tell you what I'll do. Just after 6 o'clock, I'll run through the front pages of the papers, but you know what they're going to be doing. They're doing lockdowns. They're doing what you can do, what you can't do. So you've now had 2 or 3 days of this. You should know by now. Also, brother Tom Charlton on more agony for the family because Bobby Charlton has got dementia. He's 83. And it's also, this shutdown could last beyond Christmas if infections do not fall. And this is entirely in your hands. And it does tend to be the northern part of the country where it's all the students and they don't seem to care. They really don't care. And, you know, people are drinking more since lockdown. What they want to do is just reduce the amount of people. I haven't done the poem yet, no. No, I was waiting till you got back before we did the poem. But I've got it now. So the new lockdown has left many people unsure of the rules, wondering what the festive season will be like. And the answer is it might be a disaster. But the good news is that we could have it again next year. We could, you know, we might be better next year, but it's in everybody's hands. If we can't have Christmas this year, and you can always do something. You can do FaceTime, you can do Skype, you can do Instagram, is it, or something? I don't know. All these different things. The poem for today, actually, later than usual, only because the producer decided to go to the toilet, is by Alexandra Skiathis. Do you know who he is? No, I don't know. I thought maybe he's a friend or something like that. And it's actually it's very apropos for this particular time of year, which is unusual, actually. He's actually done some research into it and discovered that, you know, this poem is very apropos. It's called Keep On Smiling. So this is for all of you out there who are having difficulty with smiling. There's not a lot to smile about, except this station. And it goes as follows. If at times you feel you want to cry and life seems such a trial, above the clouds there's a bright blue sky. So make your tears a smile. As you travel on life's way with its many ups and downs, remember it's quite true to say one smile is worth a dozen frowns. Among the world's expensive things, a smile is very cheap, and when you smile away, you get one back to keep. Happiness comes at times to all, but sadness comes unbidden, and sometimes a few tears must fall among the laughter hidden. So when friends have sadness on their face and troubles round them piled, the world will seem a better place, and all because you smiled. That's so touching. It's very touching. A smile costs nothing. A smile costs nothing at all. You know, and it's very easy to be miserable. Ooh, miserable. You know, and in fact, when we've all got our masks on, we all look miserable anyway, because you walk past people you know and you smile at them and you can see them looking at you thinking, what's the matter with you? What are you looking at? And you go, I'm smiling. Underneath the mask, you're smiling, but nobody can see it. It's a bit like being Phantom of the Opera. Well, it's not really, because only can I not row a boat, but I don't live under a cathedral. But I mean, apart from that, I'm identical. And so a smile means everything. If you smile at somebody, if you're on an escalator or something like that, and there's somebody coming down the escalator and you're going up, smile at them. They'll either hit you or call the police. It's a marvellous way of sort of getting to know different people. Go into a pub. If you start off with... and they go, hello, can I help you? And you go, not really, no. I'll have 2 packets of cheese and onion crisps. You know, you're not stopped. Whereas if you go, you look really good today. Then they hit you. And then you have to call the police. So either way, you get to meet the police or something like that. But I mean, it doesn't cost anything to smile. Smiling's good for you. It also exercises all your face muscles. You know, every time you smile, you've exercised your muscles, and every time you look better. Luke smiles a lot. But we thought it was wind, and so I bought him a kite, and we took it on from there, didn't we? All very funny. Of course, when he's his girlfriend, he smiles as well. But I bet you on Saturday he was actually paying, so he did the old Cheshire cheese, and I think that you should have done the bus as well from the Strand, which goes all the way to Tower of London. And that's nice. You go through London in this old bus. It's an old route master. It's lovely. That's a nice thing. You've got an Oyster card, haven't you? There you go. You could do that. You could take some sandwiches to have on the trip and a little flask of coffee. Set out your picnic on the back seat. You know, what would you like? Cheese and pickle? Got cheese and pickle there. Or cheese and piccalilli. Okay, just have a breadstick. There you go, breadstick, you know. Or failing that, we go and have an Indian. That's what people say. Steve, we haven't heard any poems from the Black Cab Poet for a while, says Jill. No, we haven't. No, we haven't. I'm sure, actually, after this, he will be hearing it. Fireworks, Steve, are quite expensive. You get about as much fun as a spin on a fruit machine. I do like fireworks. I've seen some really fantastic displays. I think they're really nice. But a friend of mine, the parents of my godchildren, they've got on their land, room for a pony, they've got these barns, and one of them they've turned into like a social thing. Love you. One of the cleaners. And so they put a bar in there and couches and all the rest of it and a dartboard. And he wants one of these arcade machines. Now, the only person I know who's got arcade machines is Will Guyatt. But I don't know whether he repairs them and sells them, or he keeps them, but he actually repairs them. Do you think he sells them, or would he know where you would buy them? Because the moment I mentioned it to the father of my godchildren, he said, oh, wow, he said, I'd really be keen. I said, well, I don't even know how much they go for. I've got no idea, and I'm sure that Will Guyatt will be going, whoop, have we got a surprise for you, Stevie boy? And because they want an arcade machine to go in their bar. Yeah, but I mean, I don't know what they cost. You know, if they're about 20 quid, I'll buy one. There you go. Oh, there's one on fire. He set one on fire. Good Lord above. Yeah, that's the sort of thing he wants. He just wants... it sounds quite nice, actually. I wonder if they're... where'd you get them from? Where'd you get things like that? I mean, do you sort of buy them and then they come in a bit cheap? I don't know. Seriously, I've got no idea. What else have we got in the papers for today? Stacey Solomon dolls herself up as Morticia, together with Joe Swash, kids Zachary and Leighton, as the Addams Family. The Spooky and the Pooky. The Addams Family. Boom, boom. Poor old Joe Swash looks like one of the Addams Family with that hair, doesn't he, really? The Diary today in the paper. And here they've got people getting down and dirty. E17's Tony Mortimer. He's done quite well, actually. He's got a lovely house. Lovely house. Very old. Very old. Steve, the Routemaster route doesn't run anymore, says Mark. Well, there's definitely a bus that runs all the way to Tower Hill. I know, because I've seen it. I see it on a regular basis. Steve, says Dave in Liverpool, I've got 3 machines in my living room. You're in a pub. I know. You're in a pub. Shane says, was the poem good? My phone rang and the LBC app on the phone stopped. Oh, it's all you need, isn't it, really? Also, we haven't heard from Heather, the Norwich nurse. Hope she's well. Yeah, we heard from her the other week. We like to check up on people, you know, and make sure that people are sort of okay. And the Blackfriars pub is amazing and listed. Narrow, triangular, with fantastic external decorations. Was taking pictures of it a few days ago, Steve, which is good. If we can get you out to go and, you know, explore the areas where you live, the happier I am. The happier I am, because it means that you're getting out there. And then when you go past some of these places in the future and you're with other people, you can say to them, this is very historic. It's great. It's like going around London. I've taken people around in the car before now, and they thoroughly enjoyed it. It's like a tourist trap. Like a tourist trap. Evan says, lots of fireworks around here at the moment, which is not good. Where they're blowing from, no idea. He says, I live quite central. I mean, I'm sure there must be some areas where you can't have fireworks. I think so. The Duke of Cambridge tested positive for coronavirus, but it was kept quiet. He didn't want to worry anybody. See, that would be a good idea, to tell people. You know, people need to know these sort of things. Steve, I bought an old fruit machine from a pub for 25 quid. It worked well. However, the jackpot was only 20 quid. A friend of mine's got one in his house, actually. And so when you go round, you can have a go on the fruit machine. His wife used to sit there all night playing their own fruit machine. Which is good, isn't it? Well, you don't win any money because you're putting your own money in it. But when they used to have parties, all their friends had put money in. So they could sort of top it up a little bit, which was quite a good idea. I love it. I love fruit machines. Love them. I haven't played one for ages and ages because I'm not an addict. Steve, what was the name of that pen again? I can't find it in the net, says Bev. The pen? Sorry, I'm not with that one at all, but I'm sure somebody will correct me. And somebody says I'm drinking wine and eating hula hoops at the moment, so I guess It's my own pub. I used to do that. When I used to work in a pub, I lived there as well. And I used to take a packet of Chris, get myself a drink off the Optic, sit down. I don't know. Monday morning, 25 to 6 is the time. Do you know 50,000 miles of paths have vanished? Vanished completely. You know, it used to be public footpaths. The walking charity Ramblers, formerly the Ramblers Association, has found that there are some 50,000 miles of right-of-way not marked on any map, some of which date back to the Roman times. Isn't that exciting? You're actually walking a route that has been walked by Romans. I love that. Steve, arcade machines, depends on your budget. You can use an old computer and MAME, or maybe spend up to 1,000 for a machine. A friend just sold a bar top for 300, which is a small version. Another thing called a Retropy, which many people use. Oh, it seems a lot. I don't think he wants to spend 1,000. I'm pretty certain he doesn't want to spend that. Steve, here we go. Knock, knock. Who's there, says the producer. Dishes who? Dishes the ghost of Sean Connery. Dishes, all right. Dishes who? Dishes the ghost of Sean Connery. Yeah, the little play on the accent there. I have to repeat everything to the producer. I mean, seriously, you have to repeat everything. I mean, sometimes jokes that everybody else gets instantly, you know, an hour later, you could still be trying to explain it to him. It just drive everybody mad. You know, you explain it, dishes who? Sorry, I don't get that. Dishes the ghost of Sean Connery. You know, if I'd said shaken, not stirred, it might have helped, mightn't it? Although did he ever say shaken, not stirred? Was it one of those? Or was it any of them? I don't know, because Sean Connery used to have a martini, wasn't it? Shaken, not stirred. I don't know. I always did it with the accent because I thought that's what it was. Steve, have you or the producers worn any Christmas-themed socks, pyjamas, or dressing gown? Oh, I don't think so. I don't. Not yet. No. Do you have themed? You've got some Christmas jumpers, yeah. Would you have Christmas pyjamas? No, not Christmas pyjamas. Christmas socks, okay. Christmas dressing gown? No. Mind your own business, I'm not telling you. Well, personal thing to ask. Corey, do you have Christmas pyjamas? Oh, Callum, sorry, I did make a Corey, honestly. I'm having a breakdown already. It's a bit early in the day, isn't it? We haven't even got to 6 o'clock and already I'm losing it. Do you have it? You don't have any Christmas pyjamas. Christmas socks? No. Oh, blimey. Christmas dressing gown? Christmas jumpers? You got a Christmas jumper? Oh, thank the Lord for that. Christmas jumper. Christmas jumpers are very you can buy them on Amazon. They're ever so cheap. You know, you can get a nice Christmas, because you only tend to wear it 1 year, don't you? And then you sort of, next year you don't tend to wear it for some reason. Yeah. Have you bought one for this year? Got the same one as last year? Oh, right. I used to have one that had lights in it. They're quite nice. I quite like those, actually. Let's see, look at these. They're not very expensive. Look at that. $16.95 for a Christmas sweater. Mind you, all these people are stick thin, so it's only people like Callum that can wear them. None of the red, they don't do them in our size, do they? Which one? That's quite nice. That's a novelty Christmas jumper for $9.95. It says free delivery. See, that doesn't say Prime, so I don't buy from that, because I reckon that is China. Yeah. I don't mind. Well, I'm not bothered patterned or funny. If you wear funny, you've got to find a jacket that teams up with it, you know, because some jackets just look ridiculous over the top of some of this stuff. I quite like the James Darby one there, the men's Nordic stag reindeer festive Christmas expert jumper. That's quite muted, isn't it? I quite like that. Oh, look, comes in different colours. Look at that, different colours. £13.92. Oh, no, it's gone up. Oh, sorry, we were looking at Luke's size, and also it went up to £20 because there was a lot more wool that they were using. They're quite nice, though, aren't they? But you can only wear them the once. That's what I think. I mean, you know, you wear them over the festive season, and you like that one. That's nice, isn't it? That's £20 in your size. It's 100% acrylic, machine wash, regular fit. Oh, you can't have it. It's regular fit. You're fatty, fat, so there's no point having it. It goes, I know you still can't have it. Look, regular fitting with sizes from small to 2XL. You're 4XL, aren't you? You'll have to leave that one. You have to find somebody that's got either 3 or 4XL. Don't want something that's stretched over your carcass, do you? That's going to look a bit ridiculous. That's like trying to sort of pop the turkey into a microwave and wondering why you can't cram it all in. You have to chop the legs off. It's not the same. So the answer actually is, have we ever worn any Christmas-themed socks, pyjamas or dressing gowns? No, but we have Christmas jumpers when we can find them in our size. So that's about as good as it gets. And what's this one? Oh, you'll love this one. This is right up. We'll have to explain this to him. What? I've lost the blooming thing now. Where's it gone to? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, here we go. What's made of leather and sounds like a sneeze? Okay? What's made of leather and sounds like a sneeze? No, don't just say, I don't know. That's being defeatist. What's made of leather and sounds like a sneeze? A shoe. Did you get it? You understand, though? He actually came up with a jacket. You know what I'm dealing with now, don't you? You can understand. This is, I mean, it is like going back to basics. So, what's made of leather and sounds like a sneeze? A jacket. I mean, it just doesn't even work, does it? On any level. Jaeger bombs or no Jaeger bombs. Another one, it says, a well-known supermarket sells porridge that tastes mouldy. You can only taste it when you have it uncooked. What, you don't want to eat uncooked porridge? That would be ridiculous. Good Lord above. You can only have cooked porridge. And Andrew says, good morning, Groovy Gang. I bought my Prosecco glass and I'm so excited. Yes, I've got to get mine before they disappear, actually. I've got a feeling I might have made a rod for my own back here by sort of plugging the Prosecco glasses and then going to buy them and they've disappeared. So, here we go again. This time I'm hoping it's going to be better and I hope that we've learnt how to behave ourselves. So, public services. GP surgeries, many hospitals staying open for both urgent and non-urgent appointments. Courts and registry offices will continue to operate with a view to preventing more backlog. Food banks and blood donation services will continue to operate, and support groups like Alcoholics Anonymous or bereavement services will have a limit of 15 people per session. You can travel for exercise as long as it's a short journey. If you must take public transport, avoid busy times and routes. Always wear a mask and maintain social distancing. No, I've never had to sit next to somebody. Never had to sit next to anybody. You know, I've been on the bus loads of times and I make sure that nobody's ever going to come and sit next to me. So I spread myself along the seat. I do that a lot, actually. Going to medical appointments in the shops is allowed. You're all right with that. Travelling to holiday homes is outlawed. Hotel stays only allowed for work reasons, because Luke was very much looking forward to taking his girlfriend away for a riveting holiday. If you remember, he'd actually managed to find a hotel in Brighton where apparently they have the sea with a swimming pool. And we were all saying, why don't you just go swimming in the sea? What's the point of getting... And he made a big deal about, it's got a swimming pool, and you pay extra for the swimming pool. And I was like, you've got the sea on your doorstep. In fact, you play your cards right in Brighton, you could even invite it in. It'll more than happily do that. I mean, at the moment, this morning, the wind was blowing, something chronic. Bits and pieces being blown about all over the place, which drives me mad. So playgrounds will remain open, unlike last time, which means that children can play on swings. Nurseries, schools and childcare. Child minors can carry on working. Childcare bubbles will also still be valid, meaning grandparents can care for children after school. Students cannot return home to see family until the end of term. Going to work, everyone who can work from home should do so. If you can't do your job from home, then you can continue to travel in. Examples include those in the construction or manufacturing industry. Well, I'm manufacturing a programme. And I'm essential service, so that's all right. Those deemed clinically vulnerable, such as cancer patients, should work from home or claim statutory sick pay. Workers currently on furlough will continue to be paid 80% of their wages through November to a maximum of $2,500. Older people should not refrain from exercise. They're encouraged to get some fresh air or walk the dog. If, of course, you don't have a dog, you've got a problem. Have to go out and borrow next door. You know, imagine if you're sort of going to borrow your next door neighbour's dog, and the dog going, I don't want to walk out again. I've just done one walk. And they go, come on, go for a walk. People assume dogs want to go for a walk all the time. Steve, bus driver here. The Route Master runs heritage routes around London to show the sites you were talking about. Thank you very much indeed. Here they are. This is Route 15. Lovely. Route Master, AEC Route Master. And this one starts at Tower Hill via Cannon Street, Aldwych, Trafalgar Square. It's 3 miles, 4.8 kilometres. So still there. Lovely. You should get it. if you're a bit nostalgic for happier times, which I am, then one of these buses will bring you back. You know when you used to think, oh, I'd love to be a bus conductor. And then you could pull the little bit of string that runs, you know, bing, 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 bing. That one was quite nice. And if you were very good on the buses, there will be those of you listening who remember the old ticket machines. Of course, now we've got Oyster cards. We don't have ticket machines. But the ticket machines were fantastic. And if the bus conductor liked you, he would open up the machine and give you the end of the roll of the tickets. They would give you the end of the... What's the end of the roll? Well, it was paper tickets. Well, because you have to put a new one in there, and he'd give it to you as a present. Because he was nice, and he wanted... Oh, you see? Come back to this basic thing again. Anyway, here we are with Andy Pandy. And, they used to do that thing on the television. Andy Pandy's coming to play. Da, 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 da. I'm working with him now. What do you want the end of the roll for? It was when you were a little child on the buses... That meant the bus conductor liked you, and he goes like the end of the roll, and you take it home and you treasure it. No? Oh, dear. How cynical, honestly. I bet Christmas was a nightmare in your family when you were younger. What's that? It's a toy. Don't want it. You want a Satsuma? Don't want it. Chocolates? No. Well, what do you want? Food. Yeah, creme brulee. Give me creme brulee. Give me turkey. Oh, dear, honestly. Steve, as from Thursday, Christmas slippers, PJs and dressing gowns, non-essential. I know, but you can buy them on Amazon. You see, all this stuff, people are going, oh, what am I going to do? You go to Amazon, you can buy all of this stuff. Otherwise, you can do what that bloke did in Cardiff. He just turned up in his boxer shorts in a supermarket and walked through shopping in his boxer shorts. Not for me, thank you very much indeed. I don't even have any boxer shorts. What have we got? We got 14 at the end of the roll. The conductors had a big board with different coloured tickets that they would punch in their machines. Yes, they did. Of course, he'd be arguing over the toss of, what do you want that for? And the answer is because it was something that the bus conductor... I mean, in the early days where you had a bus conductor, now you get on a bus, you don't see anybody. It's all automatic. It's all done on the driver. You go past the driver, you touch the little round disc in front of him, and that's it. But in the early days, they had tickets that they took out. And in fact, a friend of mine has got one of those ticket machines. He bought it from the Transport Museum in Covent Garden. We've been to the Transport Museum. So there's another good one. They've got full-size trains in there, and you can go on and sit in a carriage like we used to years ago. You'd love it. The Transport Museum's very good. And then you can go and watch some of the entertainment in Covent Garden. You can watch people juggling, always very entertaining, and get something to eat, and enjoy London. It's just what it's here for. It's here for people like you, outsiders, so that you can go and enjoy it. And nobody picks on you because you're northern. Seriously, you could walk around quite freely in London. You wouldn't find people shouting at you or anything like that. But actually, we worked out, so £83 for 2 people, adults, for historic royal palaces. Very good value. I said you can go every day of the week if you want it. You just walk through, you show your pass, and you're in. Discount in the cafes, 10%. Discount in the restaurants, 10%. Special events. I went up on the roof of Hampton Court Palace. It's well worth doing it. They're a self-funding charity, but they need your money. They don't get any backing from the government. They've got a difficult period ahead of them. I would recommend everybody do it. It's got to be the cheapest way of doing entertainment in London. So you're a member of, for 83 quid for 2 people, 2 adults, Tower of London, Hampton Court Palace, Banqueting House, Kensington Palace, Kew Palace, and Hillsborough Castle and Gardens. Hampton Court Palace is enormous. You can't do that in a day. It's huge. And if you thought about it, you could get the train to Richmond and then get one of the boats which takes you up to Hampton Court. It's a few hours, but it's worth doing it. A riverboat trip. You have to pay for that. That's separate. You can have a cup of tea on the boat. I'm sure they must do a vegan sausage roll. And they have special events coming up. They need your money. They need you. Like, I need you to buy my glasses. They need your money because they're having to survive. And people don't go out to places. So, the more that you buy tickets for people, I mean, you can get that. There is also, Hampton Court Palace, I think 8 o'clock is that they've got an ice skating rink. It'll be there this year. And they've got all sorts of things that are taking place. It's well worth joining. It's lovely. Never been to Hampton Court Palace? Go there because it's where they've got a maze. Yeah, it's not a great maze. It's okay as mazes go. But as you can go round Hampton Court Palace, all the interior things, the Great Hall. You can see, they've got a history of fashion. They have all sorts of things that take place there. I sound like I'm a big advert for it, but it's only because it's such good value. Such good value. And for £83 for a year, you work that out, it's like a penny a day or something stupid. And they need more help because they don't get any funding from anybody, like all the charities. Like I'm, trying to sell glasses to people, Prosecco glasses for the Groovy Gang and Steve Allen show. And then the money goes to help people who've fallen on really hard times. And, in your case, you're giving money to historic royal palaces to help them maintain these, but they don't get any government grants or anything like that. You can be a patron. A little bit more money to, you can do a donation and everything else. How much is it to be a patron? There you go. Let's have a quick look. They need everything. Let's be a patron. There you go. You can be kitchens and cellars. That's endless adventures, private tours away from the crowd. That's $500 a year. Courtyards and cloisters, all sorts of things. The Great Watching Chamber, and that's $5,000 a year. But there's all sorts of ways, or you can spend £83 and go as many times as you want. As a patron, you get a complimentary publication, acknowledgement of your support in the annual review and on the website, all the standard membership benefits, and then you get advanced booking for members and adult education events. Seriously, I mean, if you're one of those people who's very fortunate, to have money like that around, the Great Hall, enjoy afternoon tea with a curator of your choice. They will tell you all about the history and everything. It's serious. It's your own, it's like listening to this programme. It's your own private lesson in the history of London. If we only managed to sort of, Luke didn't phone me and say to me, oh, by the way, Steve, I'm going to the Cheshire Cheese. Otherwise, I'd have had words with them. Close the door, he's on his way. But no. You see, there'll be a load of other people who've probably also been thinking today, not only am I going to buy 2 Prosecco glasses, Steve, at £25 because I want to help the charity Make Some Noise, which is Global's in-house charity, but also it's quite a nice thing to have. And Sarah says, thank you for keeping me and my dog Teddy going, because last Christmas I started having numerous clonic seizures without warning and having 3 to 5 at a time. But you kept me going. My last seizure was 4 weeks ago and I was blue lighted to hospital. Fantastic. I love blue lights. I've never been blue lighted. Took 3 weeks to get over it. But thank you to you and all the spikers. See? I knew there was a reason we were here. Apart from being entertaining and fun people. We've got all sorts of things going on. We have to explain all the jokes to Luke. You notice Callum knows everything. He doesn't need to say anything. He just sits there. It just washes over him. He's probably thinking, how do I get this gig? And how much longer do I have to put up with it? The answer is till 7. So shops and leisures. So non-essential retail outlets from car showrooms to clothing shops remain closed until the lockdown is over. But that's all right. You don't want to buy a car at the moment. You must have a car. Also, click and collect can continue to operate. Golf courses and riding centres closing despite the activities largely taking place outdoors. Hairdressers and beauty places. I feel sorry for hairdressers, really. They'll be shut again, as will massage parlours. Do you know, we have 2 massage parlours in Twickenham. But they have to put a sign on the door saying it's a massage. It's not Naughtikins. It's a proper massage. I don't like massages. No, I don't like massage at all. I hate massage. We were talking about this the other day. I've got friends of mine who absolutely adore massage. Proper, like a sports massage. Oh, no, thank you, not for me. You have to take your clothes off. I don't even take my clothes off to stand in the shower. So fearful am I. So when can you go outside? There are 6 key reasons to leave the house. Firstly, for work, if it can't be done from home. 2, for education or childcare reasons. 3, to exercise or visit an outdoor public place as many times a day. 4, for medical reasons or to escape any risk of injury or harm, domestic abuse. 5, shopping for food, medicine or other essential items. And 6, to provide care for the vulnerable, to visit your support bubble or to volunteer. Okay? I still can't work out the church one. So places of worship close unless it's for a funeral or individual prayer. I presume you just knock on the door and go, I want to do an individual prayer. And they sort of let you in. I'm assuming that's how it works. What's the truth about the death toll in a dossier of doom that's spooked to number 10? Because it will probably go higher. It will probably go higher. But we would rather it didn't. with your help, it would be nice to think that this year we might actually have a Christmas. Think of all the people, they do that in hospitals every year. They have people in hospitals and they want to get rid of them at Christmas, unless they're really, really seriously ill. And this Christmas, there might be some very seriously ill people, but the majority of people, they get rid of and they send you home, which can always be excellent news. Very, very good news. Garden centres open. So that's good news. Because people have realised that you can self-distance in a garden centre. It's very easy to operate. And I think they've suddenly realised people need that, to get outside. So full pay for people working in garden centres. And I don't mind queuing to go into a garden centre. I've been queuing to go into the garden centre, but not everybody's gone mad, like some of the people at Costco's buying the toilet rolls and things like that. You don't need to go mad. There's no shortage. There's warehouses with millions and millions of rolls of toilet paper or tissue. Also, the Christmas lights in Oxford Street get switched on tonight. No celebrity switch on. They're just switching them on. And London will take on a whole new meaning. Waste Monday, the 2nd of November. So because I forgot to do it yesterday, I'll have to do pinch and a punch for the second day of the month, which seems to work. Also today is the verdict, the judgment in the Johnny Depp libel case today. There's no hearing in court. This will be published online, so presumably somebody's already written it up and it's all ready to go. At what time it's released, I've got no idea. But it should be an interesting one. And so Depp will find out whether he's won his action against a newspaper that labelled him a wife-beater. But it'll be published online, so they don't need to go back into court. Amber Heard was out yesterday doing some shopping. And where Johnny Depp is, I've got no idea. No idea, but they'll be eagerly awaiting that. Labour's civil war over the anti-Semitism could cost the party 30 million in union funding. It's been a total disaster, hasn't it? I mean, it really has. It's been absolutely dreadful. Unite, the Communication Workers Union, the Fire Brigade Union, the Transport Salaried Staff Association and the Bakers Food and Allied Workers Union have together donated around 6 million a year to the party since 2015. They could lose an awful lot in that one. So the front pages of the papers that you're waking up to today is the message which was projected onto Parliament yesterday, which said lockdowns don't work. This is timeforrecovery.org. Boris Johnson facing a Tory rebellion over his new national lockdown. They've said, and we have to take their word for it, he said it won't go on beyond December the 2nd. But, of course, if the whole thing goes a bit pear-shaped, there's a very good chance it could run all the way through December and over Christmas. We're secretly hoping, well, I say it's not even secret, it's sort of an open secret, that we want this thing to be over, but it's never going to be over. I have to tell you now, if we're living in this utopian little world, hoping that it's going to be fantastic, because it's all going to disappear. It's not. It's going to be like the common cold. It's going to be with you for a long, long time. In the same way that now you go and have the flu jabs. Well, you try and get the flu jabs. Apparently, they're running out of that faster than you can shake a stick at it. It's a case of it's going to be around like that, and every year you will go and get your flu jab if you can get it, and that will sort of keep you free. And it'll be exactly the same, I should imagine, for coronavirus. Andy says, my last visit to the UK was in March. And then I was in Saudi for 7 months and now currently in Dhaka. There's now no plan to go to the UK for Christmas. So when will you know if you're presenting Christmas Day? Because your team are the last line of defence for some sort of taste of home for us expats overseas. Well, I mean, I'm hoping to be here Christmas Day. I've not heard anything to the contrary. So, I mean, let's sort of take it as, to be honest with you, it's going to creep up on us like that, very, very fast, very, very fast. Jackie in Watford's very rude this morning. She wants to know what I wear in the shower. Well, it's an all-in-one bathing suit, which I think is quite nice. Actually, do you know, I remember thinking some years ago that I would want something that dried you off very quickly, as opposed to having to get out and towel dry yourself. I thought, wouldn't it be great if you could stand in like sort of a giant bubble and it just blew hot air and it dried you that way? And then blow me down, somebody brought out something. And it's a bit like a giant hairdryer that you stand in front of, and it's sort of, I'm assuming that's better. It's like, it's supposed to be better than using towels, in the same way that if you do washing up, you're not supposed to use a tea towel because they carry germs. And so that's why. Whether that works for people this morning, I've got no idea. Somebody said to me, how many of the glasses have you sold so far? Well, I've not had an update this morning, so I don't know the update this morning on them. But we did have a little list, which we had earlier on. So this was up to yesterday. This was up to last night. So the total amount that we've raised so far, I say so far because I've got some more to go, and is £42,888. The total glasses sold, 3,600. 3,600 glasses. That's how many times I have to say thank you to you. The double Prosecco glasses, which is the pack of 2, they're being sent out this week. So we'll get them to you before Christmas. You will be there come hell or high water on Christmas morning with your glasses. That's totalled for the doubles £31,096. The single Prosecco glasses, as important, £7,665. The tote bags, £1,552. And the donations, which people have very kindly just added some money on top of buying the glasses or a tote bag, £2,575, which is very nice. And we're sending all over the world. Obviously, the majority in this country. America has bought, Spain, Ireland, Cyprus, United Arab Emirates, Australia, France, Greece, Canada, Belgium. All around the world, the glasses will be travelling, and everywhere the postman will be going, what is it? It's more glasses from the Steve Allen Show. Not the Groovy Gang glasses. Yep, the Groovy Gang glasses. So let's see how many we can get by tomorrow. I'm going to mention it every day this week, except for Wednesday, when I'm not here. I'm not here. Both myself and Darren will not be here for Wednesday morning. So, yeah, I'm going to I've sent a note to Donald Trump, although I have a sneaking feeling, the trouble is, I can't remember what the outcome is going to be on polls, where they've said, Biden has been leading all the way. And then at the last minute, does it then turn round and it then becomes a Trump victory? We don't know, do we? There's loads of people who've done, in fact, I think they've had record numbers of postal votes in America. Well, you've got to rely on people's honesty, haven't you? That's what you've got to rely on. So will Trump get back in again? You'll only find out by listening to LBC, because we're running it all throughout the night with Sheila Fogarty and Ian Dale and a cast of thousands, believe you me. And then Nick Ferrari will be here at 5 o'clock. This is on Wednesday morning, so I'll be here tomorrow morning for you. And then I get the day off the next day, but believe you me, I should be up listening, just to make sure they're following all my advice and doing the things. And he's borrowing the spike for a day. I don't generally lend it out to people, but I've decided to lend it out on this particular occasion. And then I'll be back with you on Thursday morning, by which time you'll either have the same miserable old devil as the President of the United States, or you have some new miserable old devil who's fairly ancient. I mean, to be honest with you, we'll have to wait and see the way it pans out, because it could go either way. It really could. But I've got friends who live over in America, and they sort of keep feeding me information back on it. So it's, as they say in the business, all to play for, and you'll hear it first on LBC. Marty says, got to go to the shopping centre today, dreading it. Well, you've got till Thursday. But the one piece of advice, because all the shops are still remaining open, unless it's clothing shops. But if you want the food and the essentials and medical and chemists and all those, so they're all open. Everything is open. You don't need to worry about that. It's only if you want to go and buy clothes and go and buy a car or play golf that you can't do it. We were trying to find out about the recycling centres, and we couldn't find anything on recycling centres at all. So I suspect you should try your local council website, because that should have on there what is open and what's not open. Email the council if you can find people working at the council. But you've got everything to do till Thursday. But it's not, I didn't see this as being particularly bad, this lockdown. There's lots of still the kids are going to school, still the universities. Before, of course, you had nothing open at all. This time round, they've opened lots of things. Playgrounds will still be open for the kids. They can go on the swings and everything else. We're still here. We'll still be doing it. Whether or not there'll be some people working from home, I don't know. Last time there were a few people working from home, but a lot of us came in to work because we are an essential service. Woohoo! Woohoo! I've never been called an essential. I remember saying that to somebody once. They said, well, sorry, do you work for the NHS? I said, I feel as though I've donated my entire life to the NHS. I spent more time in hospitals than anybody else. And so the good news is that, we can get through it. We just have to make a little bit of an effort. That's all it takes, a little bit of an effort, and we'll emerge the other side. Pubs can't open. They'll be closing. The entertainment, all the same things that were closed last time round will be closed, but there's quite a number which have opened again. So you'll get all of that information. I think on Thursday, the police are expecting trouble. There'll be people out there going, oh, this is our last time for a drink. It's almost as if, it's Armageddon or something, which of course is ludicrous because it isn't. Keir Starmer's urged the unions to let the schools stay open. And what was the other one? Oh, the fastest game on earth is coming up very shortly. What do you think that is? 5 seconds, the fastest game on earth. Come on, Callum, you should know this one immediately. It's your age group. Your age group. You don't find people my age doing this, much as though we probably would like to. Give you a clue? Sorry? Not a drinking... No, it's typical, isn't it? Is it Jaeger bomb, Steve? Is it Jaeger bomb? No, I'll give you a clue. There you go. Watch my hands. What am I doing? What do you think I'm doing? We'll never guess this one. I'm doing a Rubik's Cube. It's the fastest game, and they've got the championships coming out. They reckon under 5 seconds it can be solved. I mean, to be honest with you, if you gave me a Rubik's Cube now, I could be sitting here, desperately waiting to die before anything would ever be happening. I interviewed a kiddie some years ago, 13 years old, bless his heart. He'd written a book on solving the Rubik's Cube. There's obviously a secret to it. I just wish I had it. But I don't. Front page of the Times this morning. Please, no more Zoom. Well, I don't know. I've had some very good Zooms with the doctors. Lockdown could last to next year, ministers warn. Restrictions will be relaxed for Christmas. Secondary school pupils should be told to wear masks. I don't think people should be allowed on buses without a mask on. I mean, it's as simple as that. Let's have more police out there and sorting this out. Also, Sir Bobby Charlton, the 5th member of England's 1966 team to have dementia diagnosed. Not good news there. And Lewis Hamilton said there's no guarantee that he'll race in Formula One next season as he closes in on his 7th World Championship title. Oh, thank goodness, Steve, it was a Rubik's Cube. I'm amazed at how fast people can do them. I'm very, very impressed. Front page of the Eye, extended lockdown warning. I'm doing double prayers on this one. I'm praying that it won't run beyond the 2nd of December. I'm also praying as well, and we should all pray, that the idiots don't go out there and take all the toilet rolls and everything else. There's no shortage of them. Ask any of the supermarkets or the big warehouses. There is no shortage. It just means that fast as it sort of turns up, people are there, stockpiling it. I mean, these people must be idiots. Nothing you can do, is there? Front page of the Mirror. Our Bobby has dementia. This is Tom Charlton on More Agony for the Family. Christmas hanging in the balance. Let's try and forget about that Christmas hanging in the balance. Let's be positive and go, listen, if we all follow the rules, we'll all be fine. Okay? That's what I'm thinking. But, panic buyers wiping the shelves clean of toilet rolls and everything. And people are buying stuff it's just ridiculous. It's only till December the 2nd. There is no shortage at the moment. I mean, put it this way, all the factories are still producing. So it's not like all of a sudden they're going to go, shortage of toilet paper. There isn't. Steve, Centre Parks have walk-through wall dryers, which you can use after you shower when you leave the pool area. See, that seems quite a good idea. Richard says, Steve, LMD Skip Hire Recycling Centre in Croydon will be open, and we recycle 95% of all waste. So there you go. And somebody says, I'm going to miss you on Wednesday. I'm on the 176 route, says Donna. Sorry, always makes... Someone see the name Donna, it just makes me laugh. I don't know why. There's nothing funny about it at all. Also, we've got lots of pictures of Sean Connery in his own words. He says, more than anything, I want to be an old man with a good face like Picasso or Hitchcock. He was 90 when he died. Listen, I don't know what quality of life you get at 90. I mean, according to Prince Philip, you still go out there and chat away and do things. But he's 90. And he's retired, but he's still moving. Mind you, the Queen is still moving as well. The Daily Star this morning, off their trolleys. These are people queuing at IKEA. I mean, this is just absolutely ridiculous. You do not need to queue for anything. There's no shortage. There's no shortage of anything. Although you actually look at the picture, all these people here, most of them are not wearing masks. They should be barred immediately. You know, it's people like that that are sort of killing it. And here they are. You know, loo roll bandits, strip shells and illegal raves were happening as well. Police had to sort of break one up, which had 700 people. I mean, are these people complete idiots? The answer is yes. Complete and utter idiots. England's 4-week lockdown could be extended beyond December the 2nd if infection rates don't significantly fall. I mean, are they likely to fall in this short space of time? I don't know. If now we just discover that Prince William had it back in April, very worrying. According to TV Countdown Susie Dent, the nickname Golden Balls, given to David Beckham, is hundreds of years old. Should be golden hair, shouldn't it, really, I suppose? But the famous moniker has always been credited to his missus, former Spice Girl Victoria, 190. And it's not. She didn't come up with it. It was used years and years and years ago. I love this police recruitment video. Ridiculed for its hot fuzz style, attracted a bumper number of applications. It shows explosions, armed raids and high-speed car chases, despite very low crime levels in Guernsey, where the new recruits were needed. The high-octane gun-toting ad was compared to the Simon Pegg film spoof, with one islander claiming to be dying from second-hand embarrassment. The police chief, Rari Hardy, on the sleepy Channel Island, even had to apologise and promised to stop showing it. But 40 people applied after August's ad, and the force has 10 new recruits. Guernsey has no murders, 1 robbery, and fewer than 2,500 total reported crimes last year. Officers used their tasers twice. It's obviously very safe. Because let's face it, if you go there and commit a crime, you've got to get off the island. And that's the problem. Dagenham roofers will still be trading in this difficult time. I don't know if you're allowed to. Are you allowed to? See, I don't know. But yes, of course you are, because they're doing construction, aren't they? And construction workers are okay. I think you're going to be fine. I think most of the high street's going to be open. My friends, as I say, got a dry cleaners. He'll be open. I don't think he thought yesterday or the day before he was going to be open, but they're allowed to be. They're an essential service. You know, they're allowed to open. Not clothes. Well, no, he's a dry cleaners. He's not selling clothes. He's just cleaning your clothes for you. It's so worried. Also, the BBC chief, Tim Davie, has apologised to Princess Diana's brother for fake bank statements used to secure an interview. This is an interesting one. The Director General wrote to Earl Spencer over mocked-up documents used to convince him to give Martin Bashir access to Diana for her Panorama appearance. But Mr Davie declined to open a fresh probe into the methods used to gain the explosive interview which kick-started Charles and Di's divorce. Earl Spencer claims he has records of 2 meetings with Mr Bashir in which the journalist produced fake statements to reveal an ex-employee was leaking information to the press and security services. The Earl was said to be so alarmed he agreed to introduce the journalist to Diana. The BBC has admitted Mr Bashir showed him fakes. Fakes. Absolutely outrageous. It's said suggesting that mocked-up documents were genuine was wrong then, and it's wrong now. The BBC of today is happy to apologise. Mr Bashir was said by the broadcaster to be unwell. Not surprised. Not surprised. So he was party to basically lies. Lies. It was just mocked up. I love this. The BBC of today is happy to apologise. Yeah, another cock-up at the BBC. God, how many more? How many more cock-ups do they have to apologise for? And a cheese butty is our favourite sandwich. Apparently, with prawn mayo least popular. Well, you can't have prawn mayo in a sandwich. It falls out. You know, that's just ridiculous. I mean, you could do prawn mayo in a pita bread. That'd be okay. But butty-loving Brits, well, I don't know, the sandwich section in the supermarkets has dropped off a bit, has ham and cheese and pickle, cheese and onion, and plate. Cheese and onion is ghastly. Really, I wouldn't touch that with a barge pole. Music to the ears of a footballing legend, Roy Keane, who once slammed the prawn sandwich brigade for going to football for posh butties instead of the game. White bread is the top bread choice, so it's brown and wholemeal. You know, way down the list, I'm afraid. People want white bread. And there's very little of that around. It's mainly, it's not white bread that's around, it's all the other ones, isn't it? You like multi-seeded. Why? Why do you have multi-seeded? Do you think this is the producer? In case you thought I've started talking to myself. Is it because you think it's healthier for you? Oh, because it's very lovely. What would you normally have as your filling? What would be in there? Peanut butter and Marmite. Well, you must have to make these yourself. You can't go into a supermarket and buy peanut butter and Marmite, can you? Oh, separately. Oh, you make it yourself. Oh, as I say, yeah, but you can't go into nobody does peanut butter in a supermarket. But they don't do peanut butter sandwiches in the ready sandwich section. No. It takes such a long time to explain everything. Really, I'm sorry, I sometimes walk away with a headache from this programme. And I mean, Marmite sandwiches you hardly ever find. And yet you can go into some of the coffee shops and they do what's that thing you have to put into their toaster? That's a cheese and Marmite. Panini. A panini. That's quite nice. Cheese and Marmite go very well together. Have I had Marmite and cucumber? No, I haven't. No, and have no intention of trying it. So you've had that, obviously. Yes, you like cucumber sandwiches. What? Just cucumber? Oh, peanut butter and cucumber. I have had cucumber sandwiches. I went to Barbara Cartland's house once for afternoon tea. You don't know who she is, do you? No, pointless. You can always tell. I get this blank look back from the other side. I go, I went to Barbara Cartland, and I suddenly realise I'm talking to a 12-year-old. There is no point in mentioning this. He's got no idea who Barbara Cartland is. She was a novelist some years ago. She was look her up. You see a picture of her. Barbara Cartland, always wearing pink with flouncy, lived in a place called Camfield House, and used to sell books. Not anymore, because all her books were the same. All the girls were virgins. And they didn't kiss until the end page. There's Barbara Cartland. Admittedly, she did used to look quite a fright at times. I thought she was great. I thought she was lovely. We went down there. She wasn't the brightest penny in the box. And at the end, we had afternoon tea. She had these Pekingese that she used to feed under the table. And so she said, "Oh, I'm going to give you some of my books, Stephen." And I said, "Lovely." She said, "Give me the name of your girlfriend and I'll write them to her." Can't you? So I said Sophie. And anyway, so she wrote Sophie in these books. I've still got them at home. Who Sophie is, God alone knows. But no, the house was lovely. But she did cucumber sandwiches. She didn't. The staff made cucumber, which is like cut, the bread, like doing afternoon tea in a hotel. They cut the crusts off and just do cucumber in these. It was quite nice. Yeah, we had champagne, yes, and an afternoon tea with proper tea leaves. We didn't have nothing as common as a tea bag. And then she gave us all a paperweight. And inside the paperweight was a leaf from a tree where I think Queen Anne shot her first stag or something like that. And they save the leaves every year and then they get them dipped in 24-karat gold. And I came away with like a bundle of things. Books all signed to Sophie, whoever Sophie is. And this paperweight. What a life. What a life. So also, the other one here, the cheese is clearly the overall winner. 4 types of cheese butty rating in the top 10. Lovely. See, I'm a cheese and pickle boy. Cheese and pickle, Branston. It's got to be I don't know if anybody else makes it, but I'm sure they must do. 6:30. If you're tempted to buy 1 or 2 of our Steve Allen Groovy Gang Prosecco glasses, and you can't find it on the LBC website, well then go to Google and type in Steve Allen Prosecco glasses. That takes you straight through. Then you click on one of the links and then you can see them and you can purchase them. And the more we sell, the more money we can raise for Global's Make Some Noise. Mark, my former producer, says, I remember escorting Barbara Cartland back to her car once after an interview. I looked at the back of her head and saw an elastic band keeping the wig on. Happy days. She was promoting some pills that supposedly made your skin look amazing. She told Pete Murray she didn't have a single wrinkle on her body. The look on his face was hilarious. Yes, Pete Murray, who's in his 90s now, I believe, and still, I believe, plays tennis. Elvis Presley fans, listen in here. They've got a gold watch. It's inscribed to his personal valet, Richard Davis. So it was worn by Elvis Presley, and then he obviously gifted it to somebody else. He was quite well known for giving away things. They think it's worth about £50,000 because it was worn by Elvis. What you would need is a photograph of Elvis with the watch on so that you could see it was that one, and it's worth about £50,000. That's a lot of money, isn't it, for a watch? But it was something from Elvis Presley. I always want, I know you can go and visit Graceland, but the only thing you can't do is go upstairs. You can only go, have you been to Graceland? No, your dad's been, yeah. It was sort of a pilgrimage. It's actually a very small house. It's not half as big as you think it is. They put the portico on the front to make it look a bit more impressive. He's got his own plane, which is over the road, parked in a parking lot, I think, which was called Taking Care of Business. That was the plane, because he died broke. He was absolutely brassically broke. And in fact, when he died, somebody from RCA Records said, good career move. because the moment somebody dies, all the recordings they ever made go through. Everybody wants to buy them. You know, all the box sets of Elvis came out and things like that. But he died upstairs in the bathroom, so they won't let you go upstairs in the house. So you can only do the downstairs. But amazingly generous. Absolutely amazingly generous. He would give things to people. But he had so many on the payroll. Lots of people. What have we got here? Here's... have you ever heard... Oh, I don't know what that is. It's some Mexican thing. I think it's called Lucha Libre. And I think it's some sort of wrestling. And I always thought wrestling was rubbish. I seriously did. I used to watch it on the television. And I remember thinking, this looks fixed. You know, people sort of, it'd always be somebody, boo, boo. People would shout and boo them and all the rest of it, which was interesting. John and Lisa's Weekend Kitchen has been commissioned for a new series, which is good news. That'll run for 10 weeks. And ITV's new show, Don't Rock the Boat, was hit by celebrity arguments and seasickness. Celebrity arguments? Surely not. They've got all sorts of people. There were 2 rival teams, including Fleur East, Jodie Kidd, Lucy Fallon and Denise Lewis, had to row 500 miles from Cornwall to Scotland, but they hit rocky waters and stormy waters along the way, and they all were sort of clashing, which is terrible. And apparently one of them, Adam, and his twin brother Scott, who recently hosted the George House celebrating Disney event, to reveal that they and their other brother Ryan have more TV projects under the way after the success of Manx in Mumbai, which I didn't get to see, which was a bit of a shame, really. MasterChef. Oh, not Greg Wallace again. I'm sorry, I can't go with Greg Wallace. It's that smile. It kind of just looks a little bit creepy. A little bit creepy as far as I'm concerned. Anton Deck are left covered in slime and shaken to their boots after they braved 3 terrifying Bush Tucker trials. They're in Wales. There's no Bush Tucker trials. They're trying to make out that it's going to be really... It's rubbish. Absolute rubbish. Coronation Street, according to Bev Callard, will last 100 years. I would have thought so. I wouldn't have any doubt on that one at all. And Piers Morgan and Jeremy Clarkson have cemented the end of their feud by going head-to-head on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. I was watching The Chase, which had Jonathan Ross on, and somebody called Jordan, but because I didn't know who it was and they'd already been eliminated, I had no idea who it was. And somebody called AJ, and I didn't know who AJ was either. When they put up the name Celebrity, would it not be advisable to make sure that we know who these people are? Because I don't know who these people are. I know Jonathan Ross, yeah. But at one time, I mean, he was a chat show host. You wouldn't be doing guest appearances unless you need the money. You know, you don't do guest appearances on things like that. But it was this AJ girl. She didn't know very much at all. But I kept thinking, is she in a girl band? You watch, somebody will tell me now, because you're much better than I am. Takeaway pints ban will KO pubs, although one particular pub chain has reduced the price of a pint to 99p. Callum's very interested in this one. Very interested. 99p a pint. So, it's very interesting. He'll probably do a pint and a half. And that'll be quite enough. Falls over completely. Yeah, 99p. The excuse being they want to get rid of stock. Doesn't it last very long in these pub houses? So that's going to be a lot of people, doing it. Restaurant and shop owners are not happy, as you can well imagine. Poor souls, just when they thought we might have been heading in the right direction, we're not. We're not. So the pubs and restaurants open takeaways, but they can only do takeaway. You can't go into a takeaway and order something. You can't. You'll have to... Takeaway of booze is banned. The good news is, for people who've got garden centres, they're open. They're open, which, thank God for that, especially coming up to Christmas. However, water and theme parks closed. Theatres closed. Cinemas, concert halls, museums, art galleries, casinos, bingo halls, arcades, zoos, safari parks, wildlife centres, botanical gardens. Why safari parks? You sit in your car and you drive round and the animals walk past the... Well, I mean, why is that one? No idea. That's a very odd one. Banned leisure centres, gyms, swimming pools, golf courses. Golf courses. I mean, it's quite a solitary thing, golf coursing, isn't it? Amateur / grassroots sports likely to be banned. And what I'm trying to think what's allowed. Oh, in the case of funerals, you can have up to 30 mourners of just close family and friends. Scattering of ashes or burials can only have a maximum of 15 people. So you can go to the ceremony and then 15 of you got to toddle off home. Weddings banned except in exceptional circumstances. Because I think a lot of the undertakers have said they need more staff. Because they think that, they don't want, people to sort of start stockpiling, do they? And they've already started talking about using ice rinks to store people. That doesn't sound very exciting, does it? I mean, it's not the best thing you want to hear at all. Also, an MP has set up his constituency office in a former strip club. Tory Anthony Higginbottom, there is actually somebody called Higginbottom, who won... I think it was Burnley from Labour at the last December's election, works from the old Taboo Lap Dance Club. The club, once branded seedy by the local council, shut in 2009. Obviously. The Bobby Charlton, Sir Bobby Charlton, you now know. He's been diagnosed with dementia. And what was the other one? Last of the Summer Wine star, Juliet Kaplan, left just under £1 million in her will. The actress who played Pearl Sibshaw for 25 years left most of her estate to her 3 children. Gifts to other family members included a crocodile tooth necklace. She appeared as the battle axe wife of Howard Sibshaw in 226 episodes of Last of the Summer Wine. How wonderful. And then to leave that at the end. How wonderful. What a nice thing. Donald Trump pays a bizarre tribute to Sir Sean Connery for helping to get a golf course built. It's amazing how many people are addicted by golf who now won't be allowed to play golf for a while. And here is the teen, Big Boob Vicky. That's what she gets called, Vicky Arog. As one of the biggest natural busts in Britain. She's only 5'4". It's always small people, isn't it? 5'4". She can't find a proper fitting bra or go to the gym because of her ever-growing boobs. So she's 341 breasts? It can't be 341, can it? That would just be ridiculous. But she says, I shouldn't really be making a GoFundMe page, but at this point I'd rather do it than crying myself to sleep. As many people know, I've been gifted with those, what some people may call wonderful size 34, is it 34L or 341 breasts, which look ridiculous, regardless of how they make me look. So she's looking for 5,000 quid. So far, she's got 160. I mean, because people do that nowadays, don't they? They sort of say, I'll have a GoFundMe page, and then somebody else can pay for it. Mel B's going back into court with Eddie Murphy. He pays, apparently, $21,000 a month plus additional health insurance and educational costs for their joint daughter called Angel. She's going back. She wants more money. But she has a job, doesn't she? But back in... her lawyer said her income had dramatically reduced. But he actually pays $21,000 a month. I mean, what do you mean her income's reduced? What, she's using it for herself. Honestly, people are obsessed with this money, aren't they? And the youngest son of serial killers, Fred and Rose West, has been found dead from a suspected drugs overdose. This is Barry West, who was 7 when he saw them beat his 16-year-old sister Heather to death. Later went into care with psychiatric problems and became a drug addict. Died at a hostel in Maidstone in Kent. A family source says he never found peace, never escaped the ghosts. And of all the younger children, Barry had the most difficult life. Very sad, very sad. When you see actors in real life, most of them are quite shy and retiring. The only people who aren't shy and retiring are these sort of people who've been on Love Island and things like that, because they have a very short shelf life. But Sir David Jason is very shy. In fact, he's so shy, he doesn't like going out because of the fans. He sometimes stays indoors or he goes out in disguise because people want to joke with him about his famous catchphrase like lovely jubbly. And of course, everybody wants that. Everybody wants that. Even though he's best known for Del Boy, he's shy and not a natural talker. He finds it difficult to cope with adoration. He said, whenever I have to go anywhere and walk down the street, I've got this sort of big coat that I put on and pull up the collar. And I've got a big cap that I pull right the way down. So all you can see is my 2 little eyeballs. Now we've got this COVID-19 and I have to wear a mask so I can go anywhere. And I really am Mr. Anonymous. He said, what really happens is I avoid going out to meals and shopping because I find it difficult to cope with people giving me compliments. It doesn't embarrass me. I like it, but it puts me on a spot. And so he doesn't go out very... You can imagine if you're sitting in a restaurant, you know, and you're having a quiet meal with the other half, and then all of a sudden, you know, you get bits of Larry... It's David Jason. All right, Dale? Lovely jubbly. You can imagine it must be an absolute nightmare with people repeating your catchphrase. You know, he's an actor on the television. He said he'd like to play a comical version of James Bond. But we've had that, haven't we? I think that was in Casino Royale. David Niven played James Bond in Casino Royale. And the music was done by, I think, Herb Alpert and the Tijuana Bra. Do-do-do. And that was it. So I don't know whether or not he'd be any good. We'd have to find out. But he says, I'd like to play a new character called John Adhesive, 003 and a half. That'd be much. He's 80. He's 80. But that must... You can imagine it if you're... I mean, he would be about the most famous person, wouldn't it? Who would be going out and had a catchphrase. I mean, I've actually got a catchphrase that, you know... Every year I have a catchphrase, and generally speaking, within about 3 or 4 weeks, everybody's picked up on it. The whole country. And the catchphrase for this year is, Merry Christmas. You watch, in about 3 or 4 weeks' time, they'll all be saying it. Everybody coming up to you, Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. And you think, I started that one. It's like, you know, Happy Birthday. You know, all of a sudden people pick up on the Happy Birthday. Happy New Year, very popular. Happy Hanukkah. You know, everything. You know, Happy Winnie the Pooh Day. All sorts of things. People like that kind of stuff. Boris to save families' Christmas. I blooming well hope so. Mind you, it's not Boris who can save the family Christmas. It's you who can save the family Christmas. Rowan Atkinson did that in the Johnny English films. I never saw that, actually. I never saw that. Mainly because I don't find Rowan Atkinson funny in those sort of things. As a person, he's actually quite serious. Everybody thinks that he's like Mr. Bean. He's not, actually. Kevin the Milkman says, using skating rinks as mortuaries, won't the skaters trip over the coffins? I know, he says, I'm barred. I'll let you get away with it today because it's Monday and I'm feeling in a particularly good mood. Which is very good. Talk about live shows closing. My grandson's been working at Circa Live Lounge in London. They've been having socially distant shows, but they've had to close. They have great acts. The week before last, they had the Green Witch from the show Wicked. He goes to music uni, BIMS, but was working there doing the sound and lighting, says Jan in Lincolnshire. Oh, listen, my heart bleeds for people who have sort of, you know, been made redundant. Apparently, AJ's a top athlete. Jordan's in diversity. Oh, I know, yeah, see, I mean, now you've told me who it is. I mean, because they'd already gone, I didn't know. It was so good, but Jonathan was beaten by the chaser by 1 second. But AJ didn't really know very much, actually. Really didn't know. But he did very well on his own. Yeah, Jonathan does. Steve, what about dentists? Were dentists open or closed? We think they might be... We're not sure. We think they might be open, some of them. We think. That's all I know. We think they might be. Wait a minute. Dentists in lockdown. Dentists were closed for regular appointments. The second national lockdown will come into force from Thursday, October the 5th until Wednesday, December the 2nd. Several businesses are closed, but dentists able to remain open. There you go. So they can remain open, which is good news for dentists. Although whether they want to do it, I don't know. To wait and find out. So thank you for that one. And somebody else says hairdressers closed. Yeah, from Thursday. So you've actually got a few days to get your hair cut, but you need to make appointments because they're getting very busy. AJ's on Don't Rock the Boat. Steve, Jordan is in diversity. I know who that is now. Did you see Jane Fonda on television? Apparently she's 83 and only looks 20. Yeah, she does, depending on who's actually photographing her. I saw her being one of the co-presenters on the Ellen DeGeneres show, and she looked her age. It's only because she's sort of photographed through almost like Hessian to make her look absolutely irresistible to people. They go, doesn't she look amazing? The trouble is, you can look amazing on the outside, but inside you look like, you know, you're crumbling, you're falling apart, which is not so good. 500,000 daily tests from today. That's what they're saying. And I don't believe it. There again. The Queen will not be seeing Archie at Christmas. She said to be saddened to learn, I think they're putting this stuff out. Who knows what she's thinking? They've got FaceTime. They've got all sorts of things so that she can see. As I say, the other day, Charles was complaining about, he's not going to see Archie. And I thought, why are you worrying about Archie? What about you're not seeing Harry or Meghan, the one that you had to walk down the aisle because she's got one of those dysfunctional families? So, all he's got to do is get on an aeroplane. Can't be that difficult. Can't be that difficult, can it? Well, I hope not. Another one here, says Patrick in Guildford. Could be your catchphrase. Could be, actually. Steve, I've just gone past the barbers in Tolworth and they're already queuing, says Dave the bouncer. Oh, you're going to see queues all over the place today. People queuing for everything. I've got a hairdressing appointment booked. I'm going to get my hair cut, which is good. John Terode says his children prefer wife Lisa Faulkner's cooking ahead of the return of their weekend kitchen. He's got 4 children. Good grief. Well, no, you've known it. And Selena Scott has slammed the late TV legend Frank Boff as a nightmare to work with. Oh, well, wouldn't you just see that coming? Wouldn't you just see that coming? She says he was sexist. She said she's 69. She said he was not the friendly uncle figure that he liked to project to the public. Well, nobody's like that, dear. I don't want to break it to you, but I shouldn't imagine you're a bundle of laughs most of the time. I remember being in a lift with Selena Scott at ITN, and we were both with the same agency. And I remember saying to her, because I thought, I saw her in the lift, why not? And I was doing Channel 5 at the time, and I said, we're with the same agent. And she said, who's that? Looking down at me. And I thought, so I told her, she said, I'm not with them anymore. And that was it. Then the lift doors opened and off she flounced. So I felt a bit disappointed, really. So nobody's exactly the same. Nobody's exactly the same. But, everybody's different. And some people make it work and some people didn't. Most people seem to like him. All right, we know he had little other things, but I'm sure you probably had them as well. That's it for today. Thank you for your time. Thank you for buying some glasses. Thank you very much indeed, my Prosecco glasses. Just go to Google Steve Allen Prosecco glasses. Take you straight there. On my free little bit extra podcast, Victoria Beckham's in a dilemma about who to invite from the royal family to Brooklyn's wedding. I doubt any will go, Vic. It's all a bit sad, don't worry. Kerry Katona seen wearing Halloween makeup. Quite an improvement. And we pay tribute to Sir Sean Connery, who died over the weekend at the age of 9. No shortages, but they've got a sign up, which, of course, some people would totally ignore, saying, be considerate to other people. There's no shortage of toilet paper. I don't ever remember reading on the front page of a paper, oh, by the way, toilet tissue's in short supply. There's warehouses with millions upon millions of packs of toilet paper in, but of course the stupids out there, the people who seriously are that thick they've got to queue up for something, are now queuing up for toys for Christmas, which is going to be a bit pointless, as you won't better spend Christmas with anybody because we'll all be in lockdown still. Although I think we won't. I think we'll actually have a reasonably normal Christmas. Whether you can go and spend it with sort of people, I've got no idea. Everybody's the expert, aren't they? I do love it, actually. Everybody's the expert. We had a real thicko the other day who said, Steve, they speak like that. Steve, is LBC testing you for coronavirus every time you walk in the building? And you think, are you really that stupid? And the answer is yes, they really are that stupid. Yes, we have a temperature machine downstairs. You can't walk in the building without going in front of the temperature machine. It's as simple as that. Not that it's got anything to do with you, but you know what some people are like. Oh, look, there's my llama crossing the road. People like that. They're sort of very, very strange and very peculiar. And generally speaking, no friends. So, in fact, makes no difference to lockdown to them because they were never due to have friends round for Christmas anyway because they haven't got any friends. Waitrose have apologised. Another branch. This is the Andover branch of Waitrose to an autistic boy. He went in there dressed up as he was dressing up Halloween and he put a wig on. He's autistic. It makes him feel comfortable in public. Some of the staff in there took the out of him. Waitrose have had to do an apology. Disgraceful behaviour from Waitrose staff in Andover. I hope people will be fired. I really do. There was a woman the other day, I was delighted, she got fired too. In America, you know that we have the Karens. Karens are these people, they're a bit sick in the head. 9 out of 10 times they're racist. They're white, middle class, nasty pieces of work. And this particular woman is having a go at 2 black women who are just going about their business. So in an effort to sort of disgrace them, she calls the police on them because they were going into a flat that she didn't want them to go near. And she says to the police, they've been trying to break into flats. which of course was a blatant lie. So she was hauled up in court. They're very quick to do that in America. When she comes out, she starts picking on all the news crews. She's quite clearly sick. There's something the matter with her. There was another woman who, I mean, why she was never hit by this bloke, I've got no idea. He's delivering pizza to a bloke in a flat. She won't let him in. You're not coming into my block of flats. There's another woman who's stopping a black woman from swimming in a Hilton hotel pool and said, "Who are you? What's your name?" She said, "I'm not telling you my name." Anyway, the woman got fired afterwards. That's what you've got to do nowadays. If people are that stupid, you've got to sort it out very, very quickly. What have we got? Filming of Britain's Got Talent. The Christmas special has resumed. You're still going to be getting Christmas special programmes. That's the only thing that they do on television. They film them now. November, they're filming Christmas. Nobody works over Christmas. The only people who'll be working over Christmas are all the radio people and some of the news people, because you can't pre-record the news. You have to have it live, because it's got to be up to date. I'm mortified that there's been a shooting in my favourite European city, which is Vienna, because I know it very, very well. Actually, strangely enough, the moment I saw that we had an imam on from one of the synagogues over there in Stettengasse, I thought, I used to mention Stettengasse all the time on the programme. It was really bizarre, because all of a sudden it was like coming back again, because you don't really get very much work. Rabbi. It was a rabbi. And thank you. Not an imam at all. I couldn't remember what he was, but I just remember Stettengasse, because I had to repeat it every day, because we used to do the church services coming up and blah, blah, blah. And then you look at it, and Vienna's lovely. I mean, but for God knows how long, the police have been walking around with machine guns for a long time. Ever since I started going there, the police were carrying machine guns. I remember getting off at the airport and seeing people standing there as you go into the terminal building, and they've got machine guns. I remember thinking, blimey, we don't even see that in this country. We do now. You see it a little bit more. Is it the end of Johnny Depp? Well, they're appealing. Boris says the virus battle will be won by the spring, which is good news. Selena Scott, go away. So bored with Selena Scott, honestly. There's a woman who's got to deal with her own ego, and she mentioned one of the columns today, because now she's pulling apart Frank Boff. Never said anything at the time, sat there obviously doing her best acting, and now she's accused him of being, this, that and the other, and saying all sorts of things to her. But as I say, he can't reply. He's dead. She can say whatever she likes, actually, and she generally does. What was the other thing that we may have had? Oh, the Great British Bake Off. The stress is built. They've started using bad language. Oh, the Great Britain. I do not expect to turn on the television and hear bad language. I couldn't care less whether it's Gordon Ramsay or whether it's a baking programme. Isn't it funny how it's food? Isn't it funny? It's either that or some of the old people from Towie or Chelsea. I mean, Chelsea. It's exactly the same filthy language as Towie, except they do it, okay, yeah, you effing so-and-so. Which sounds really lovely, doesn't it? Kate Garraway fighting back tears as her husband mouths the word pain, and somebody's nicked her car. I mean, as if things couldn't get any worse. Somebody nicks the car. It's, mind you, the producer had a bit of trouble with his car. I mean, to be honest with you, how it's kept going this amount of time, I've got no idea. But he gets onto a roundabout and the clutch fails. Pfft. Imagine having a clutch. How novel. Well, I think what he did was he got too close to the car in front. He sidelonged it or something like that, and it's sort of knocked the clutch out of sync. Well, I say clutch, in his car it's two wheels with a hamster, and obviously they got knocked out, so all of a sudden it can't. So he had to then join the RAC so he could get himself towed off. I mean, he could have pushed it with one finger, his car. Have you seen his car? I mean, seriously, how it classes as a car, God alone knows, but you could have pushed it with a finger. My car, you couldn't, because it's automatic. It's a bit bigger, and you'd need quite a few people. I'm confident, but I don't have a car that breaks down. It's too perfect for words. And the one thing I noticed the other day, here's something I never thought I'd be mentioning on the programme, because I read it in a newspaper, and they said, the one thing which you can spot nowadays where they wouldn't know if there was a coronavirus or not are workmen. People who are building or everything else, no masks, no social distancing. They're putting a Pure Gym in Twickenham. A Pure Gym. I mean, not that it'll be able to open anytime soon, because we're not opening gyms. Not one person working has worn a mask. Not one person has socially distanced. And I'm thinking, am I in another world? Am I on the world, where you have to wear a mask, but don't worry, these people are building, they don't wear masks. It's like police officers sitting in cars together. I've never seen anybody sitting there wearing a mask. Never seen anybody doing socially distancing. Nothing at all. I've seen people working in shops outside having a cigarette. In fact, I saw a group of 4. I'll tell you where the shop is later on. 4 people standing outside who work in this particular shop, all smoking, chatting away, nobody socially distancing, nobody wearing a mask. Well, just be careful. That's all I can say to them, because when you go down with it, you'll bloody well know about it. They were saying the other day, some poor bloke, he went to bed. He thought he had a bit of a cold coming on. That's how he thought it was. He gets into bed. He wakes up the next morning. He can't breathe. He cannot breathe. Oh, pop it on it. Look at him, honestly. Still got that hat on. Is that what they call a gilet? That's a gilet. I thought I've seen them, actually. They've got them in Marks and Spencer's. Is that you got it? Unbelievable. Why would you be shopping at Marks and Spencer's? Oh, I can't believe it. They do them in different colours, don't they? Gilet, so it keeps your top bits nice and warm. And charcoal coat. It's very nice. Not sure. You need something a bit thicker on your arms, Poppet. You're not blessed with... You get cold arms. Well, your body keeps... Do you know that you can buy those sort of... Arms are thinking, oh, yeah, muscle boy. Because you know that Corey's going to the gym. Thomas, did you know that? Well, when I say he's going... Well, he's Jim, who he used to work with some years ago. He's going... Sit down. He's going to the gym. He gets as far as the door and he goes, OK, I've been to the gym. And he goes back home again. Because he's going to go past the chip shop. You see, we are so happy here. We're so happy, aren't we? They're all working tomorrow. I don't have to work tomorrow. I get the day off, but they're all going to be here. You get to boss them around. Yeah. You get to boss Chris around. Chris who? My other old producer. Really? What, Bicycle Chris? Oh, no. He's probably listening to this programme now, actually. It's going to be a cracking programme. Should be, the amount of time people have spent on it. So it's Ian Dale and Sheila. And then at 5 a.m, Nick Ferrari. So it's... how long does he get to do then? Oh, we get 5 hours. I'll be on my second toasted bacon sandwich by that time. And I'm going to be watching a lot of computer stuff. Lots of computer stuff. I'll just tell people that and all the rest of it. Well, I love the gilet. I'm glad I know it's a gilet. I feel a bit better. They were selling one on the toast the other day which has got batteries in it, and it heats up. It heats up. And I thought, how brilliant. Because sometimes you get a little bit chilly. And also, if it gets wet, then it dries out a bit quicker. So it's very good, isn't it? I might go and get a gilet today. Because I'm having a cup of coffee with my boss, big boss, big boss, like whoa, way up there on Mount Olympus, and because I've not seen him for 8 months. 8 months I've not seen him. Hope to God he's not changed. Wouldn't it be awful if I walk past him? I don't know who he is, and he goes, "Hi, Steve." Again, don't talk to me. I don't talk to strangers. Yeah, he's grown a big bushy beard, and you go, "Ho ho ho," a green giant, and because I don't know, not going to be doing Christmas presents anytime soon, is he really? You think so? Yeah. I can't wait for Christmas. I was arguing with a friend of mine the other day, an ex-friend, and they were sort of saying, I think it's going to be extended throughout December. I said, I don't think it will be. But who are those sad people buying Christmas presents already? Like, there's going to be a shortage of Christmas presents. I don't think so. It's like, there's always a shortage of the same things. Toilet rolls and kitchen roll. What for? You don't need it. There's loads of it. Tons of it. All the supermarkets are up to their gunnels with it. There's no shortage of any of this stuff. It's only the sad people who go out there and do it and screw it up for the rest of people. Pardon? And shortage of on-time ad breaks on this programme. I mean, this is the worst programme, ladies and gentlemen, for doing... It's always... If it says the Steve Allen Early Breakfast Show, you can bet your bottom dollar he's never hit an ad break in his entire life. And the older he gets, the worse he gets. Sometimes he could be 2, 3, even 4 minutes out. But this morning, I'm going to break with tradition. 5 minutes out, we're going to be. 5 minutes out for doing the ad breaks. Always upsets me. They go, no, you have to do the ad breaks, Steve. And I know. I generally say at this moment, please buy all these products. But then I can't say that. So I won't, but I will give you a time. Look at this, honestly. And this is pretty good timekeeping. This is Imagine, so construction workers everywhere, nobody mask wearing, nobody socially distancing. We're in the middle of a pandemic. In the middle of a pandemic. It's hilarious. Seriously. And you hope, don't you, that it's all going to be finished by the 2nd of December. All those little snowflakes out there, the curtain twitch. Oh, I wonder what's going on over there. Dreadful. But I mean, you're supposed to be wearing a mask. If you work with people, you're supposed to be wearing a mask. I mean, we're socially distancing. We're not in the same studio. I don't know where Corey is this morning. I mean, it could be anywhere, actually. Birmingham, I suppose. But, which is a nice place to be. I think I'll be in Southport. I'll go to Southport. I've never been to Southport, but it sounds quite exciting, doesn't it? You want to be in the Cotswolds? We'd also like you to be in the Cotswolds. It's a nice place for you to go to. So, in fact, he was where were you going? When you were going to like Essex? Why do I not believe you? Why do I not believe you? So you're on a roundabout and your car breaks down. Has it ever broken down before? No. And have you booked it into the garage? Oh, it's already in the garage. God, I bet they're rubbing their hands with you, aren't they? Because they're allowed to do car maintenance, but they can't do car sales. For some, I don't know why. We went through this list over the weekend, actually, which was fantastic. And Fred in Highbury. Oh dear, what can we do about Fred in Highbury? Fred, all of us send commiserations. It can't be easy being by yourself. It can't be easy being lonely. But don't worry. You know, eventually. I mean, have you tried Neighbours? Probably not. Probably not. And still got the restraining order. I know that it might be sort of cleared out soon, but, you know, you must try and be a better person, Fred. I think it's unlikely it's going to happen anytime soon or in your lifetime, but at least you could make the effort, couldn't you? Greg says, how many days holiday do you actually take in a year? 1. I don't know. Never count them. You don't have to take holiday. I love this idea that some people go, oh, you have to take holiday. I don't have to take anything at all. There's no law that stipulates I'm supposed to take holiday. And because I don't do holiday, because every day is like a holiday, because we have to be here for Fred in Highbury. We have to, because otherwise Fred's got nobody. You know, and that's why it's, you know, he's getting to that time of his life now. He's fairly advanced in years. And what can I say, Fred? Never mind. I've had one day, I think I've had one day this year, which was my brother's birthday. Was it? Wedding. Yeah. Yes, I think I might have had one day. I don't really do it, though. That was last year, yeah. Was it? I can't tell you. I've got no idea. Honestly, there's 3 of us on this programme, but between us, we're still useless. We've got no idea at all what's going on. But that's the nice thing about this. Why would you want to go on holiday and leave the people that you love working with? Why would that be? Never. Back to Fred again. Poor old Fred, honestly. It's going to be another lonely Christmas for you this year, Fred, but it doesn't matter. I'm sure you managed to get through it. Steve, good you managed your haircut, says Monica, but hairdressers are not the only ones working flat out. Yesterday I came back home at 9 p.m, and I'm already back on the streets. I think people have to do it. She said, can you remind people that cabs are still as friendly as they always were? Monica's my favourite Jewish cabbie. I mean, I was lucky to get in. I managed to get my friend Thomas in for a haircut as well. And I think he's in for Wednesday at something like 20 to 6 in the evening. Because people, luckily this time round, it's only till the 2nd of December, and then we'll slip back into normal. The schools are still open. My friend John said, no, they'll be closing the schools. I said, no, they won't. No, they won't. They want people to go to school. It's as simple as that. Whether they wear masks or not is another matter. I'm not too sure how it works. But so the only person suffering at the moment, you know, by sort of the lockdown is Fred. Fred's the only poor old Fred. Honestly, I wish I could share Fred with all the people, you know, your sad circumstances. But listen, you'll pull through. That's what all the boys were telling me. Steve, I went to town yesterday. It was just like Christmas. Everybody had wrapping paper and presents and toilet roll. People are starting to panic buy. No, they're not. Probably in your neck of the woods they must be, not round our neck of the woods. Nobody's panic buying round our neck of the woods, mainly because they're a bit more sensible. You're obviously in a right chav place, aren't you? Oh, I'm sorry, we've got to panic buy toilet rolls. What for? Ask the supermarkets. I'm sorry, do you only have 3 rolls of toilet paper left? No, we have millions of rolls of toilet paper left. But, you know, stupid people think, oh, we better start stockpiling it, thus providing a fire hazard. But there you go. What can you do about it? 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. Shane says, it looks like I'll be listening to Sydney radio tomorrow. I've only listened to you this time of the afternoon for the last 5 years. Oh no, you must listen to LBC. It's going to be, seriously, you'll be getting it far quicker, the results, than any other medium. Seriously, well done. Well done. Another one, somebody else sort of asked you about holidays. So, but I just don't do holidays. I'm not a holiday sort of person. I've done holidays. I've been everywhere. There's nowhere that I need to go. The only place I've not been to, but they've only just opened it up again, is Machu Picchu. And they only did that during lockdown because they've been in lockdown in Machu Picchu for years. They only allow a certain amount of people to go up there because they don't want tourists ruining it. And that's the only place I've ever... There's 2 places I would like to go to. I'm trying to... Is it 2 places? Yes. I would like to go down to the Titanic. And I would love to go to Machu Picchu. Neither of which... I mean, everywhere else I've been to. I've lived in Egypt. I've lived in Germany. I've lived in Hong Kong. I've lived in Yorkshire. You know, I've been on holiday to most places that I could ever want to go to. I'm not interested in anything. And also, people go on holiday for the rest, don't they? Hello? I'm resting. Feet up. Hands behind my head on the programme. I've got my favourite team to work with. You know. This is my favourite place in the world. Would it be a radio studio? Probably would. You ask any radio presenters round here or any of my friends who work in radio, and they'll tell you they feel most comfortable sitting in a little room with a microphone, looking at some bloke the other side, or woman. Don't want to be sexist about it. There's women working in the business as well, and it's where else would you have this much fun and enjoy yourself? It's amazing. I think it's absolutely fantastic. And apparently I've just returned from Istanbul, says Sarah. There, you've got to wear a mask at all times, and everybody does. Yeah. Spain, the same. That's what they're doing. Here, idiots. There were 2 people waiting by a bus stop yesterday morning. She started smoking, totally illegal, in a bus stop, neither of them wearing masks, and got on a bus without wearing a mask. And you feel like saying, if I was the bus driver, I'd have driven straight past them. I'd have left them standing there. Jimmy in Fulham says, I bet Fred in Highbury panic buys loo rolls. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't think Fred's got much money. He hasn't really. He didn't... he was one of those people, I looked at his sort of life history, and he basically, you know, finished working years and years ago, and he hasn't got anything to look forward to, and he didn't have any money for a pension either. So... Oh, everybody's having tea now, are they? Honestly, look at that. You're drinking tea? You don't drink tea. Is he like an infusion of teas? He does that one. Which one is it? I just do the normal tea. The tea here is brilliant. Oh, he does normal tea, but he does it as an infusion. You don't put 4 bags. 4 bags of tea? Lord above, honestly, look at the state of him. Honestly, that's why his hair grows like that, isn't it? I think if you drink tea, it makes your hair grow. Except in Fred's case, where nothing grows, not even intelligence. And Steve, gilets, says Colin. I remember we used to call them body warmers. Yeah, it looked, actually, Thomas looked really good in it. It's the sort of thing, actually, I'm a sneaking feeling that Luke has got one. You've got a gilet, haven't you? Yeah. What, a gilet? That's called an anorak. A gilet with sleeves is an anorak. We used to call them body warmers because it just warmed your body. No, with sleeves it would be you know a puffer jacket or a coat. It's a gilet because it's only just the middle bit of your body. Well, you don't have to buy one then. Okay, if you don't like it, don't buy it. I'm sure that they'll be panicking over in the factory. You know, what are we going to do about that? Luke's not decided to buy anything. And my friend Jordan says, oh, you've got a cup of coffee. What if he hates you after 7 months? Nobody hates me, Jordan, as you know. It's almost impossible to live with, to be honest with you. We should have had this ages ago, this sort of catch-up. But then he had people have meetings. People have meetings all the time. So, as I say, he might not even recognise me. Because I've had a haircut, I've had a shave, you know, I look pretty good, actually. And James in North Wales says, my favourite Christmas show used to be Noel's Christmas Presents. It's still on. It's on Sky. They do it on Sky now. They don't do it on the BBC because he fell out with somebody at the BBC and they axed Noel's house party and they axed his Christmas presents. And I thought it was great. Working in Wales, says James. Can you say hi to my girlfriend, Karen? Oh, I don't know her. I'm not saying hi to somebody. And then people say, oh, by the way, is Steve Allen going out with your girlfriend? No. No, I don't want to be implicated in these kind of things. That'll be coming up sort of, in the court, same as Fred's case, I should imagine. Poor old Fred, honestly. It's your day, Fred, isn't it, really? I'll find somebody else now. Steve, the fun was back in my day, says Roger, when I was thin and had lots of hair. You think? Do you think that was the advantage of it? I tell you what we didn't think about when we were younger. You didn't think about putting on weight because it never came up at all. We didn't go out and have nobody, we didn't know, well, we didn't, we weren't allowed to play with fat children. And, because people went to eat chips. What are you doing? Trying to get a better jawline. Well, unless you lose about 3 stone, it's not going to happen, Luke, is it? I mean, goodness sake. But nobody put on weight. You didn't go home and go, I feel really full after that meal, Mum, of steak and kidney pie, chips and beans. Because we didn't have food all of our food was very, very good. But I never ever woke up one morning and thought, oh my God, I've put on weight. Never thought about that. Nowadays, you eat the wrong stuff and you think, oh, I've put on weight now. But, how difficult it is. Even when fasting, you can still put on weight. But, no, I mean, I'm not sort of worrying about that. What did I have yesterday? I was trying to think what I had. Oh, I know. Chicken Penang curry. Very nice. Thai. And then I added to it diced potato, new potatoes, which were delicious. And I also added some tender stem broccoli. And some red onions. Delicious. Delicious. Still not drinking. And we still have some Steve Allen Prosecco glasses, which I'll tell you about throughout the programme this morning, because I can't remember. Did we get a thing yesterday telling us how many we're up to now? Yesterday? Yeah, I know we did 3-6 yesterday, but that was, by the end of yesterday? No, we didn't find out. We will. We've got a poem of the day. We should have a little jingle, actually. Poem of the day. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Like they have on commercial local radio. Local radio. Yeah. Poem of the day. Do-do-do-do-do-do. I'll tell you, I'm so cheap for this programme. It's so brilliant. And 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And news time. Who's in argument? We're now having an argument on isn't it too early to do anything Christmassy? And the answer is no, it's not. The lights are on in Oxford Street. You'll find them on around Piccadilly Circus. Christmas festive lights. Same as last year, I noticed. And then they've got them in the Strand as well. They've got Christmas lights. You're right. It is December. I know it looks like it's November, but I promise you, it's December. And that means we can be all festive. Seriously, we can be... You don't have to have it as I'd like to put them up in February and leave them there all year. Why shouldn't we? Like people own Christmas shops and things like that. Oh, dear you are, Mr. Crouch. Well, of course I've been to hot countries and seen Christmas shops. They've got them in Spain. They've got them... Everybody goes there. It's the most popular show on the planet. And shop. And they all go there. They go there because they want a little bit of Christmas cheer. Mr. Misery, Luke. There's no, put a tree up, Steve. I don't know if I can do that. It was like a satsuma. Oh, no, I couldn't eat a satsuma. That's Christmas food. You can only eat turkey at Christmas. Well, you wouldn't be eating anyway, but you can have imitation turkey being a vegan. Kristen Oben says the Prosecco glasses... I've told you this 4 times. You're either deaf as a post or it's falling on deaf ears anyway. If you can't find it on the LBC website, which I appreciate some of you can't, go to Google, type in Steve Allen Prosecco glasses on Google, and it'll find you. It'll take you straight there. Okay? 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. I used to call a sleeveless jacket a jerkin, says Heather. Well, I mean, it could be, but they call them gilets. I don't know why they call them gilets. I've got no idea. Shane in Sydney says, any chance it can be your favourite Aussie from Sydney? I know, he says, I'm barred. What would you do if you were barred? You imagine being barred by a programme in another country. I think that's the ultimate sin, isn't it? Listening all the way, Steve... from upcountry in Kenya. Can you give a shout out to legendary local pilot Peter White, who apparently listens to you religiously, let us pray, every morning. I've seen these programmes on the pilots who fly around all over the country. Have you seen those, Luke? No, they wouldn't get you in one of those planes, would they? Because they're fairly tight in there. They'd have to sort of push a bit like Mr. Magoo getting onto a plane, wouldn't it? Yeah, you'd have to sort of take out 2 or 3 seats to get you in. You'd have to be cargo. Steve, you after a Christmas bonus saying how much you love your job? I don't need to worry about things like that. I'm past that stage. Many years ago, I passed that stage. You don't need to sort of worry about things like that. Believe you me. If only you knew. Steve, my favourite... Oh, somebody else also liking Noel's Christmas presents. I think it's fantastic. And another one... somebody else asking how many days holiday do you actually take in the year? I don't think it's ever been recorded. But I do know that in all the years... it's not been for at least 20 or 30 years that I've ever done holidays. I mean, I could if I wanted to. If I phoned up my boss tomorrow and said, listen, can I take, a week off or something? It's unheard of, I realise. But, and they'd say, yes, of course you can. Provided we can find somebody to cover the programme, because everybody's a bit stretched at the moment. As you can well imagine, there's all people doing all sorts of fantastic things at the moment. There should be a big signs on all the buses, Steve, saying, no mask, no entry. Any exemptions must provide proof. Well, because these supermarkets don't want to upset people, I'd be saying, no, I don't care. Make the customers go elsewhere. Make them go elsewhere. It's as simple as that. I don't want to walk around a supermarket. They can't all be people who are asthmatic, can they? And even so, you could still put something on. It's not difficult. It really isn't. But people are using it as an excuse. An excuse. I love the idea somebody thinks you get a Christmas bonus if you say you love your job. I've always loved my job. And I don't need to get a Christmas bonus. The bonus is working with the team that I have and how happy that makes me. Could be sick. Can you imagine being so happy about something? But you're right, actually. I mean, I'm all in favour of saying no mask, no entry. But the bus drivers don't change anything on that. They just let people on. Monica, my favourite Jewish cabbie, says, ask the Global's accountant. That's the only person who knows. Yes, well, I think it's a team of people, to be honest with you, a big team of people. Darren and Gina in Staines. You've got to be very careful, actually, about Staines and the River Thames, which rises up in Welsh Wales. Up in Welsh Wales. It looks like flooding could be imminent. They had a picture in one of the papers this morning of the flood waters, or the waters of the rivers rising. Not the kind of thing that you want, really, is it? 84850. John says renal function now 12%, still trying to work. Kidney failure, not all jelly and ice cream. Do you know, I've not had jelly and ice cream, John, since I was about 12. We used to have jelly at home and condensed milk. Evaporated milk, and that was pretty lovely. And I could always say, don't ask me why, green jelly with green gauges in. And my mother used to do an orange jelly. Very good for your fingernails, jelly, because of that's obviously not good for everybody because they can't eat it for religious reasons. But no, jelly very popular. And jelly and ice cream, especially when the ice cream used to melt really fast, and then you could sort of stir it all. What are you two looking at? You're printing off the poem, but you're smiling at the same time, which means it's one of those odd poems, isn't it? Is it something festive, which I requested? Something, to do with the festive season. You're colouring it in. Why it takes two of you to find a poem, I have no idea. Honestly, it really is. It's like they're like Tweedledee and Tweedledum. They're joined at the hip. Oh, look, I found a poem. Oh, look. He'll trip up over this word. Ha 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 ha. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And what else are we going to do? Oh, yes, so for the Prosecco glasses, go to Google, Steve Allen, Prosecco glasses, find it very, very quickly. Change pubs into libraries, says the TV chef Tom Kerridge. We like Tom Kerridge. He lost a ton of weight. And we found a new sheepdog. It's a corgi. Admittedly, it doesn't look like your normal kind of sheepdogs, because this one's a corgi. And I must warn Nigella Lawson now, because I know she'll be listening. She admits to hiding about 6,000 cookbooks, although the producer thought it was 15,000. We don't know why. 6,000 sounds nothing like 15,000. But anyway, she's got 6,000 extra cookbooks, and she's got so many of them in her 10 houses she lives in, and that she's put them in a greenhouse outside. Now, my warning is, get out there and put some mouse traps down. I'll tell you for why. My brother had exactly the same. He put some books in his garage. The mice got in. Well, I say got it. They don't need to actually open the door. They slip in underneath it. And they ate all the books because they use it for nesting. So she might put all her very valuable cookbooks out there, and the mice will go in there, and one mouse, two mice, can literally devastate hundreds of cookbooks. They literally chew the pages up. They can eat anything. Eat anything. So the advice is, even if you raise them up, they will get to them, I promise you. But if you've got that many in there, you'll be going back to a pile of what looks like sawdust. Ghastly. Absolutely ghastly. Another one. Somebody else talking about Christmas and who's working. I think I'm working Christmas Day. I think I should be here on Christmas Day, as per usual. It's kind of a ritual, really. We've always done that. Steve Allen always does Christmas Day. There's a very funny piece written by one of our favourite TV critics, talking about the programme, which is rowing. He said one of the most boring things to watch on the television, and the people on it are no better, or anything to do with Gemma Collins, who puts herself down as a diva. But really, she's just an overweight schoolchild who's never grown up, but is now heading to 40 very quickly. Very quickly. Apparently it's down and across to Welsh Wales, says Wendy. I couldn't care less. Apart from the usual turkey, duck, etc., the Aldi Christmas food catalogue is also selling whole cockerels. I like those five birds together. I was a bit disappointed when I discovered how they were done. I thought it really was, bird inside bird. It's really a bit... It's not very exciting at all. No, it's really not. Don't bother getting one. Or have you ordered one for Christmas? You haven't. You are a fibber. I can't see you having that. You'll just be having the nut roast, won't you? I'll deliver the walnuts next week for you, Luke. Don't worry, mate. You will get them in time. Where are you going now? What's my bird of choice? I like Showgirls. Mainly because I used to live in a flat in London when I first moved up with Showgirls. What? Turkey or goose? No, one was called Amanda. One was called Diane. The other one was called... Oh, here we go again. What do you want now? Oh, dear, you've decorated the poem. Oh, isn't that lovely? Oh. Is this it? Is there any more of it? Are there another 17 verses that we've... where is it?
Just read it out twice.
Read it twice. This is not exactly the longest poem, is it? Oh, it's all right. Okay. Hope you were recording these at home. You might have to play it back to yourself. I've never seen such a... It's not very long, put it that way. Oh, yeah, okay, if you find two. It's taken them long enough to find that one, actually. And is there a limit, Steve, of how many Prosecco glasses I can order? Oh, no, there's no limit. Definitely not. I told you the last time a friend of mine ordered 100 tote bags. 100 tote bags. And Monica says, Steve, there is also a beef gelatin, which a long time ago was judged by rabbis that is so far removed from the animal that it's actually kosher, so I'm fine. Personally, I use veggie version, and I'm sure there is no way it'll be pork. Veggies using pectins from fruits. Monica, you're always well-informed, favourite Jewish cabbie. I was waiting, actually, Monica, for somebody to write in and go, I'm sorry, are you allowed to call it your favourite Jewish cabbie? In which case I go, no, that's what she calls herself. I just reiterate. Listen, everybody's going to be something. I'm the... it's like Luke, thinks he's over 6 foot, but he's not quite there. So he always goes, oh, I'm over 6 foot, Steve. And we always go, no, you're not. I don't want to make a big deal about it because it upsets him. And if he goes home in tears, we all go home with a big smile on our face. Nothing like reducing the staff to tears. Oh, he was so horrible to me today. It was awful. It was such a nice time. And then he said I was short. But it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. If you want to look sexy, here you go, boys. Get bunny ears. Bunny ears apparently make you look sexy. I don't think so. You'd have to have those 2 front teeth, wouldn't you? You'd end up looking like the Beckhams. It would be hilarious, poor old Beckhams, honestly. Robbie Williams' album is delayed. There you go. Music lovers everywhere, rejoice. Thank you very much indeed. Also, happy birthday to Lulu. Yeah! You know, you make me wanna blow my candles out and blow my candles out and... I forget how old she is. I think she's 50. I was thinking she might be a little bit older as well. Mars may have had water more than 4 billion years ago. Riveting. What's the point of telling us that? We're not going there. We've not built a house. Wimpy haven't decided to start building anything on it, have you? But 4 billion years ago, it had water. What are we saying? It's dried up? I have no idea. Also, a moon of the planet Saturn may have the perfect condition to support life. Again, another piece of useless information which you don't need. Saturday television needs another Mr. Blobby. Certainly does, Barry Killerby. Get yourself out there, please. And a special edition of University Challenges coming up. Same old faces. It's so dreary, I can't even begin to tell you, as you will be finding out very, very shortly. Peter Crouch reveals his love of giraffes. And a mother... well, where's she gone to? A mother hides cocaine in her kids' Kinder eggs. Which is not very good, is it, really? And she gets a suspended sentence. I don't know what you have to do now to get sent to prison. There was one man who killed his son in the car. He was racing down a motorway. And he killed his son. The car crashed because he was stupid. And his wife pleaded in court for him not to be jailed. So they did. They did. I mean, he's already killed one child. I mean, really. Dreadful, dreadful. Also, Deja Q... You know, a few people who are going out stockpiling again. You don't need to. There's no shortage of anything at all. But you know what people are like now? They don't basically care about anybody else at all. Also, Lulu says Janet in Kingston is 72. Unbelievable. Is she still on QVC? She advertises Lulu's Time Bomb and stuff like that. I was going to ask the boys, actually, if they have any sort of creams in the bathroom and things like that, you know, which they... Oh, blimey, it was nearly a mutiny on that one. Do you not have any sort of cream that you put on? Face cream or something? You put any? Oh. Moisturiser. Okay. Is it a Butch moisturiser? Shaving cream. What's that for? For shaving? Oh, right. Oh, you obviously wet shave. Lovely. Obviously not today. And, because I actually dry shave. I can only dry shave. How do I do it? I plug the razor in, then in the morning I sit in front of the television with a cup of coffee and then just have a shave. Of course it doesn't hurt. Listen, you're actually the one shaving with a blade. I rest my case. Why would you want to shave with a blade? It's dangerous. Well, it doesn't make any difference, you don't look as though have you had a shave this morning? It takes a long time, I know. First you've got to find your face, and then you've got to work out, you put a grid system, which bit you're going to shave first. Must be a nightmare for you. Like playing battleships. B7, nothing. Oh, there must be, don't be so silly. All right, A3, nothing. Did you ever play battleships? Yeah, we did it all the time. There's an electronics version. I wanted to be rich enough to afford the electronics version, and I couldn't. Now I can buy it, I don't want to play it. But I do delight in going, you know, B17. Always very popular. Always very popular. The sweet smell of success. No, the tweet smell of success by James Blunt is a book now, bless his heart. We love him. And hundreds of birds will be culled at a farm in Kent. Had it said hundreds of birds will be culled in Essex, you might have understood it a bit more. But it's they've had an outbreak of avian flu. Plus, Johnny Depp. Is that I got that one wrong. Always. And the flood hell set to freeze over. Not very good indeed. Welsh Wales, they've got pictures of the waters of the rivers rising. I mean, down here, you can see it. Whenever they get a lot of rain up north, we see it down here in the south because we're on the Thames and it's tidal. The Thames is tidal, so you can see all of the waters rising. You think, oh, no. It's okay for us, because the water would have to rise quite a bit to get anywhere near me. In fact, it would have to rise a heck of a lot to get near me. But down the road from me in Walton-on-Thames, they've been flooded out more times than I've had hot dinners. 84850. Gary says, after the US election work, will Thomas and Corey be back to producing a show in their usual slot? No. It'll be Corey and possibly Luke, or when Luke can't manage it. It could be anybody, really, couldn't it? It could be Joe, little Joe, or it could be Little Callum, or it could be... who? It could be Jake. They laugh when they say that. I don't know why. He's very funny. And, it could be any one of a number of people, actually. Bryony could be. Could be all sorts of people. But no, it'll be back to Corey. We did a vote, and we're kind of stuck with him. Mainly because his parents have written in saying, just leave him alone, you know. He's welcome back for the hot tub anytime soon. Although whether he can get back there, we don't know. At the moment, it's looking a bit difficult. Steve, did you ever have blancmange in the shape of a rabbit with chopped green jelly around it? No, we didn't. No. Tony's in Inverness. No, I know what you mean, because the blancmange would be pink, so you'd have a pink rabbit, and then you chop up green jelly, and it made it look like it was sitting on grass. We had quite a lot of blancmange. My mother had all the moulds for it. And this whilst reading the Victor book for boys. Now, there's a bit of 1960s nostalgia. It's not what it was it? Nostalgia. And Shane says, I'm going home from the Riverwood Legion Club. I'm bored. Yeah, you see, it's so easy to get bored. It's much better to come home and listen to this. Much better. Really, I mean, seriously, makes it so much easier. And somebody says it would be one hell of a reunion if your old flatmates all got together. Oh, the stories they could tell about me. The stories they could tell about me. That'd be great. And Rob in Hatfield says, I'm 67 today, so I've got to take the opportunity to wish myself a happy birthday. And great bloke, lovely dad, lovely granddad, many happy returns, and I'm a fantastic husband. I just need to find the birthday cards and a gift. Oh, they're clapping next door. That's so sweet. They're clapping for you. They wanted to do it for Fred for his last birthday, but it made it look a bit sad because they didn't want to clap for Fred for his last birthday, so Fred didn't get anybody clapping, did they, Fred? Fred didn't get any cards either. He's desperately trying to respond to this, but unfortunately can't. Always makes us laugh. Always makes us laugh. Somebody else saying, how many Prosecco glasses can I order? Oh, as many as you want. As many as you want, which is very nice. Thank you. Just go to Google. If you can't find it on the LBC website, and you know why we're raising money through selling the glasses, because we want to help people out who've been affected by coronavirus. It's as simple as that. It's not complicated. It's people you don't know, people who've either been the victim of domestic abuse, people who've suffered job losses, they can't afford to feed the family, and that's where Make Some Noise comes in. So if you can help out in any way, shape or form by buying either one or two of our glasses or more, then we'd be very happy to take the money. Thank you very much indeed. Just go to Google, type in Steve Allen Prosecco glasses, and it takes you directly there. You could see what they look like, which has got the Groovy Gang Steve Allen show, which is very nice indeed. What are we going to do? We're going to take a short break for the news in a minute. Plus, Marcus Rashford joins forces with Burberry. Makes you think that if he hadn't come up with this idea of feeding children, Burberry wouldn't be remotely interested in him. But he's obviously seizing the opportunity with both hands. What was the other one that I quite liked? Oh, the woman who won 25,000 quid for a 50p bet. That's what you call very good value. And her husband was in hospital at the time, so even nicer. We'll bring you up to date with the terror attack in Vienna. I think they're still looking for 5 people. And Lorraine Chase, the lovely Lorraine Chase. Were you truly wafted here from paradise? Nah, mate, Luton Airport. And good she was too. She hurt her back 3rd of November, so I'm not here tomorrow. Darren's not here tomorrow either. We get the day off, which is very nice. We can leave it in the capable hands of Ian Dale and Sheila Fogarty and Nick Ferrari, who starts at 5. So just in case you turn on tomorrow morning, you go, wait a minute, 5 o'clock, what's Nick Ferrari doing starting at 5? He has a longer programme tomorrow. And Sheila and Ian have worked together before, so that'll be fine. And there's a cast of millions. Everybody putting together the programme. But we have 2 poems for you today. Mainly because I complained about the first one, which was a bit short. I mean, I don't mind sort of short poetry, but I mean, some of these are just ridiculous. And we have the jingle in time for the poem. Poem of the day. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Have to do your own jingles on this programme now. It really is good. I mean, I wanted the full orchestra, and they said, I'm sorry, Steve. I'm sorry, you cannot have the full orchestra, so you can do your own jingles. So that's what we can have every day for Poem of the Day. This one's called, it was written by Longfellow. Longfellow, you might know Henry Wadsworth. He was born in 1807 and died in 1882. He's very famous. Have you heard of Longfellow? You've never heard of him? Yeah, Longfellow. You've heard of him? Everybody said you've never heard of Longfellow, Luke? His first name is Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. Yes, Longfellow. Apparently this is hilarious next door. Yes, it's like, we're back with the apple bobbing. No, seriously, his name's... You've never heard of Henry Longfellow? Oh. I thought even I learnt that. And you doubled up in laughter at this one. I think this is the funniest thing he's ever heard. Yes. Married a woman called Sarah Jane Applebobbin. And now they're Mr. and Mrs. Longfellow Applebobbin. I just made that bit up, actually. I'm quite good at making things up, actually, like this programme. So here is the poem for the day. This took him ages to find. It's called... He was obviously having one of his lengthy days. So not so much Longfellow, really Shortfellow. Christmas Bells, it's called. I heard the bells on Christmas Day their old familiar carols play, and wild and sweet the words repeat of peace on earth, goodwill to men. That was it. No mention of women whatsoever. Obviously only the peace and goodwill extended to the men. And so we decided to get another one from Emily Dickinson, who was born in 1830 and died in 1886. So she didn't do too badly, actually. I mean, she had, she was 56. 50. Actually, 56 was sort of... to us, it seems very young. In those days, it wasn't bad. This one's called Before the Ice is in the Pools. Before the ice is in the pools, before the skaters go, or any check at nightfall is tarnished by the snow, before the fields have finished, before the Christmas tree, wonder upon wonder will arrive to me. Don't think the producer understood the last line. He didn't quite get the will arrive to me bit, but it doesn't matter, because you got one who didn't understand Longfellow and the other who didn't get the will arrive to me bit. But it doesn't matter. At least we've made an effort, haven't we? We're sort of getting there with the poetry. We might put all this in a book, actually, which is very good. Steve, did you know that Marmite make a crunchy peanut butter? I know. We know all about that. And the reason that we know all about it, actually, is because Corey was nearly sick when we had it. We had some sent in. And I like it, actually, because the combination of peanut butter and Marmite seemed to go quite well. In the same way that apparently Marmite and what are you doing? Cucumber go very well together, don't they? And apparently peanut butter and cucumber go well. In fact, cucumber, it goes well with everything. You can put it with anything. You can use it putting on your eyes for taking puffiness down if you've got puffy eyes. Go around the zoo. There's a lot of animals with puffy eyes. You sort of just put cucumber on their eyes, and all of a sudden they can't see. They start banging into walls and everything else. But no, it's very good for you. And also, you can put some in water. Just put some cubes of just me and Mr. Longfellow again, and you put the cubes of cucumber in, and then you shake it up a little bit, and it's a bit refreshing. And a cucumber face mask. You can have that. Mr. and Mrs. Applebobbin Longfellow were constantly using face masks. Very good for you, actually. Excuse me. I'm with you, Steve, says Nick Nolan in Adelaide, South Australia. He said, I started working in radio at LBC back in 74. And although I did take many holidays during my 46-year career in radio, I loved the job so much I never really needed or wanted one. You see, I didn't do that either. I just didn't want to do holidays. But I was always like that in the beginning. So Nick Nolan started at LBC in 1974. I started 79. And still here. Still here. Mark Mardell used to be with the LBC years and years ago, back in the Gough Square days, and he's been with the BBC now, but he's just leaving the BBC. And I don't know. Dennis says you're on form today. Great singing voice. Tra-la-la-la-la. Thank you. And he says, I've been very lucky and never gained weight. As a teenager, I was 9 stone, and now at 64, guess what? Still 9 stone. See, I mean, it's people's metabolism. Luke, 6 pound 3 ounces, and look at him now. A heffalump. I mean, absolutely enormous. You could put him in an Attenborough programme and there would be no stampeding on the Masai Mara. They'd go, don't worry, it's a Luke. And that's all they'd say. They say, Luke. There's Luke. and he would sort of wander in from behind an acacia tree and sort of wander down there because that's just the way it is. You know, it's nice. I bet he's never been to Africa. You'd be quite... Have you been? You went to South Africa? Oh, you've been to South Africa? Oh, right. Was that nice? You did Cape Town? Wow. Table Mountain? Wow. Robben Island, which was where Nelson Mandela was imprisoned. Isn't it funny? I've decided, actually, sometimes when you get a bit older, some things you remember vividly, other things you can't remember for love nor money. And it just has vanished from your mind. It's as if somebody has waved a little eraser over it and things disappear. And yet certain things, and people say, how do you remember that? And I say, I've got no idea. Like they asked earlier on, how did I actually get out to Vienna? And I had to think about how I actually got out there, or even why I went out there in the first place. But I was working there for about 9 years, on and off. I took on my holidays. So in fact, even on my holiday, I was still working. Which is odd, isn't it, really? Very odd. Steve, I gave my stepmother a creme de la mer gift set, as she's a lady with exquisite taste. She wasn't familiar with the brand, but her daughter was and kept showing her the products online. Wow. One was the hand cream. Oh, and it's terribly expensive, 1,630 quid. Creme de la mer. I think it's about £100 for a little pot of eye cream. Never worked for me, strangely enough, but I do use a moisturiser every day. Steve, my son decided to go to the barber's before lockdown. No appointment needed. Quick service takes 10 minutes to get there, says Connie. I know. Now you can't get an appointment for love nor money because everybody's trying to get in as quick as possible, Connie. And so I got mine yesterday. And I feel a lot better about it, actually. I really do. I don't know why. But, so there you go. What have we got? We got a picture of Nick Nolan we can put up. Just because I can't remember if Nick was here when I was here. He might have been, actually, but as I say, there's certain bits of my memory that have been erased by somebody. Nick Nolan. Oh, God, yes. Yes. Wow. He's younger. Yes. Ooh. Good Lord. Good Lord. Yes. He was born... March the another March baby. There's lots of us, aren't there? You're holding up well, aren't you? Holding up well. Presumably, this is the family as well. Good Lord above, honestly. Isn't it on? So he was here 74, but again, he didn't do the holiday thing, and I didn't do the holiday thing either. I don't know. I can't remember. It doesn't really help, actually, does it? When you delve back into your past. And but you will find him. I mean, now he's in Adelaide, and you'll probably find him actually on Wikipedia. There must be a wiki page. We like Wikipedia. I'm always a fan of things like that. Then you've got to find the right one, actually. So he was born 58. Actually, that would make him 62. So back up in Chiswick. Nick, no, is that the same? There you go. No, Australian broadcast journalist, commercial consultant. And it takes ages sometimes, the computers. You sort of click onto it. Oh, you've lost it again. Hopeless, honestly. Where's it gone to? It's just, oh, right. I don't know. But he's obviously very happy and looks very good. As long as it stays out of the sun, we are fine. But listening as well. That's nice, isn't it? Back here, it's odd when you sort of meet people after all these years who sort of go back to the Gough Square days. You know, because it's quite rare, actually, because we were the very first commercial radio station. Here we go. He started his career freelance producer for LBC News Talk, and then he moved to New Zealand. He's done all sorts of things, actually, and I love all the radio stations abroad. Mix 94.5 and 6KY. Of course, you get some laughs out of that nowadays, can't you? I should imagine. But he's married again, and I think they've got 2 children. Nick and Colleen Nolan had 2 children, Alexandra and Francesca. So there you go. It's amazing, isn't it? The stuff you glean on somebody just on the internet. How did we cope without the internet before? When you were looking for things in the newspapers, you had to go to a reference library. LBC had a reference library, and you could go through that and find out that. Now you just click onto something and just write it out very, very quickly, and up comes all the. So if you type in you know, Steve Allen LBC. There you go. There's God, all sorts of things. And yeah, absolutely. Yep. I mean, I don't think this has been changed for ages. I think because people used to change them, all sorts of things. Sometimes people sort of update things, and sometimes they don't update things. But you know, when you've been doing it for a long time, it's amazing, isn't it? Really. But there's so many fans of the programme, as we've demonstrated with the glasses. The glasses, I mean, are sort of proving to be one of our big hits. So the more that we sell, the more money goes to charity, which is good. Somebody says, poor Luke. I know, we say that as well. Poor Luke, we say. Poor Luke. We come off air and we go, poor Luke. Mind you, we used to say poor Fred up until today, didn't we? We say, oh, poor Fred. Poor Fred, never mind. Perhaps one day. You never know. Company, somebody says, I bought 2 glasses. I'll buy more later on. Oh, please do. Please do. Listen, it goes to such a good cause. It really does. Steve in Southampton. Go on. £25 for 2. It's very good value. And they've got the Groovy Gang on there and the Steve Allen show, and it's nice. And because it goes to such a good cause, we couldn't help more people if we tried. And every year we try and help more people. And this year, very, very applicable. Very, very applicable to the charity. So, well done you, because it was some of you that came up with the idea of doing glasses in the first place. You're going to be battered by 70-mile-an-hour gales. It was very windy the other day. You know, you walk down the street and you've got your hat on or whatever it is, and all of a sudden it flips off. Torrential rain as the tail end of Storm Zeta roars in. Heavy downpours will blast in today and tomorrow, and then the temperature drops. Thursday, 0. It's cold now. Not sure if it's too cold for a gilet. The weather outlook has warned there could even be lows of -3. It means bonfire night. You know, they were showing us that Lucy Worsley, who looks after historic royal palaces, which we talked about yesterday. She was showing that how they made fireworks in Tudor times. And the dangerous thing is when you pour the gunpowder into the tube and then you've got to bang it down so that it all compresses. And they were showing somebody how to make the stars that explode. And again, it's compressed gunpowder, which goes into a machine, and you hand machine, you go tut, 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 like that, and then you push out little bits, and they're about an inch, and they're the things that go, and all, shimmering all over the place. But in Tudor times, fireworks were quite a big thing. They'd never seen anything like it. So they recreated a Tudor firework display. It was fantastic. They say that bonfire night could be one of the chilliest on record. A frosty bonfire night on Thursday, which would be a big change after many mild ones in recent years. I don't mind that. I should have to get me thick coat. I better start buying some jumpers, hadn't I? That'll be the thing I'll have to go and get. Plus, here we go, people queuing. Heathrow. Long lines were seen snaking at Heathrow. Interesting, isn't it? People want to go away. My friend John, I was supposed to be going for a lunch in a restaurant, and you know that, I've lost it. Where's that gone to? Wait a minute. It'll come back in a moment. I shall find these things. I'm hopeless at finding things because sometimes they actually disappear. But my friend John Warrington, as you know, he says the lunch at Little Italy will not be allowed due to lockdown. But I popped in today and had a lovely lunch. Tony says hello. We love Tony. And Patsy and Trevor. Closing again on Thursday. This is just, seriously, I feel for people. He says the travel industry takes 1 step forward and 4 back. It's so upsetting telling someone who was looking forward to a holiday that they can't go, and Vienna breaks my heart. John Warrington, I've known for many, many years. He says, we've got to keep smiling and move forward. I'm looking forward to being able to plait my hair for Christmas after lockdown. Oh, I'm looking forward to going back. I want Little Italy to open back again, and Tony and everybody, all the people that we have our lunches with, and I want Joe Allen's to open up again. I want Corey to actually manage to find the door to the gym so that he can go inside as opposed to walking around outside with that bewildered look, going, I can't get in. That would be nice, wouldn't it? That'd be very nice. Heading the ball daily in football training should be banned over dementia fears, say campaigners. Wow. And the new series of I'm a Celebrity will start less than a fortnight despite lockdown. Who cares? I'm bored with it already. I'm very bored with it already. I wish I wasn't. Ollie Murs, good God, Ollie Murs, has revealed how he brushes up on lyrics to his own songs by listening to his greatest hits in the car. Oh, dear. Not sure about that. I don't think singers are supposed to listen back to themselves, or is it okay for singers, but it's not okay for sort of anybody else? Don't forget, just after 6, we'll go through the front pages of the papers, and we must. I've got to read you this thing actually, which is where the dickens is it? Was it the Mirror or was it the? Oh, it'll be the Sun. It'll be the Sun. One of the TV critics was talking and always. Well, in fact, I've got two actually. I've got two stories. One, which revolves around Twickenham. This is a grammar school pupil who put bomb-making manuals on a neo-Nazi site. Doesn't get any worse, does it really? Has been spared being locked up. God knows why. His name's Harry Vaughan. He got involved in right-wing extremism from the age of 14, despite enjoying every advantage. He's a cello-playing, straight-A pupil, boasted about school shootings and sharing explosives manuals and neo-Nazi propaganda. He comes from Twickenham. He also expressed homophobic views, but had downloaded indecent images of underage boys. Surprisingly, after all of this, he was given a 2-year suspended term at a Young Offenders Institute for terrorism offences. Mr Justice Sweeney told him, "You're a dangerous offender." So 2 years suspended. What message does that send out? Harry Vaughan's school must be hanging their heads going, oh, God. There's a picture of him. He looks reasonably normal, but quite clearly, obviously not. Obviously not, but he lives in Twickenham. They searched the house and found all of this stuff. So, Ali Ross on TV talking about, surprise, surprise, Gemma Collins. Wise words, he says, from the GC's long-suffering sister-in-law, Dawn, at the start of ITVB's Diva Forever and Ever, when she told the Essex I Saw, "You're not always going to be 39, Gemma." She's certainly not. Gemma turns 40 in January, and at the current rate of progress, 41 stone a month later. So will continue as long as the spoilt monster continues to surround herself with camp sycophants and the ever-indulgent crew from ITVB. She's not a diva at all. She's just a silly little nobody. Silly little nobody who can't find anybody to go out with, but surrounds herself with people who go, "Oh, the GC, you're all right, aren't you?" Unfortunately, she's not. Still, the first 3 episodes of the new series have certainly had some eye-catching moments. I, for one, would not have missed Gemma performing Summer Nights with Darren Day at rehearsals for her forthcoming off-Broadway show, nor the moment where she single-handedly pulled Greece out of recession by ordering the entire menu at a Crete restaurant. Highlight of the run so far, though, was probably the episode where Gemma Collins was airlifted into the Yorkshire Wildlife Park inside a helicopter rather than dangling underneath it like a tranquilised rhino, as I'd hoped. Poor old Gemma, the talentless one, diva. And so she poses for the thing, and that's it. The rest of it is just Gemma's nonsensical, silly little child's voice for an old bag of 40 who can't find anybody to go out with, and really just gets worse and worse and worse. It's just an embarrassment. Divas are people who've got talent, who sort of use that to their advantages. Not her. Really, it's embarrassing, isn't it? Really embarrassing. Steve says, "Ted, I feel sorry for the young. They've got no memories." Steve, do Luke and Corey work just for you? We've all got our own teams, and they work for me, and they help out a bit, I think, on Darren's show as well. But they are for me. They are for me. Although they don't write that on their Twitter feed. They just go, "We work at LBC as producers." They're obviously too embarrassed to say, "Oh, we work for the Steve Allen show," who looks after us. I don't follow you. No. Well, if I did, no, I don't follow you. No, I definitely don't follow you. I definitely don't follow you. Sorry? Well, because I know about things. I definitely don't follow you. Because I don't. No, don't like you. John says it's pouring with rain in Twickenham now. Hope you've got an umbrella with you. Well, not at this precise moment, obviously. I'm in the studio. Also, Christmas poem. Santa had a wry smile, standing on snow-filled tile, red bag of presents full from wood and metal and wool, placed at foot of the tree, Christmas coming to you and me. God, that's even worse than the one that I read. That's about the biggest pile of rubbish I've ever read. Oh, dear. Dreadful. Does each presenter have their own team? No, I mean, sometimes the producers move around. The presenters don't. Well, sometimes the presenters move around, but no, it's mainly there's sort of enough people in here, so we all get a couple of people. And I have sort of the same. Some programs have people that sort of just drive the program. Some people have people that produce the program. But mainly, it's people. No point in putting you with somebody you don't like, is there? I should imagine. I don't know. we don't actually call them teams. You know, they aren't interesting enough to be in a team. They're just people who they sort of work. They come in and do their work, and then they get this program. And then, and Luke, we can, when we sort of come up with somebody he's never heard of, then we can have a little laugh over that, so it's Longfellow and Sarah Applebobbin and Applebobbin Longfellow. There was actually a song by Neil Diamond called Longfellow's Serenade. There was actually a very famous poem written by Longfellow, wasn't there, Corey? You'll know that. Yeah. Which was? Which was the poem? Which? No, you didn't say it. You sort of turned your microphone off. That's why you were pretending to know it. But, no, Longfellow had a very famous poem. Come on, see if anybody knows it before the producer can manage to get the answer. No, not having much luck, are you, really? There'll be somebody who gets this in a minute. Before you, and you've got access to the computer. Most people are listening in bed or sort of driving at the haunted houses. I don't think so, no. Very sweet of you to make a contribution, but there's no point in asking Luke. I mean, you just don't know where we're beginning from. He thinks we're still talking about the Applebobbin and the woman that he met at the county fete. So while we're still hunting for that, and we could be here for some time, don't forget, Christmas around the corner. But they've already put the lights on, haven't they? I believe in Oxford Street, I think the lights are on, and they're up on quite a number of other places. And that's good. They're still putting them up around Piccadilly, so they're going to be closing certain areas off so that they can... Excelsior? No, I don't think so. No, you're getting there slowly. But it doesn't matter, seriously. Back to school for this lot, I tell you. Really, how embarrassing. Really. Anybody know before they do? Yes? Probably not, no. Doesn't matter. We can have the news, though, can't we? While we have the news, it gives you another sort of 2 minutes to try and find it. I won't find it. I'm fairly safe in the knowledge that my £1 million is here. I think you'll find... would it have been something like Hiawatha? Anyway, I've just mentioned that just in case. No, kindly, they've printed off Longfellow's The Song of Hiawatha. Unfortunately, it runs to about 57 pages, so we thought we'd actually let Hiawatha rest in peace. Do you remember the other Hiawatha song? So the poem, which was by the shores of Gitche Gumee or something. Do you remember that one? Am I facing the right way? What's the matter this morning, honestly? What was that called? It was by the lakes of Gitche Gumee. I can only remember that first bit for some strange reason. I can't remember why. Is that in here? Is it really? From the land of Ojibwe Ways, from the land of the Dakotas, from the feeds among the reeds and rushes, damp odours, hoof prints of the bison. Yeah, I can't find it. Who was this? Nawadaha. It doesn't, no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It doesn't start with on the shores of anything. It just says with the dew and damp of meadows, with the curling smoke of wigwams. What? I don't know why, honestly. See, no, I didn't get that. Should you ask me whence these stories? On the shore of Gitche Gumee, on the shining big sea water, stood Nokomis the old woman, pointing with her finger westward, o'er the water pointing westward to the purple clouds of sunset. It's not the same poem that I've got at all. It's a different poem. I've got from the land of the Dakotas, from the mountains, moors and fenlands, where the heron, the shoo gar, or something completely different. In fact, I think mine's a recipe. I don't think it's a poem at all. It says, how he prayed and how he fasted, how he lived and toiled and suffered, that the tribes of men may prosper, that he might advance his people. No mention of Lake Gitche Gumee at all in my one. I really haven't got it. Who have faith in God and nature? Well, certainly not these people. I've got a completely different thing. And it says here, of the here and the hereafter, stay and read this rude inscription, read this song of Hiawatha. Well, this is a fake. This is a fraudulent piece. Yeah, perhaps it's different. So, I mean, I think actually we'll find there is the Song of Hiawatha, 1855, 1856, 1857. There's all different versions of it, but it's on the. Obviously, I like the other one. You know, the Gitche Gumee. That's the one I remember from childhood. You know, on the shore of Gitche Gumee. That's chapter 9. Fiercely the red sun. It was a hell of a long story about Hiawatha, who, to be honest with you, I never even knew. He didn't appear on my television set back in the 60s. He it was who slew my father by his wicked wiles and cunning when he came from moon descended. I mean, seriously, you have to be on drugs to enjoy things like this, don't you? It's very confusing. So that there's lots of different Hiawatha poems. Good Lord. How we learn different things, don't we? There's always something. You'll go home today and somebody will say, by the lakes of Gitche. You go, well, it's just part 9. There's another 300 episodes of the blooming story by that time. In fact, you get the whole of Hiawatha's life. And I don't even care. I'm one of those sort of people. Nobody cares anymore. I don't care. But I just used to think that I knew Hiawatha. Wasn't he going out with Minnehaha? I'm sure he was. Hiawatha and Minnehaha. That's because she laughed a lot, apparently. That was how it worked. You know, I was sort of tree of running water. If I'd been sort of one of those sort of people. No, she was Minnehaha. I was right, wasn't I? Don't laugh at everything I say. It's not right. Yeah, Hiawatha and Minnehaha had said, so he became, well, she then became Mrs. Hiawatha. And he sort of became Mr. Minnehaha. I don't know why. But that's what it was, wasn't it? Everybody, in fact, even in this country, your name determined. So if you were called, you know, Luke Running Water, you know, it meant that. Yes, it doesn't beat Apple Bobbin Longfellow, but I bet that's where it was. Your name came from, you know, if you were sort of, you know, Chief Wolf, it's because you could run like a wolf or something. Minnehaha spent most of her time with her face buried in sort of in a blanket or something, like that. People who gets Minnehaha again. I think Hiawatha fancies her by the lakes of Gitche Gumee. Imagine calling a lake Gitche Gumee. Why can't it be just called, you know, Blue Waters? Make it sound so much more. I always fancied going in one of those canoes and paddling. And if ever I remember when I was at prep school, I did do a play about cowboys and Red Indians, and I became the chief of the Native American Indians because I just thought they were good. I liked them a lot, and there were so many different tribes. I think at one point I knew all the different tribes of the Native American Indians, from the Cheyenne to, you know, all the way through to the Cherokees and everything. And there were so many different tribes. And I just thought I'd like to have been around in those days. But unfortunately, I'm not. So here I am in the year 2020 as we head towards Bonfire Night. Take care if you've got animals. And here's a picture of the River Wharfe in Otley. You must know Otley. It's your neck of the woods, isn't it? Outley. Outley, yeah. There is also very near Ilkley. And we know all about Ilkley, don't we? On the Ilkley Moor Bartat. I'm trying to remember what Bartat was. Nothing like Minnehaha, was it? she was still going over by the lakes of Gitche Gumee. But Otley residents who live near the river were told by the government to sandbag their doors. Like we've all got sandbags lying around, haven't we? But up in Ilkley and Otley, they've got loads of sandbags. Yeah, they've had them from the last time, and there's a picture of the river. I mean, it's quite high, and it's flooding into people's gardens. You know, normally where people would be sitting, you won't. Local Amelia Bradbourne said she was shocked the river rose so fast. Well, of course it does. She says, who needs national lockdown? Well, it was her neighbour, Amelia Websdale, said you can just be marooned by a flood in your own house. Motorists got stuck in Wensley, which is in North Yorkshire, with Richmond Fire Station posting online, we rescued 9 people using boats. Please don't drive through floodwater, because it floods the engine and then you get stuck in the middle. So please don't do that. Not if you're up in Ilkley or Bartat or anywhere else, because they've got a lot of water. A lot of water, and they don't really want any more. But down here, we notice it within hours. If it floods up north and the amount of water rushing down, we notice it here. We notice it here. Oh dear. A new terror group posting a video boasting about carrying out the horrific Nice attacks and warning there are more to come. This is Al Mahdi, which is based in southern Tunisia, believed to have close links to Al-Qaeda. Says it organised last Thursday's triple killing in which a woman was beheaded. And there's a picture of the knife man, Brahim Ayusau, who's in hospital. Why? I can't imagine. But he is. He's the one... He's only 21. He's been radicalised at the age of 21. And so people are on special alert now, especially over in Vienna. There will be others. Undoubtedly, there will be others. You just have to be aware. There's also Joanna Lumley calling for Second World War bombs found in British waters to stay undetonated for the sake of whales and dolphins, because the shock effect of detonating these things could have a catastrophic effect on the wildlife, which is terrible. Apparently, did you know, talking of names, your surname's Gallic, says Una in County Down. It means handsome or beautiful. I never doubted it. Never doubted it at all. Somebody says, I think you're recalling a 50s pop song called Running Bear. Yeah. I think, yeah, do you remember Running Bear? And I think it was, yeah, if you found the words to Running Bear, I think you actually... I'm quite sure that Running Bear is on the banks of the river stood Running Bear, a young Indian brave. On the other side of the river stood his lovely Indian maid. Little White Dove was her name. Such a lovely sight to see. Running Bear loved Little White Dove with a big love as the sky. He couldn't swim the raging river because the river was too wide. And so he loved... Oh, it's quite sweet, isn't it? Running Bear. Not a very long song, but... Made famous and got into the charts at the same time, which is fantastic. Steve, I totally remember, says Anne in Richmond, your version of Hiawatha and Minnehaha. What memories? I know. Luke just thought it was hilarious. Seriously. I was just trying to be educational, just to make sure that everybody knows what's going on. Can you believe it? 48 hours to do your Christmas shopping in. So all these stupid people going out yesterday to buy Christmas presents. I mean, I just find it absolutely unbelievable. There's no shortage of anything at all. Absolutely no shortage, and yet still people go out. Many years ago, I received a Mr. Motivator DVD as a Christmas present from a distant cousin I'd fallen out with. Have you or the producers ever received any insulting Christmas presents? No. Well, I certainly haven't. And I don't think they have either, because they're a bit too old to get Christmas presents now. So they get sort of things that they need for the home, like sort of a kettle or a saucepan or something like that. They don't get silly presents, You don't get, they don't get the sort of usual... You get what? Socks. Yeah. Socks they buy for Luke, who's now got 7,640 pairs of socks, which he's saved over the years. But no, you don't get embarrassing Christmas presents. I don't think you do. I mean, but if you fall out with somebody, if I fell out with somebody, why would you want to buy them a Christmas present? But the last thing you'd be buying, isn't it? You'd be going, no, I've fallen out with you, I'm not buying you anything. Simple as that. There's also... parents want their child's first car to be safe, reliable, and a low tax rating. Well, you can't buy anything at the moment. Not for the next month. Next month from Thursday, and also a UK legal first. A transgender paedophile appeared in court under male and female names. This is thought to be a UK legal first. And I'll tell you about that one a little bit later on. We'll take a short break. Let's do the travel, shall we? Let's get the latest, because I know we like to get you into work as quickly as... Bartat, as in on Ilkley Moor, Bartat, it means without your hat. Just means without your hat. That's why, people get colds and things, which is why that's going to catch that death of cold. It's because on Ilkley Moor, Bartat, because it's quite windy up there. I have to thank just a few people, actually. Patricia Maslin, who says, during lockdown back in April, Steve, I took up this new hobby of decorating glass blocks. And so she sent one for the studio, which is lovely. She's got the Groovy Gang on it, and it's got lights and everything. She said the battery sits behind the light once in situ. It's left loose to allow the batteries to be changed easily. It's fabulous, Patricia. Really is fabulous. Thank you so much. I'm very, very grateful. Very, very grateful. 10 to 6 is the time. Ben Kentish, LBC's Westminster correspondent, has flown over to the States to cover the election for us. We thought we'd have a quick pick-up and hook up now. Ben, good morning.
Good morning, Steve. How are you?
Well, I'm fine, actually. I'm somewhat confused by the whole thing, but there again, I get confused very easily. The one thing, in all the polls between Biden and between Trump, it appears that Biden's in front, and yet you talk to people on the ground level and they go, oh, Trump's going to walk it. What's the feeling over there at the moment?
Undeniably, Joe Biden is ahead in the polls, not just nationally, but in all the swing states that matter. But what's going on here, Steve, is Democrats in particular are so scarred by what happened in 2016 when those polls proved to be wrong that nobody wants to make a concrete prediction here. And there have been a couple of polls just recently that suggested things were narrowing in states like Iowa and Pennsylvania that just could, if that trend was replicated, mean quite a good night for Donald Trump. So lots of uncertainty here, even though most of the evidence is pointing one way. As I say, because of 2016, people are stopping short of drawing any big conclusions from that. Although it is worth saying there's lots of talks about polls and how accurate they are. Even if the current polls were wrong by the same margin they were in 2016, Joe Biden would still win almost all the battleground states in this election. So Democrats are confident, but they are quietly confident because of what happened last time around.
Why are they all so old, all these people? I mean, couldn't they find a younger president?
Well, you've got two men in their mid-70s, but you've also got Kamala Harris, who is, of course, Joe Biden's running mate. She is quite a lot younger. But you're right, there were some candidates in the Democrat field who were a lot younger. People like Pete Buttigieg, for example, Amy Klobuchar, who are seen as the next generation. But I think what the Democrats opted for in the end was someone who, even amongst Democrat voters that we're talking to here, doesn't inspire a great sense of sort of excitement or jubilation or any of the things that Barack Obama did in 2008, but is seen as a contrast to the incumbent president in that he is a safe pair of hands, seen as a pretty decent guy, and that's what they went for. But you're right to pick up on it, because one of the things that Donald Trump has been using in his attacks on Joe Biden, and I must say it's almost 1 a.m. here and Donald Trump is still speaking at a rally in Michigan, is Joe Biden's age. He said in the last few minutes, in fact, President Trump, that Joe Biden will basically not be there because he is not up to the job. Now, his camp, of course, vehemently deny that, but it is something that the Trump campaign has made an issue of.
And because of coronavirus and because of the amount of people who've been affected over in America, I'm beginning to wonder whether or not the networks are scaling down their coverage of the election, or are they producing money from nowhere?
No, there's still pretty widespread coverage, but it has it's a strange feel here, Steve. I think you would expect excitement, you would expect anticipation, but actually it almost feels a little bit flat. And the reason for that, I think, is because not because the sort of networks aren't covering it, they are, but because there's such a sense of anxiety here, of trepidation, not just about how the election will go, but what will happen next. People we're speaking to really worried that we won't get a clear result, that there'll be all sorts of legal wranglings for days and weeks to come. And they're also worried about the prospect of violence. I was down by the White House earlier. Almost all the businesses there are boarded up. Fencing has gone up around the White House. Police leave has been cancelled. So there's a real sense of, as I say, fear, and I don't think fear is overstating it, here in Washington about what could be happening in this city this time tomorrow night.
And so just supposing we have a hypothetical situation and it goes to Biden, are we expecting Trump to just roll over and go, I've packed my little suitcases, see you all sometime soon?
I think the answer to that is fair to assume no. And there's been a lot of talk today in particular about just what Donald Trump might do tomorrow night, because there have been reports what his campaign are planning to do is to simply declare victory on the night if he is ahead in some of the states that are going to swing this election. And that would be before all the postal votes, which typically favour the Democrats, have been counted. It would be astonishing. And then you had the President, Donald Trump, last night threatening to bring in the lawyers as soon as night. As soon as tomorrow night. So no one is expecting him to go quietly. It's fueled this fear that we're not going to get a clear result for some time, that it will go to the courts, that he will do anything he can to cling on to power if he loses. And it's one reason that this election is firstly so interesting, but also so terrifying in some senses for many Americans.
It's interesting. I'm sure I remember reading something a short while ago that Trump said that if he loses, he's going to leave America. He's not coming here, I hope.
We might well do.
Oh,
he loves the UK. He might rock up and live on a golf course in Scotland. But no, I think what people expect him to do, Steve, is hang around, maybe launch some sort of cable network. But I don't think anyone expects, given what we've seen for the last 4 years, Donald Trump to go quietly into the sunset.
I mean, how long do they get between the end of the election and a result and him having to move out of the White House, or are there little bags sitting in the hall already?
No, January is the inauguration, so he's got a few months yet. But as I said, the real question is, when will we get a result? There's a date in December by which the result has to be clear constitutionally.
December?
Yes, but if you have all these legal wranglings going on, people here are just saying, what on earth is going to happen? There's so much uncertainty. But no, there will be either a re-inauguration of Donald Trump in January, or Joe Biden will become president in January. So either way, we are not going to see the back of Donald Trump, even if he loses, for a few months yet.
And do you think he's going to be, if he loses in this hypothetical situation, is he going to be a sore loser? I mean, I find it horrifying that you've said that there's businesses boarded up, almost as if they're anticipating riots.
That's exactly what they are anticipating, Steve. As I say, police are preparing for rioting, for disorder. Businesses are preparing for it. A gun store owner we spoke to said sales have gone through the roof. There's a real sense here that things could turn ugly. Now, some business owners say, look, hopefully this is just precautionary. But they saw in the summer, during the Black Lives Matter process, some of those businesses were damaged. And the fear is that whatever happens tomorrow night, the supporters of the loser, whether that's some of the less savoury groups that support Donald Trump, shall we say, or the anti-Trump protesters, will take to the streets, and there will be things that we shouldn't want to see in any Western democracy.
Do we know what the budget is that both men are playing with? How much money do they have to play with for their campaign? Do they ever declare that?
They do have to declare it. Astonishing amounts of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. Wow. It really puts the UK general election spending into, it makes it look like an absolute pittance. Joe Biden has raised more than any presidential candidate ever, I believe, and they are running, most of this money, Steve, goes on ads. It goes on very expensive primetime TV ads, and I've been sort of tuning into bits of US television through the day, and there are ad after ad after ad from those candidates, because the nature of elections here is so different. It's such big money that is spent that it is a big part of the process, really.
The funny thing for me is every time you see either Biden or you see Trump on the television, I think America must be the only country where you get old men in their middle 70s wearing baseball caps.
Yes,
I mean,
Donald Trump, every rally he's held today, and there's been many of them in that bright red Make America Great Again hat. But the one thing you will not see Donald Trump wearing too often, he will wear a baseball cap, but he won't wear a face mask. So he's held in these big rallies with very little social distancing. He's actually mocked some people there if they wear a face mask. Joe Biden, on the other hand, has been having very sparsely attended events because he wants to be shown to be serious on COVID. But yes, a distinct lack of baseball caps from Joe Biden, but not from Donald Trump.
Bless you. Ben, nice to talk to you. Thank you for that.
Thanks, Steve.
Take care. Ben Kentish, LBC's Westminster correspondent. So he's over there in Washington, D.C., and you'll be hearing a lot of him tomorrow morning on LBC when we've got full coverage of the American presidential elections with Ian Dale and Sheila Fogarty running all the way through the night until 5 in the morning when Nick Ferrari will start his programme. So, Ian's Early Breakfast on LBC. It's Tuesday, the 3rd of November. So tomorrow morning, all different. I'm not here. Darren's not here. But believe you me, I shall certainly be listening to LBC because it's going to give you just about everything that you've ever needed about the American election. Very interesting. I'm sure that Ben, I mean, he's up at the moment. It's 1 o'clock in the morning there, isn't it? He's having to watch all the different channels. But when he said, you know, the boarding up, and then he was talking about the hundreds of millions of dollars that is spent on these campaigns. I mean, it makes us over here look like paupers, doesn't it? But let's wait and see. We get lots of listeners from America, which is lovely. Minnesota, one of our favourites. But a lady called Mary Beth from Maryland says, in my world, it's never too early to wish one a Merry Christmas. And she sent me a little gift, which is very sweet. Thank you very much indeed, actually. The card's lovely. I love printed cards. I'm very, very into things like that. So thank you very much indeed. And also Nikki Johnston, who says, love the show, always up at 4. And she sent me one of her super strong Christmas candles, it's got diamonds on it and everything. They were showing a thing the other day. I only mention it, Nikki, because they had an Antiques Roadshow, and they were showing one of the regiments. Can't remember which one it was, Sussex Regiment or whatever else. Anyway, they had a piece of Fabergé, which was very nice, and I believe it was part of a pear tree. Only not exactly enormous, probably about a foot to 18 inches. And it was Fabergé, and it had been given to them to celebrate whatever fact it was. Anyway, they took it in there because it's part of the regiment and it's part of their makeup. And the valuer said, I would have no hesitation in telling you this is worth £1 million. And I went, £1 million. Everybody gasped around there. It was quite phenomenal. And then I flipped on, and they had a gun that was at one time owned by Buffalo Bill. Buffalo Bill, who brought his show to London many, many years ago, and it was a gun that was owned by him. They used to... it was all sorts of things. I wish I'd been around to see those shows. You can see them, but the quality of the film is not particularly brilliant. And so this guy took it into this posh porn place is it Vegas, where you take your stuff in and they offer you a pittance. This gun, they brought an expert in. They wanted it valued, and they said to the guy, they bring in the expert. This is the pawn shop, P-A-W-N, the pawn shop. And to be honest with you, there's such meanies in there. I went into it, I thought it was rubbish, absolute rubbish. It was just full of T-shirts from the people on there. But anyway. And they take it in, they bring in their expert because they wanted it verified, and he said, yes. He said, this is the best example I've ever seen of this gun. He said, you should snap it up immediately. He said, it's worth, he said to the bloke who was bringing it in to sell it, $25,000. And he said to the guys who were going to buy it, or hopefully going to buy it, he said, you should snap it up. You won't find another one like this again. And so they go, thank you very much indeed. And he goes out. The moment he's gone out the door, they say to the guy, how much do you want? I thought, well, he's just been told it's worth £25,000. So he said, 19,000. And the bloke behind the counter is a right old meanie, honestly. On a pair of old skinflints they are. They've got a mad father who lurks in the background. He went, no. He said, I was thinking more like 12. I thought, how tight are you? But they know if ever you go into one of these places, especially in America, they know that you need to sell it. You don't really want to walk out with the item. So he said, I was looking at 12, and he said, no, I'm not interested in 12. And so he said, well, what's your best? What's the least price that you would take? And so he said, 17? He said, no, I'm not interested in 17. And you think, it's worth 25. They've just told you it's worth £25,000. In the end, I lost interest. I had to turn it off. It was driving me mad. Absolutely crackers mad. Front pages of the papers this morning. You need to know. So here we go. Now, bearing in mind, most of the papers didn't get the shooting in Vienna. They did get the Johnny Depp story. He loses his libel case on behalf of the Sun, of course, because that's who it concerned. On behalf of domestic abuse survivors, we can now confirm that he is a wife beater, and a judge agreed. And he attacked Amber Heard 12 times, we were told, so he loses the libel case. They've appealed. So we wait and see what happens there. Also, a Wales boss in assault quiz. This is footballing legend Ryan Giggs. Why do I know about Ryan Giggs? Has Ryan Giggs got history or something? I was trying to find out, actually, but he's been arrested on suspicion of assaulting his girlfriend. Police were called amid reports of a disturbance. And, oh, that's right, he used to be with Man United. That's what he used to be. I couldn't remember. And there was a story about his ex-wife, wasn't it? Something was sort of going on. Honestly, I lose track with footballers nowadays. They've got a more turbulent life than just about anybody else. But here he is. So Man United Giggs was seen leaving a police station yesterday. The catalogue of vicious Depp attacks is on page 145. And so they've done about 3 or 4 pages on it. Also, what else have we got here? Wills was wise to hide the bug. This is Wills, who apparently it was his choice to keep his COVID diagnosis from the public. They say was the right one. That's what the Royal... Well, they're hardly going to criticise him. You know, he decided to keep it. But how many other people did he infect? I mean, when he was presumably isolating at home, was he staying well away from Catherine? We don't know that bit. They haven't told us that bit at all. 6 special Christmas stamps go on sale today, telling the nativity story in stained glass. I've just waved at Nick Ferrari going past me. He's just walked past and I just waved at him. And I was doing a double take, actually, because I sort of went, he's very smart today. He's very smart today. Very smart. Tomorrow he's got a very, very long, perhaps he's rehearsing for a long show. But he's just gone down. It's only 6:10. Are we going? Am I in the wrong studio? I don't know. Anyway, we've got Christmas stamps telling the nativity story. So there's loads of stamps coming out. Aren't there James Bond stamps coming out as well? I seem to remember. Somebody was saying James Bond stamps. And also the £200 million ship dubbed Boaty McBoatface was unable to leave its UK port because of a bit of a breeze. £200 million. This polar explorer, officially called RSS Sir David Attenborough, was built to withstand extreme conditions in Antarctica and the Arctic. I'd love to go there, wouldn't you? I'd love to float around on a boat this size. It's a 15,000-ton ship, 2 years behind schedule. Maybe that's not the best thing. Should have been renamed No Floaty McBoatface. Much easier. But the weather in Liverpool and Holyhead has not been suitable to start sea trials. But Cameron McIntosh did that. I told you some years ago. He decided to go on a completely different holiday, so he took Biggins and loads of his close friends, and they went floating around. No telephones, no nothing. The holiday to get away from it all, probably on a ship that size, I should imagine. Daily Mirror's front page, Gareth Southgate and Ben Stokes are backing the Mirror's We Will Remember campaign. And they've got pictures of all the poppies, and they're pledging their support in a call for a nationwide 2-minute doorstep silence. You must get your poppy. I always buy my poppies every year. Always. And I always buy the metal ones. I like to go and find out if they've got the metal ones. And I always give, because I'm in a position to be able to give, to make sure that their work continues. Because when Nick had, yesterday, had somebody from the D-Day landings, and he said, no, I wasn't the hero. He said the people who didn't come back were the heroes, which I thought was the most humbling thing I'd ever heard. Also, here's a picture of Mariah Carey, because she's telling fans to start playing her hit All I Want for Christmas Is You. They think it's earned about £1.5 million in royalties so far. All I want for Christmas is you. I think that's the song. I think I know the song. Daily Star today, Depp's career in tatters. Wife-beater faces ruin. And The Great Escape. Britain's fleeing abroad to beat the lockdown. So that's what they were doing. Fed up Brits. Must be a certain sort of person that can just afford to leave for a month. What do they do for a job? Most people I know can't afford to just sort of up sticks and disappear out the country. Heading off to Spain and play. Although they've got lockdown as well. You know, you don't mess around with these people. Take my word for it. The star who played Trigger in Only Fools and Horses, that's Roger Lloyd Pack, was so well known, a fan called out his catchphrase when spotting him in a raging blizzard. He was in Iceland. He was walking in the opposite direction, but was still recognised by the stranger. I don't think you could ever mistake him, could you? Because we told you yesterday that David Jason so hates people. He doesn't hate people, he's just very shy. And so when people, call him out, they, all right, lovely, jubbly, So he goes out in disguise, or failing that, he goes out at night so that nobody recognises him. He finds it deeply embarrassing. And restaurants is almost an impossibility for him to actually do. He can't go to restaurants because he could be caught in there. You know, amazing, isn't it? And, Ryan Giggs was having an affair with his brother's wife. I couldn't remember what it was. I just knew there was something a little bit confusing about the whole affair. Steve, our town council has promised to stop people using wasteland as a toilet. They're making it their number 1 and number 2 priorities. Is it too early to send you a card, says Brit. Never too early to send a card. Do you know, more people are sending cards this year than ever before. I think it's a sign that, you know, you might not be seeing people this year for Christmas, so send them a card, which could be the easy way to do it. Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 20 minutes past 6 is the time. Front page of The Guardian this morning. Hard hit Liverpool to embark on the first attempt at mass COVID testing. I keep going back to those YouTube videos, which had somebody going round. I think they were journalists, actually. And they were going round testing set. There was nobody there. There was nobody at the testing centres at all, which I thought was rather strange. But they now say there's going to be more people being tested. Also, the terrorist gun rampage has made the front of the Times this morning. I think that might be the only one, actually. Just having a quick look. It is actually the only one that's managed to get it. They say it leaves at least 2 dead. And several more were gravely injured in this apparent terrorist attack. In fact, they've been told it was a terrorist attack. There was one here. Several videos circulating on social media showed at least 4 gunmen firing assault rifle-like weapons indiscriminately as they advanced through the square. This is... I know Schwedenplatz very, very well. It was just up the road from me. I used to stay in Taubstummengasse, and Schwedenplatz was... so I used to go up there to go and get my hot dogs, which is on the Danube Canal. Mind you, everything's practically on the Danube Canal. And so one clip showed a gunman in a black hat and a white jacket shooting a bystander outside a shop window and then returning to shoot the victim a second time with a pistol. They will find these people, and there will be massive shootouts. It's as simple as that. They're investigating 6 crime scenes. There were unconfirmed reports that hostages have been taken elsewhere in the city, although at least one of these was dismissed by the authorities as a false alarm. And they couldn't give a precise number of how many people had actually died. So they'll be watching that story closely today, I should imagine, on the news desk. The voting delay will put America in danger, warns Trump. I mean, to be honest with you, it's the Americans that go absolutely gaga for this kind of thing, don't they? They sort of love doing it, and you never know who you're believing. Do you believe Joe Biden in Cleveland on the eve of the US election? That was the state won by Trump in 2016. They've said they will declare their result within hours of the polls closing. But because of postal voting, it might be a little bit more difficult. Why you're tired? I suppose because it's the weather. And also the temperature is going to plummet. By the time we get to Thursday, it's going to be considerably cold. Hollywood film studios were urged yesterday not to offer roles to Johnny Depp after a judge ruled that the actor was a wife-beater. One of Hollywood's biggest earners. He was found to have abused Amber Heard 12 times, both physically and sexually, during their relationship. So he lost his libel battle. However, they've now gone for an appeal on it. So, I mean, nobody was in court for this jurisdiction. That was just published online. So it's interesting. Lisa King of the domestic violence charity Refuge said, "What we have seen is that power, fame and financial resources can't be used to silence women." What was I watching the other day? That was something on the television. I was watching, it was an old Hollywood movie. And it was sort of cowboys in somewhere in America, I can't remember, well-known people. This particular person was a well-known who was the one who died a short while ago? Big acting dynasty. His son is married to Catherine Zeta-Jones. Kirk Douglas. And the way he was treating this woman in the camp, she'd come from Native American Indian site, and he forced her to kiss him and all. And I'm thinking, these things must have changed a little bit since then. The answer is yes. And the more I watched it, the more I became a bit uncomfortable, thinking, but I thought we didn't do things like that now. And yet, here we are, Hollywood urged to ditch Johnny Depp after the abuse ruling. But his team are going for an appeal. They're going for an appeal. So he's lost the libel case, but there's an appeal process. Also, COVID hope on the front of the Eye. The trials start this week. Prime Minister hails a powerful new weapon in our fight against COVID-19 as he tries to assure MPs that he does have an exit strategy. It's amazing how many people think that this is going to go on beyond Christmas. I don't think it will. I would like to think that we're all going to be quite good about it and not make it go on beyond Christmas. Front of the Telegraph today is a picture of why is it that some people wear baseball caps and they don't look right, and some people wear them and they do look right? Trump doesn't look right. It's just only old men of a certain age wearing a baseball cap can happen in America. Doesn't really happen over here that often. Also, a former sports minister and the next chairman of the Football Association yesterday called on the government to spare children's outdoor team games. Because if they're going to allow them, they might as well allow people to play golf. And at the moment, they can't actually let people play golf. You can play... I can't remember if you can play tennis. I cannot remember if you can play tennis nowadays, or if tennis is another one of these banned things. Interesting. And definitely not, Warren. There you go. So that now explains everything. Everybody's saying, what's he talking about? What's he talking about? Front page of the Daily Mail. This is the story. You're going to want to read this story as well today. This is Diana's brother. This is Earl Spencer. He expressed his outrage at the BBC's whitewash over faked bank statements said to have helped land an historic interview with her. He's exposed Martin Bashir, who secured this interview, of yellow journalism. I don't even know what yellow journalism is. Earl Spencer told the Director General Tim Davie that Bashir showed him falsified bank accounts purporting to show, entirely wrong, that 2 senior courtiers were being paid by the security services for information on his sister. Accusing the BBC of failing to accept the full gravity of the situation, he is now demanding the BBC formally open an inquiry. They lurch from one disaster to another, don't they? And they have a letter purported to be signed by Martin Bashir, and it's very interesting. He's written to Mr. Davie. This is Charles Spencer. And he says, I have to leave you in no doubt because I want to be absolutely clear, not to threaten. This is all going to come out now. The sheer dishonesty of what I've seen in the BBC 25 years ago, both in Martin Bashir and his colleagues' actions in securing the interview and the whitewash under Tony Hall's name demands it. So Tim Davies apologised to Earl Spencer. They're obviously accepting it. But he's asking for the BBC to open an inquiry. Because if so, this is absolutely scandalous. Bashir's outrageous slur to Spencer about the royal nanny's outdoor pursuits. This is about Tiggy Leg Burke. I mean, it goes on forever. Bashir claimed William wore a watch that recorded Diana. He said the Queen and Edward were terminally ill, led Diana to shame nanny Tiggy over lost baby. And according to the Earl Spencer, just some of the lies of the Panorama man to get the interview snared in a web of deceit. Wow. Charles Spencer has had 25 years to reflect on the enormity of Panorama. The question is, he wants justice for his sister's memory. Will he get it? Well, the BBC are absolutely shameful if this is true. Absolutely shameful. Absolutely dreadful. And Depp, here we go. He battered Amber 12 times. And there's been all sorts of people here. A sensation. 129-page ruling. Which is quite something, isn't it? So condemned to walk the plank in Hollywood, and people saying, will he ever work again, or will it all be over? We have no idea. Also, the 4 nations of the UK could adopt the same lockdown rules for Christmas to allow relatives to visit each other. A Cabinet Office spokesman said ministers had reaffirmed the need to respect and support each other's public health measures, but will work together on a joint approach to the Christmas period. Because, you know, if they don't open up the shops again, and most of them seem to be sort of okay. Hillary says, I think Catherine Zeta-Jones is married to Michael Douglas. Yes, I know that. I just couldn't remember what the name of his father was. And he was the one in the film who was abusing this woman. And yet, for some reason, it was sort of glossed over. Which one? Another one here, which says, I've never heard of Longfellow either, says Matthew. Well, don't worry, that's two of you now. That's two of you. And, Steve, I was in Twickenham, noticed the stores have upped their game. There's even 2 security in the door at Iceland. I saw no security anywhere at all. I walked straight into Waitrose. There's no panic buying. There's no nothing. The shelves are absolutely groaning with stuff. You can buy tins of just about anything you want. The fridge freezers are all full. They're all fruit and veg. Paul Cooper's full fruit and veg. There's no shortage of anything. No shortage of anything. And these ridiculous people going out there, you know, but it's wet. Well, we've seen rain before. Hello, you've seen rain. It's not, you know, what, is it raining outside? I haven't brought an umbrella, no. It's all right, I've got a coat and I've got a hat. And also, by the time I finish today, it'll probably will have stopped raining. You're going to get very wet, aren't you, out there? But there again, that's what you get for lying to Luke about the £20. No, he didn't. He didn't. But why would he? Why would he? Why would he? I mean, sorry, this is a private conversation. Just talk among yourselves for about 2 seconds. Why would he? No. Listen, I would always I would never do anything. I would never give somebody some money and then not tell them it was me. Hello? You're tax deductible. Of course, cross my heart and swear to die. There you go. Still don't believe me, do you? What's the point? Let me tell you the story. Luke, for his birthday, whenever it was. When was your birthday? April. Did I buy you anything? Did I? I gave you some money. Okay, fine. But I mean, and he now thinks that he got some money from a very kind listener who sent it in. He doesn't think it's a very kind listener. He thinks it's somebody else. And the other person has said, no, it's not me, it's a very kind listener. I mean, I can't see any reason, logically, why he'd fibbed you. Nobody fibs to you. Listen, we told you the other week you were attractive. Come on! You know, we don't fib to you. It's as simple as that. But, you know, cross my heart, you know, swear to what's it. No, it's somebody just being nice to you because people like you. You know, why would you want to deny something? There's no logical reason behind it, is there? Why would you want to do that? It's like if you give me a present, you're not then going to deny and say, actually, it didn't come from me at all, it came from somebody else. See? Think about it logically. But now, of course, I've set the seeds of doubt in your mind, Luke. Now you're not sure, is he telling the truth or is this a double bluff? Nice to have your company, nice. Steve, it's on and off with the rain. But it's pouring down when it's up. No umbrella will help, says Monica. She's in a freshly cleaned car now by a power hose from the skies. Yeah, it's the only time that your car looks decent, doesn't it? The only time the car looks decent, but apparently it's tipping down. They did say it was going to rain this morning. I did take an umbrella home yesterday and I thought, listen, it's only water. It's only water, you know. What's going to happen? You're going to get a little bit wet today. However, if you're setting off on your journey, then do please take an umbrella. Mind you, you might not possess. I'm always amazed at how many people don't possess umbrellas. Somebody says the panic buying is all fake news. No, it's not. Don't be so ridiculous. Why would it be fake news? Well, because people are going to Costco. You know, and it's, you know, and people are buying that. Listen, people go and buy toilet paper all the time. You know, 1 or 2. Sometimes they have a special offer on. So it's not fake news at all. There are people queuing to get into Costco, and of course the queue makes it. That's not fake news. That's very accurate news. It's just that they're sort of showing people queuing up for something. So people are bulk buying. They want to. I mean, to be honest with you, for a month, it's hardly worth it. Hardly worth it. There's no shortage of anything at all. And if anything, the supermarkets must be rubbing their hands. Really? Because they're sort of going, oh, look, we're goody. We're selling all this stuff, which normally would sit there for ages. Look at this, you know, people queuing here to go. And it's mainly Costco because they do the bigger packs of everything. So you can get packs of water and stuff. There's no shortage of any of this stuff. Not that I've noticed. Daily Express. Britain on course for historic US trade deal. Virus battle will be won by the spring, says Boris Johnson as we go into lockdown. He admits the shutdown will be painful and is truly sorry, but, you know, it has to be there to make sure we bring these numbers down. It's as simple as that. It's not complicated. Bake Off contestants go into a potty mouth meltdown as they make ice cream cakes of the year with temperatures in the 80s. Because all these things were filmed ages ago, weren't they? In the same way that they're sort of doing the Britain's Got Talent programme, and this is a Christmas special. Christmas special. So here's another picture of Costco with a load of people queuing. But I mean, in most Costcos, there's always a queue. You never just walk into a Costco. There's always some sort of queuing unless you get there about an hour in advance. And shop assistant Melody Tapp said, please be kind to us retail workers. Shops are busier than normal. I don't know why. I've really got no idea why. It seems absolutely... Perhaps these are people of limited intelligence. Perhaps they don't realise that when I say, or when everybody else says to them, there's no shortage of anything. No shortage of anything at all. You can go out there. So they've got pictures of Birmingham and Manchester and Newcastle, and people stockpiling. Birmingham, I mean, there is a queue outside, but there was last time. It didn't make any difference. Good news, as far as I'm concerned, is that garden centres are opening, which is very good. Very windy yesterday, says Matthew in Twickenham. Very windy everywhere. Very, very windy everywhere. I've never seen, so much wind all over the place. Trump fighting dirty. You'll hear all of this on LBC. He says the lawyers will dispute the postal votes. That's good. I knew that one was going to come up. And one of the columnists today talking about how Selina Scott must have detested Frank Boff. She knows full well that people will think it unseemly to paint a warts and all picture of the late broadcaster so soon after his death, and she simply doesn't care. Normally famed for her reticence and mystique, Scott has rushed into print to vent her spleen against the man universally imagined to be a benign, avuncular chap who simply went off the rails a bit when he snorted cocaine with prostitutes whilst clad in fishnet tights. Working with him on BBC Breakfast in '83, Scott found him to be misogynistic, sexually inappropriate, a saboteur of her performance and an all-round narcissistic and entitled rotter. Well, great to say something after somebody dies, Selina. Well done you. Well done you. Nothing was said at the time. Why didn't you just sort of walk off the programme? You're very vocal a little bit later in life, but nothing at the time. So he snorted cocaine. Good God, he can't have been the only person who'd ever discovered who snorted cocaine at the BBC. And admittedly, not many people wear fishnet tights. Not that I'm prepared to admit to at this time of the morning. Remembrance Sunday more poignant this year, so more people will be aware of what loss and separation mean. So it's a closed affair at the Cenotaph. People were asking me earlier on what's going to happen, and I'm telling you it's a closed affair. So they will be having the poppies at the Cenotaph. The royal family, senior politician and foreign dignitaries will all attend the ceremony, but scores of veterans and members of the public hoping to pay their respects to Britain's fallen heroes will not be able to do so. But it will not be diminished in any way. They will have exactly what we've had. It's just that won't be all the people. Do you know Dimbleby? David Dimbleby is 82. 80. Honestly, it's absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing that people seem to go for ever and a day. And it'll be as good as it always is. It will be an opportunity for people to remember the heroes. Also, the tweet smell of success. Because I always say, if you've got a little bit of money lying around at home, I've got some very nice Prosecco glasses, and the sale of which goes to a fantastic charity, Globals Make Some Noise. And it means that we can raise a lot of money for people who've been affected by the pandemic. So if you feel so inclined, and I've got either one or a set of two Prosecco glasses from the Groovy Gang and the Steve Allen Show, and the money raised goes to charity. We've raised over, I think, about £44,000 just from a couple of days. So if you would like to see them, they're a bit difficult to find on the LBC website at the moment, but the simplest way is to go to Google, www.google.co.uk, type in Steve Allen Prosecco glasses. In fact, we can do it now, actually. I'll just do it because some people don't actually get onto these things. So you will find it. So we go to Google, we type in Steve Allen Prosecco glasses, and then you just click on it, and it's the first thing there. Buy a Steve Allen Prosecco glass and help raise money for charity. So you get a picture of me, and then you get the video. You get the video as well. And it's the must-have Christmas item for a 4am spiker, a limited edition Cheers from the Groovy Gang Prosecco glass from LBC's Steve Allen. And then you click on the Visit the LBC charity shop to buy these fabulous glasses, and you get a picture. In fact, it's quite a clever picture. You get a picture of what one looks like, and then a picture of two. And you won't find these anywhere else. Seriously. And they're £15 for one, £25 for two, and you can get into the festive spirit. And this is to raise money for small charities up and down the country. And it's people who've suffered during the pandemic. So if we can help out, then we help out. And it's nice, actually. It's very nice. And so we make... it's a tribute from me to my loyal audience, which is you, and my team, who together make up the brilliant Groovy Gang, which is lovely. So, I mean, what's more, the glass doesn't have to just work for Prosecco. Perfect for any type of bubbles. We have tested it, and it does work. Look at it. I mean, even against my shirt, it looks fantastic. So please do that. Please. I say thank you on behalf of all of the people who will benefit from your generosity, but ending up with a lovely pair of glasses, or one, it doesn't matter. If you can only afford one, it's one glass, but we can do so much with the money. And the people who are being helped are people who are the victims of domestic abuse, people who can't really afford to feed their families, so we can help through charities that help them to actually make life a little bit better for them. And it's not a huge ask, but in turn, we offer you the glasses, as opposed to just asking for a donation, because I always feel, you know, that if you offer somebody something, then it's nice, because you end up with the Prosecco glasses, and we end up with the money which we can help people with. Angela in Yorkshire says, I bought a set of two. One for me, one for my mum. She loves Prosecco almost as much as you do. Well, it's not physically possible. And so cheers to Angela in Yorkshire. Thank you very much indeed. Steve went to a toy store at the weekend for my daughter's birthday. The queue is massive. I think people are sort of buying things. Perhaps they think that they're going to be running out of toys. They're not. They're really not. I don't quite understand why you'd want to do that. Sarah in Eltham says people are stockpiling food and loo paper. She says, I didn't understand it in the spring. I don't understand it now. You're not going to run out of chickpeas, are you? People go, I can't believe we can't get beans at the moment. You can get everything. The supermarkets, they've got signs in there to appeal to, obviously, the people who aren't quite aware of just how easy it is to get things. There's no shortage of anything. There are warehouses full of toilet paper. In fact, the toilet paper manufacturers can't produce enough of it. You know, there's no shortage of anything at all. Even if you all went out and bought toilet paper today, they've still got loads. Trevor says, could I have your shirt? Oh, many people have tried that one. Let me have the shirt off your back. Breakfast 10 to 7. Nigella Lawson, the domestic goddess, says that she insists on baking for her neighbours during lockdown. Well, she'd move in next to me. That'd be quite nice, wouldn't it? But it's very, very interesting, because they talk about news of Selina Scott's long-time ill feeling towards Frank Boff. Appearing just days after the broadcaster's death is just another notable addition to the history of morning TV feuds. It emerged only last year that normally perky presenter Lorraine Kelly had not been a fan of GMTV colleague and current Tory politician Esther McVeigh. Revelations, meanwhile, between one-time GMTV duo Eamon Holmes and Anthea Turner were also known to have been strained during their partnership, with Eamon nicknaming her Princess Tippy Toes. They've since made it up. But, well, he obviously has to, because he's getting on a bit in life now, isn't he? Although not as old as I thought he was. Yeah, Princess Tippy Toes, he called her. Hilarious. It's hilarious. Also in the papers, British mother. This is Nazanin Zaghari Ratcliffe has spoken of her relief not being sent back to prison. I mean, this case is just the most peculiar ever. She was told she'd be returned to Evin Jail in Tehran following the hearing, but it was adjourned before she could present her defence on the charge of spreading propaganda. So she's been allowed to go back to her parents' home in Tehran with no date for the next hearing. She's denied all the charges. I mean, she's been in there forever and a day. About 5 years, isn't it, or something? And then they think, we're good to keep. But anyway, they've said she can go back to her parents' home and sort of stay there at the moment. Plus, the pensioner rushed to hospital for a life-saving bit of heart surgery, came round to find his wife had scooped £25,000. I'm tempted to do the joke about she's calling in from another country. Winnie Smith placed this 50p bet hours before Pete, 70, suffered a heart attack in the middle of the night, coming round from surgery when he got a phone call from Winnie, who told him how their luck had improved. Kind of thing to send him back into rehab, I would have thought. OK, you've just come round after after heart surgery. Yes, I won £25,000. But things are hopefully getting back to normal. So she did this in her local betting shop. 25,000. I mean, to be honest with you, they get excited. Nearly a whole page in the newspapers on £25,000. It's not a lot, is it? I mean, in the scheme of things, it's not. Steve, I'm in Florida, says Wendy, and I'm very fed up with the ads for Trump and Biden. The ads have been running for months on the very frequent commercial breaks and are mainly both of the candidates slagging each other off, plus using scare tactics. Very little's been said of what their policies are if they win. I don't think they ever know, do they? The name-calling in the ads has to be heard to be believed, with Trump being the worst. Two old men behaving like nasty schoolboys. I'll be so glad when the election's over, regardless of who wins. Oh, it'll be all the name-calling, of course. Listen, this is literally... I mean, Trump's already said he doesn't believe the postal vote. I think it's a record number. Is it I think 100 million early votes. 100 million have been cast, representing about 40% of Americans eligible to vote. 100 million people have voted, and Trump's already disputing the thing by saying it's, I'll be sort of checking on these sort of... Well, obviously you would, wouldn't you? If he thinks he's in any doubt of losing, then he's going to be looking for excuses, and the excuse could be he doesn't trust all the postal votes. Jackie says, so we won't know the US election result until Wednesday then. No, I think you will learn beforehand. They'll just be doing the fine minutiae bits and pieces. So you'll have a rough... I mean, depending on what the gap is, what the margin is between the two candidates. And that's what it comes down to, doesn't it? So there will be headlines, so-and-so another 4 years, or so-and-so another few years coming in. What was this one? Dame Joan Collins has shared a touching tribute to her late sister. This is lovely Jackie. A photo of them as children during the Second World War. Joan is 87. Jackie, 4 years younger than her sister, were evacuated together to various places to escape the Blitz. I told you that I was due to have, on the day that she had to cancel the interview because she wasn't very well, Jackie coming in because we loved it. Twice. Just... I'll tell you, this is like deja vu. There's not a Nick Ferrari lookalike in the building like there is in America a Melania Trump. You know, where they go, is this really... All of a sudden, I keep seeing images of Nick Ferrari everywhere. It's like deja vu. Well, I don't know. It's like being in the fun fair. You know, they have these sort of moving animals that come across and they go off the end and they come all the way... It's like seeing a Nick Ferrari character coming all the way round and you go... and it goes round the corner and then comes back up again the other side. How many more Nick Ferraris are there in the building? I mean, is this to confuse people? Because it certainly worked with me today. He looks very smart, actually, today. Very, very smart. Sophia Loren, she's still making films. She's 86. There's got to be hope for all of us if she's made it to 86. She said, I always dreamed of a white wedding. Always dreamed. And Greg Wallace has revealed he has a secret guilty penchant for tinned food. He likes minced lamb, tinned peas and rhubarb out of a can. No. Oh, no, thank you very much indeed. Not rhubarb out of a can. Although, actually, who was it who I heard of some time ago? Somebody famous. And what they did was they bought all these tins in the supermarket but took all the labels off so they didn't know what it was in the tin. And then they'd shuffle them all around and then they'd go to the cupboard and take out a tin and then another tin and then they'd eat that. So sometimes they had prunes twice. They didn't go to the cupboard for a little while after that. But, yeah, it was very popular. How many... There's another Nick Ferrari coming around the... I don't know. I mean, I'm just expecting another Nick Ferrari to pop up any minute now and go, Steve. I don't know why. No queues at M&S in Sutton yesterday, Steve. Prosecco's gone down. It was £8 a bottle, reduced by £1. There was no queues in M&S in Twickenham. No queues in Waitrose. I just walked in. Nobody going, oh, you better queue. No, nothing like that, because we're a bit more sensible than some of these other people who are going... And it only seems that they're going to... Where were they going? IKEA and Costco, because you buy everything in bulk. So that's why. I mean, I just went in to Waitrose and I bought a pack of toilet tissue. There were tons of it. And they said, we've got loads of everything. Obviously, if the entire town turns out and buys it, they won't have loads of everything. But, you know, if people are normal and sensible, and please God, we would like to think that they are, there's loads of stuff for everybody. Really. Don't panic. Don't panic. Do the multimillionaires, says Roger in America, realise that if Biden wins, they won't remain that rich anymore as he's raising their taxes? Oh, it's always the rich that get done. It's like in London, it's not the rich that they go for, it's the motorist. And they're now spreading out the congestion charge, aren't they? It's going out a little bit further. They're trying to come up with all sorts of ways of relieving the poor motorist of their hard-earned income, which is not very good, is it? Not very good. So yesterday, I mean, I have to be honest, I am slightly kerfuddled by what it's like having a day off. When you wake up at the normal time, I mean, I did actually wake up at the normal time, which I knew I was going to do anyway. And I was sort of listening. In fact, the strange thing was I actually woke up before the coverage on LBC started, so I followed it all the way through. I think there was only a small period where I sort of nodded off. And I kept thinking to myself, I'll go out and do a little bit of shopping. There was nothing I needed. I wasn't shopping yesterday for things that I desperately needed. I needed to go to Costco to get some Christmas lights. I think they should have 2 queues in all the big supermarkets. I think it should be those people who want to buy toilet paper, they should be shoved over there in the rubbish section, and then the rest of us who just want to go and do normal shopping should be in this section here. And they should do the same in Costco, because I'm queuing with all the people who want to walk off with 300 rolls of toilet paper, and I'm not interested. I don't need any toilet paper. I didn't have to buy any yesterday at all, because I'd been in the day before and picked up a couple of small packs, not one of the big packs, couple of the small packs, because I've still got some from the last time we had lockdown. And this time, it's only a short period of time. It's only going to be 4 weeks. You've only got to survive it. You'd think people were stocking up for Armageddon. If you look at the pictures in some of the papers today, in Carlisle, in Birmingham, in Manchester, there's people queuing, and I'm thinking, I went out yesterday, I got myself ready, threw myself together, threw the old Michael Fabricant hair on, and baseball cap to cover it, just make me look a bit cheeky, and dark glasses, so I walked into walls and I couldn't see anything at all, and I was banging, because if you've got the mask on, the thing mists up in about 5 seconds. Seriously, I can't see anything. Don't let me drive, for God's sake, not with the mask on and dark glasses. And I had to go to drop my boxes off to be filled by the chemist, because the chemist was open. So 9:30... I'm at the chemist and handed in the boxes, fine, blah, 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 blah. That was all very good. And then I thought, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll have a look at Waitrose and see if there's a queue. No queue. Not one single person at 9:30 yesterday morning queuing for Waitrose. So I thought perhaps there's been a bit of a mistake. Obviously, something's gone on and I've missed out. So I again, took the glasses off, put on a pair of reading glasses so I could see what I'm looking at. And I walked through the doors, waiting to be pinned to the floor, What are you doing here? I'm shopping. Okay? Nobody's empty. Waitrose was empty. And so I walked in, I picked up some little bits and pieces, some fruit and stuff like that, which was okay. Then I thought, casually, I don't want to make it look as I'm running. I sort of picked up my feet a little bit to get round to the toilet paper section, because I needed kitchen roll, because I was running out of kitchen. What I should have done is bought a big load of it. You can get it in all the warehouses and stuff like that, but I prefer it's got a pattern on it. So I go there, and as I turn the corner, I'm expecting to see empty shelves in Waitrose. No. Fully stocked. 9:30 in the morning, not a soul on the aisle. I'm the only one there. I could have picked up as many toilet rolls as I wanted, but I decided, no, do not be greedy. There's other people whose need is greater than yours, Steve. So I picked up 2 rolls of, I think it's called Blizzard. And it's basically kitchen roll. It's kitchen, because I get through a lot of kitchen roll. I don't know, because I'm just messy. And so I bought it. Nobody pinned me to the ground, go, you've taken too much. Nobody said a word. I went to the checkout, and I bought some other little bits and pieces. Because if you remember, the day before, I'd had a bit of a row, mainly with an old woman who started... I'm standing there waiting by the moving conveyor belt with my stuff on there, and she starts putting her stuff on, and I went, excuse me, can you move back? You're crowding my space. And she looked at me like I was stupid. And I remember thinking, listen, I don't have any problem with anybody shopping, but don't get too close to me, OK? Thank you very much indeed. So anyway, so I buy the stuff yesterday, and emboldened with how successful I had been at being able to walk into Waitrose, I then walked into Marks and Spencer's. No hassle at all, nobody queuing, no nothing. Straight into Marks, picked up my stuff and out the door. You know why? Because we're all being sensible. So then, emboldened with now 2 supermarkets, I thought, I'll go to Costco. I thought, now what I can do is I'll drive to Costco. As it's on the A316 or whatever it's called, you can see people queuing, because our one is upstairs. You don't go downstairs to our Costco. The one at Sunbury is upstairs. And as I drove there, I could see some people queuing. How many? 3. So I thought, well, that's it. Pulled into the car park. Now, they have, if you're an executive member, of which many people are, it's 9:30 admission. If you're a non-executive member, it's 10 o'clock. okay, which is fine for me. I waited about 3 minutes, and in I went. And I didn't need any toilet paper or kitchen roll or anything like that. I bought a case of water, of which there was tons. There was also tons of toilet rolls, tons, I mean, so much of it. I could literally have, I couldn't have got 3/4 of it in my car. And so I didn't bother. I bought some other little bits and pieces, walked out of there, and I was in and out in 15 minutes. And there was everything. And yet I opened up the papers this morning and there's pictures of people queuing to actually buy toilet rolls and people queuing to buy Christmas presents. Who are these buffoons? What's the matter with them? No queue at Costco. No, 5 minutes. 5 minutes I was in. No trouble whatsoever. Obviously in certain parts of the country where it's predominantly chav, they obviously go there because they want to buy loads of it. Do you see the bloke who was buying all the pasta and everything else in a shop and tortilla chips? I mean, obviously the man's an idiot. I hope they find out who he is, because people like that need to be named and shamed. And loads of my friends in the business, I know people in the business of show, and they were saying exactly the same thing. Who are these idiots buying all this toilet paper? What's the matter with you? I mean, do you really want your house or flat to become a fire risk? Because that's what it is. I couldn't understand any of it at all. So we didn't have anything like that, because obviously we're very sensible down south, and it was all very nice. I bought the stuff I needed. I came back and popped it all away, and I was due to go out, and then I decided to go into Kingston. The only place yesterday I encountered a queue was in Marks and Spencer's. I nipped in to buy some, just call them undergarments, and so I go in there to buy them, and there's loads of people queuing. You know what it was? All those people who take stuff back. Oh, God, don't they drive you mad? Oh, yeah, sorry, can I take this back? Why? It doesn't fit. Well, don't you know what size you are? Oh, they're just idiots. Absolute idiots. And so we had to wait. There was one bloke. Oh, the woman. I wish I'd recorded it on my telephone, but I didn't. She was fairly advanced in years. Anything over the age of 40, I consider advanced in years. And she's got a bloke in front of her, and he's buying a load of stuff. Okay, he's buying like a lot of stuff. And so at one point and I'm thinking, how long is this going to take? There was only 3 people serving on a 6-service till. So we had three people serve, which was okay. I mean, I don't mind standing there watching everybody else. It gives me room to fill the programme with content. And so he's buying all this stuff, and then she comes from behind the counter and she says to one of the minions on the gents' floor upstairs of Marks and Spencer's, "Can you get some big bags?" But she said it in like a stage whisper, so I could hear it quite clearly. "Can you get some big bags?" He spent £400. And so Minion then goes off to get bags, because she didn't have big bags, because he spent £400 and he paid cash. I, of course, was raising the question, where'd you get that from, pal? Where'd you get that from, eh? 400. I didn't know they took cash in Marks and Spencer's. And he did. He counted it out in £50 notes, because I was counting with her. 51. It's like the other day. I'd been into Greggs in the morning last week, and I ordered, because I was having one of my diet days, a bacon baguette with extra bacon. Now, I don't know how many bits of bacon you get in a bacon baguette. And there's a nice lady who works in Greggs in Richmond. And the woman who was doing it obviously didn't know. And so she went to do it, and the other woman said, it's 4 pieces of bacon in a baguette, and then an extra piece of bacon, because it's extra piece of bacon. So in total, 5. So I get that woman yesterday. Not yesterday, day before. And so I said, bacon baguette, extra bacon, please. And I'm watching, because I know that she'd been caught out the day before for trying to cheat me by not giving me enough bacon. And now I know what it's supposed to be. So if you order the bacon baguette, it's 4 pieces, plus you get the extra piece. That's 5 pieces of bacon. So she and I'm counting. She puts the bacon in, and she does 4. And so when she comes back, she puts it in the bag and all the rest of it. So I go, because I'm polite, I go, how many pieces of bacon have you put in there? So she goes, 5. So I'm thinking, well, unless one hid under your finger and you put it in there, love, I think you're lying to me. So you don't want to cause a scene at the counter, but I'm ready for a scene. I'm ready for it. So I go to walk out, and I take my baguette out of the paper packaging, and I count it, and she's only given me 4 bits of bacon. She's ripped me off for a piece of bacon, which I've paid for. Well, I'm back there like an exorcist. Excuse me, love. I said, it's supposed to be 5 pieces of bacon, because you've told me, and yet you've only put 4 in here. Well, I don't think she was expecting this, because the next thing I get an extra 3 pieces of bacon. So I'm now up to 7. I'm quids in on this one. I've now opened my own bacon shop outside, selling the extra bacon. But I mean, honestly, how many times do you think she's ripped people off for that? You know, it's cheating you. And they shouldn't cheat you in play. I mean, for God's sake, they're not exactly rushed off their feet in Greggs. But now you know, I've told you. Bacon baguette, 4 pieces. That's 4 pieces of bacon, not 4 stingy little bits. You know, and you go back, you tell them your rights. I know what it's supposed to be. Steve Allen said so on the radio. And look, we've heard back from Tony, whose brand team, John Lewis, Oxford Street. You know, John Lewis? She's there. She's a 4am spiker. She sent you in something. I've been very good, Tony. I've given, what's your name? Luke. I've given Luke something as well. He was very excited. And she says, firstly, a personal thank you for keeping our spirits up throughout well, I'm here every day. I'm not messing around. I'm here every single day. She said, sending you and the team, please, a few things for Christmas to try. Unfortunately, here at Oxford Street, we will be closing the main store for a few weeks, but our food hall and click and collect remain open as usual, which is the same as it was before. So she says, take care, wishing you a good Christmas. Thank you, Tony, very much indeed. Toni. And so, because I'm a good boy, I'm going to, because I've already given Luke something. He's, I mean, you could see his waist expanding even as he was looking at it. What was it? I come over. Oh, that's right. I gave you a little. So look at that. It's a little. It's a little glass to hang on your Christmas tree, which is lovely, isn't it? Which was nice. Okay, and then for Corey, we've got. You'll like this. Chocolate Bucks Fizz candles. Irresistibly indulgent, filled with velvety Bucks Fizz Mandarin chocolate ganache. Oh. Edible. Oh, edible candles. And rich... No, it's chocolate. You can't set it on fire. I wish somebody had strapped you to a bloody rocket tonight. I tell you, we could lose you forever and a day. How brilliant. I tell you, if you think you're having a bonfire display and you haven't got a guy to go on top of the place, let me know. I've got somebody in the studio who'll do the job admirably. And he doesn't complain. He's grateful to dress up in better clothes than he's wearing. This other one, Corey, which is called Six Night Before Christmas, okay? Rich fruit and carrot mincemeat with cream sherry in carrot and caraway pastry with a sachet of smoky sugar to sprinkle on Heston's mince pies. Heston's own. Heston's own. So there you go. So that's what they're benefiting from today. And people poo-poo this job. Are you mad? Are you mad? We've never had so much fun. Although we might not be having fun later on. It depends how it goes in America. We're going to keep an eye on it. So if anything changes, this will be the joke of the century, won't it? Oh, by the way, and the coverage on LBC for the American election was given by Steve Allen. Sorry? Light-Ent Steve Allen did the American coverage. Yes, it was a toss-up between Biden, the one who can't remember who he is, and Trump, who's determined to cause trouble. So whatever happens, you know, they're all going, oh, I think I've won, and all the rest of it. Think, listen, it ain't over till the fat lady sings. So we'll have to wait and see. But you'll hear it first on LBC. Might be this morning. Might be tomorrow morning. Might be at 7. We don't know. We really don't know. So we're going to keep the options open. But whatever happens, you'll hear it this morning. But it is very nice to have your company. Because people are sort of saying, oh, you know, we sort of get sort of fed up during this thing. Listen, it's only 4 weeks you've got to do. I promise you, 4 weeks. You did 3.5 months before. 4 weeks. I'm going to make a bet with you that your Christmas will be okay this year. Okay? You also don't need to go out and stockpile toilet tissue. There is no shortage of toilet tissue. There are warehouses full of it. Have you read any stories in the papers? They're running out of paper. That's like saying we're running out of water. We're not running out of water. We're not running out of paper. We're not running out of Christmas presents. You know, for goodness sake, rein your neck in, and then we'll all be fine. But if people insist on going out without their masks on, and some people, you know, if they can work from home, they will. Plus, they've given you a list of people who are on dialysis, people who are under all sorts of medications, who are advised to stay at home. I'm coming in. I'm coming in because it's easier for me to come in because I can't actually do what I do from home. So that's why you've got me every single morning and a load of other people as well, which is good news, which is all good news. So in between that and the possible American election results, And Tony, because actually Tony probably knows already, she probably knew before I did, but they're having redundancies at John Lewis, and I think at Marks and Spencer's, who just posted record losses. I think it was something like £86 million. A lot. First time ever that they posted a loss. So that's not good. Mind you, as I say, they could have put some more people on the tills, and whether they employ more people for Christmas, I don't know. But as I said before, over at John Lewis, the food hall is open, which is very good indeed, and Click and Return will remain open. So a Merry Christmas to all the brand team at John Lewis in Oxford. They're all saying that the victory is in sight. Trump's saying it, clap, 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 clap. Trump was, clap, 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 clap. And all the people there. And I mean, if you're a Trump supporter, brilliant. Brilliant. But to be honest with you, not for us. Also, Biden could make trouble for Boris. They've never met. Plus. Oh, it was Sainsbury's. It was the other place that was announcing redundancies. Susanna Constantine says she's been an alcoholic for 7 years. They say, well, she says she's in recovery. But as you all know, once an alcoholic, always an alcoholic. You are just an alcoholic. It's people who rely very much on the booze. So you might be one of those people that enjoys going down the pub and drinking, 10 pints in an evening or something like that. That doesn't necessarily make you an alcoholic. It just means that you like an awful lot of booze. Whereas, in fact, if you wake up in the morning and before breakfast you need some booze, that would probably make it an issue for you. It's as simple as that. It's when it becomes... I used to have a producer who was an alcoholic, I've told you before, and he was also quite a number of other people's producers, including Clive Bull. Ask Clive Bull, he will tell you, because I had to phone Clive up and say, I've never worked with an alcoholic before. I'm finding it physically impossible. It's making me ill, because he was off his face most of the time. In fact, I don't think he ever sobered up in all the years I knew him. He was drunk at work. Yes. In fact, he would come into work. He could function being drunk, but then he would go to the pub after about an hour and a half, and he would then drink throughout the daytime. He would go out for dinner, but he wouldn't eat anything. I remember speaking to people about him, and they said he just moves the food around his plate because the drink becomes the food. So that was the problem. So I'd sort of say to him, oh, what are we doing on the programme at the weekend? He'd go, flexi format. And basically that meant he hadn't booked anything. And it was just a case of he actually used to meet people in the pub and invite them in for interview. I mean, seriously, it became really quite... and I remember talking to Clive about it, and he said, you just have to put up with it. He said, you'd have to learn to live with it. In the end, I used to go for a drink with him on the evening programme, which was a lot easier, whereas he'd be on his about 11th pint of the day. I'd be on a small Southern Comfort and Coca-Cola, which is a little bit of a girly drink, I realise, but I mean, it seemed to say... And it also made him feel a bit better. And then he started bringing me in bottles of Southern Comfort. I grew to hate Southern Comfort, I have to tell you. It became awful. But, so when Susanna Constantine said she's recovering alcoholic, she's always going to be an alcoholic. She'll have one drink, that puts you back on it again. That's it. It's like, George Best, the footballer. Landlords were still serving him booze, whereas in fact they shouldn't have done. And he then got very, very ill, and in fact his skin colour changed. He became yellow. He became ill because every time he'd go into a pub, people would go, oh, George, have a drink and all the rest of it. Whereas in fact, really, he shouldn't have gone anywhere near pubs. So they gave him... If you remember, we had... who was it? It was a driver who phoned us up, I remember, years and years ago. And George had got in the car and wanted to be driven to the local supermarket. So the driver wasn't over keen about this idea, but he took him to the supermarket. When he goes to the checkout, the girl on the checkout refused to serve him, which I thought was really good, because he was an alcoholic, and he was a bad alcoholic, and so she refused to serve him. So he had to leave without any alcohol. But everybody wanted to buy him a drink. The amount of alcoholics that there are out there. And it's very easy to become an alcoholic. How people afford it, I've got no idea. I seriously don't know. I mean, the price of booze in pubs is very, very expensive nowadays. But I'm not drinking still. I can't believe it either. Even my big boss had a cup of coffee with me the other day. Well, I say I had a cup of coffee. I had to produce my credit card first. We had to swipe it through the machine. But I got a cup of coffee, which I never drank, actually, because we were too busy doing a catch-up of about 7 months ago. Because I hadn't seen him for 7 months. 7 months. And he looks exactly the same. It was so funny. But, of course, you can't do the usual hugging. I had to do the social distancing. But it was so good to see him. It was very good to see him, actually. We've also got some clips of the gaffes and mistakes both candidates have made. One of the papers is full of them. The Trump ones in this country, especially. He's just... And then somebody was going... I mean, you didn't see, did you? Who was that Sex Pistol? John Lydon was on television the other day. Johnny Rotten was on with Susanna Reid, and she asked him a question. I mean, the man is a fraud of the First Order. He's a fake. All this, don't talk over me because it's rude. I thought the only person who's rude there is you, talentless little nobody. I remember Dale interviewed the Sex Pistols years ago. They didn't have much to say for themselves then, did they? One was on drugs. John Lydon ended up advertising Country Life butter, which got a bit desperate for somebody who was supposed to be, I am an anarchist. Unfortunately not. And he just proved the other day that he was about as talentless as we thought he was first time round. And then I saw the Gemma Collins programme. Have you seen it? You've got to watch it. You've got to watch it. She's surrounded by sycophants. It's the biggest pile of rubbish you've ever seen. I mean, she had to have 3 people help get her ready for a date with some bloke who stupidly told her he was in love with her. And she said, yeah, but are you... She speaks like a 3-year-old. Are you really in love with me? Like, and he said, well, I'd love to take you to Venice. She said, take me to Venice then. It was obviously they're trying to find things for her to do. And there's not really a lot you can do with somebody who looks like a beached whale who's going out there with this foul language. I mean, seriously, the language is absolutely small wonder she's single. Small wonder. And she tries to big herself up. They've obviously given her lines to say, like, because I'm like the GC, and the GC gets what she wants all the time. She wanted to open a shop, wait for this, in Leicester Square. And so this bloke was saying, you can't open a shop in Leicester Square. Why not? I'm the GC. And he goes, because you won't be able to afford the rent. Let's get other people to pay for it. And I'm thinking, do you know, you really are coming up to 40 as thick as we think you are. She wanted to open a shop. She said, they've got M&M's here. So she thought they could have the GC. Well, let me tell you, the only person who ever had a shop in Leicester Square, a little cafe, and I mean a little cafe, wait for this one, Gary Glitter. Gary Glitter, just over there, had a little cafe thing, not for too long, and she thought that the public were going to support her. She doesn't realise that all this stuff she's being fed is from the ITV2 team, who are trying to make something out of nothing. And she's nothing. They're stringing her along, so she starts believing this rubbish. If you talk about the GC, we can call you a diva. She's not a diva, she's just a very thick, overweight woman. And that's all it is. There is nothing else there. She was speaking to this other woman, who could be a sister or could be anything, I don't know, was sort of saying to her, it's not going to happen, dear. You can't do things like that. Nobody's going to go to your shop and buy chocolate. They're going to have to look at you and go, I don't think so. And it was really embarrassing. So they take her out on the boat. This bloke arranges a dinner, and she's dressed up like she's doing the drag show at Madame Jojo's. It was really... I mean, there was nothing about it that she had to talk about what are you going to give me? What are you going to give me? He actually brought flowers from Marks and Spencer's and a bottle of Prosecco. Don't do Prosecco, she goes. I only drink champagne. I thought, no, you don't. You'll drink anything you can get down your gullet. And the flowers, she said, leave them for a poor person. And they were Marks and Spencer's flowers. The trouble is, she didn't even recognise them as being flowers. Very embarrassing. Colin says a gardening centre's allowed to open. Of course they are. Why would they not be? Why would they not be? Yep, garden centres are open. Dentists are open. Opticians are open. Dry cleaners and laundrettes are open. Newspaper shops are open. Loads of places are open. So, you don't need to worry because the lockdown is not going to affect you. You can go into the supermarkets, any of the supermarkets, they're all open, and you can buy anything you like. There's no shortage of toilet paper, of toilet tissue, of kitchen roll, no shortages of anything, no shortage of tin. If, however, the buffoons go out and buy loads of stuff, and if you see somebody with a trolley laden up to the gunnels, look and tut. Just go. Because it's stupid people like that are screwing up for the rest of you. Seriously, there's no shortages of... We don't have any... We're not a third world country, We've actually got everything. Everything is there. All the fruit, all the veg, everything. No worries. And the easier that you actually sort of make it for yourself, the easier it will be for other people. So... Everything's open. You don't need to... You won't notice any difference walking down the high street. There might just be a couple of places closed. And to be honest with you, I would think it would be somewhere like a bookshop. I can't think of anywhere else that would be closed on our high street. The bookshop. KFC, open for deliveries. They're all open for deliveries. And then a book came out. I'm trying to get hold of it. Stanley Baxter, a bit before the boy's time. He's just come out as gay. He's 93. 93 and he's come out as gay. And John Sessions was outed by a newspaper. The Guardian outed John Sessions. And he said, well, I'd rather you didn't because my parents don't know. They went ahead and did it anyway. So, to them. Okay? I don't know what they call it. There's a name for it, isn't there? But I can't remember what it is. Oh, there you are. Stanley Baxter's 94. Imagine 94 and you have to come out. Kind of a bit of a waste of time. Do you think he's doing a Philip Schofield? You know, Philip Schofield comes out at sort of 60. Stanley Baxter leaves until 94, which was lovely. Oh, I tell you what, I cried the other day. Well, in fact, this morning. In fact, I cry every morning. And it was that magician who won Britain's Got Talent. And it was lovely. And he did a thing about Fergus Ancorn, who was a member of the Magic Circle, who was about 97, I think, when he did the card... laying out of the cards, and then at the end it's beautifully done. It's really fabulous, and he did it. And then Fergus died at the age of about 99, which I thought was very sad. And a friend of mine died the other day as well, and I only knew about it because his sister wrote to me and said that he died of cancer. And he was sort of like my friend Jimmy. Worked in an old people's home. He'd worked on quite a few places, actually. He'd worked in a paper factory. He'd worked in this and that. And I can't remember where we met. It's like all these things. It sort of loses itself in the mists of time. And I remember contacting him about a few years ago, and I knew he had cancer then, and I wasn't sure if it was bowel cancer or testicular cancer. Whatever it was a cancer. And he'd only just discovered Twitter as well. And then he died, and he was only 59. So I wrote to a friend of mine the other day and said, oh, by the way, Jimmy died. And I thought that was sad, because we used to go out all the time. Literally, when I was doing Fives Company, we'd go out, but we went back a long time before that. And he was a lovely guy. He never had very much. He never had very much money at all, apart from... This is... I'm supposed to tell you this story. But a friend of his worked... I can't identify him. I can remember what his name is, but anyway, he worked in Hounslow, but he won the lottery. He won the lottery, and he won some money, and he won a fair amount of money. And him and Jimmy were very good friends. And he said that when he was diagnosed, he was also quite ill. When he was diagnosed with sort of his particular illness, he said to Jimmy, you must pick whatever you want, out of all the items, something to remember me by. And so Jimmy said, oh, that'd be nice. And so anyway, then subsequently he died. Unfortunately, he had a vile family. They came in, and Jimmy, of course, goes round to the house in all innocence. And he said, oh, so-and-so said I could have some. He said, well, you can't. And I thought, you evil old bag. How horrible is that? It was only after, he said, to be honest with you, he said, it didn't make any difference to me. He said, but I just thought that's what he wanted me to have. He wanted me to have a little keepsake. Like I've said to the boys, when I go, you can have anything you want out of my IOUs. You're not having anything else, I tell you. No chance. Very lucky to get the stuff here from John Lewis, without paying. And so, but it was the fact that she then barred him from the house and said, no, you can't. She was then worried he was going to start thieving, as if he never would have done anything like that at all. And it was just that people become so mean about wills and so mean about everything. So even if you write things down in your will, sometimes there is a chance that the family will try and overturn it because they go. And I remember reading a story years and years ago of a gay couple who'd been together for donkey's years. I mean, donkey's years. And one died, but the family hated the idea that he was gay. So when he turned up for the funeral, they sat him at the back of the church. And apparently that's quite normal in family. And I think Gay Times did a big feature on it, or Attitude, somebody like that, saying nobody ever thinks about the other partner in this kind of thing, whereas the family didn't like the idea that they were living together, and so shoved him at the back of the church. He wasn't even able to say a proper goodbye. Ghastly, isn't it? Ghastly. That happened to a friend of mine. Again, happened to a friend of mine. Been together for donkey's years. 84850. Shane says, you were talking about gay. Do you remember I told you I came out in the 1970s? My mum said, I know. You see, I don't care what anybody says. I don't care what anybody says. Parents always know. They always know. People think, oh, they'll never guess. Of course they guess. It's almost like, Steph and Pip Schofield. You're not telling me she didn't know. Of course, women know. They're very perceptive on these things. 84850. Julie in Battersea said it was Evening Standard that outed John Sessions, not The Guardian. No, I think it was The Guardian, actually. I seem to remember at the time. So it was when he was in My Night with Reg. I went to see it 3 times because it was on the syllabus, I think, which is good. Steve, good morning to you, gang and spikers. The best thing about long nights is enjoying the fairy lights much longer. I'm planning to have a leaf fire today, and I love the smell, says Jane in Cockfosters. We had toffee and fireworks and penny for the guy. Do you know, I bought some toffee apples a short while ago. They were quite nice. We did the toffee apples. Looking forward to my new Groovy Gang glass. Do you know, I don't know what we're up to, actually, on the Groovy Gang glasses. I completely forgot. We'll find out for you tomorrow, actually. Big John. Big John. Do you remember that song about Big Bad John? And it was about miners in... No, Big Bad John. It was by something come over when Big John, and the miner shouts out, "There's a fire up above," or something like that. And you have to get me the words. It was called Big Bad John, and it was. I can't remember who it was by. Actually, I think there was only the one version of it, but it was. There you go, Jimmy Dean. Every morning at the mine, you could see him arrive. It stood 6'2" and weighed 245, kind of broad at the shoulders and narrow at the hip, and everybody knew he just didn't give no lip to Big John. Big John, Big John. Nobody seemed to know where John called home. He just drifted into town and stayed all alone. He didn't say much, kind of quiet and shy, and if you spoke at all, you just said hi to Big John. And so it went, Big John, ooh, Big Bad John. And somebody said he came from New Orleans, where he got into a fight over a Cajun queen, and a crashing blow from a huge right hand sent a Louisiana fella to the promised land. Big John. It was so good, but then came the day at the bottom of the mine where a timber cracked and men started crying. Miners were praying and hearts beat fast, and everybody thought they'd breathe their last, except John. Through the dust and the smoke of this man-made hell walked a giant of a man that the miners knew well, grabbed a sagging timber, gave out with a groan, and a giant oak tree just stood there all alone, Big John. With all his strength he gave a mighty shove, and a miner yelled out, "There's a light up above!" And 20 men scrambled from a would-be grave. Now there's only one left down there to save, Big John. And that's where he died, in the bottom of the mine. It's such a good song. I thought I did it quite justice, actually. I'm quite good at that. Actually, we have a poem for you this morning. Do we have a poem for you this morning? Unfortunately, we think Luke's forgotten it. So, that was in his keeping, wasn't it, really? Yeah. Did you miss the poem this morning, Luke? Did you just think maybe we'd had enough of yesterday? Come on. I wasn't even here yesterday. So, in fact, in theory, we should have 3. No, he didn't say that at all. I've just looked at him. I said, we haven't got a poem. And he looked at me aghast that you could have forgotten. I mean, I wouldn't mind, but all you've got to do when you come from upstairs is you've got to go, no, copy down what I say. I mean, on one of them, I was talking about the Colombian drug mafia. And I said the Colombian drug mafia have built in the jungle a submarine. What have I got? Underwater craft with loads of coke. That's all he put down. It doesn't even tell you what the story is. I've got no idea. I mean, luckily, I've got a very good, memory. And then, last thing to stockpile is lightly salted tortillas. I mean, not even anything to do with the story. But we will have a poem for you. Do not worry. Martin says, I like your cake making on Fives Company. How many years ago was that? Oh, God, about 12, I think. Matthew says, there's a row with the checkout going. Waitrose. I asked her, where's your ma? She shouted at me, I don't want one. Actually, they don't have to have them in supermarkets, surprisingly. She's sitting behind a screen. So there you go. And, Steve, I was afraid I might fail my fireworks exam, but I passed with flying colours. Police found a couple of kids the other day, one eating fireworks and the other eating batteries. They let one off, but they charged the other. Oh, dear, honestly. The old gags are the best, aren't they? But it's nice to have your company this morning. I hope you enjoyed LBC's coverage. I thought it was really good, actually. Cast of millions, although it might only be a cast of 1 this morning, giving you the results in America. We've also got some clips, a couple of little clips. Joe Biden making plenty of gaffes, and Trump, who hasn't been too much better. I mean, he just seems to be sort of a gaff maker. Although, actually, if you saw John Lydon, the disaster on the television the other day, shouting at Susanna Reid. Nasty little man. The trouble is, they should have known when they booked him. Only an idiot would ever book somebody like that. And he said the reason that Trump's doing well is because he's ordinary and he doesn't know anything. Bit like John Lydon, I suppose, really. To call in America, North Carolina, 95% in. Pennsylvania, 89% in. Too early to call on that one. 48.1 for Biden, 50.7 for Trump. About another 200,000 extra people. Colorado, 92% in. Projected winner Biden, 55.4%. And as they come in, you'll hear them first on LBC. Florida, 96% in. Projected winner on that one is Trump at 51.2%. That's just under 5,700,000 votes. Get them first on LBC. Indiana, by the way, which we were interested in, 88% in. Projected winner on that one is Trump. Can't keep up with me, can you, on the show? Even I can't keep up with me, I tell you. All of a sudden, I'm like Steve Allen, political reporter. Michigan, 99% in. Projected winner on that one is Biden, but it's a close call, 50.4%. That's a little bit too close. Ohio, 90% in. Projected winner Trump, 53.3%. As I say, we're still waiting for the absolute, final outcome before Trump throws his toys out with the bathwater. This is what Sky are running with, by the way. It's so interesting watching people counting things, because this is what he's going to complain about. Trump is going to complain about the counting. All of a sudden, at the end of the day, they're going to find another 2 million votes that they haven't bothered to count. You can just tell, can't you? Honestly. I don't know why we get ourselves so stressed over it, but frankly, I tell you, just as well I wasn't on the other day, I'd have been on medication by the time we'd finished the thing. But we have a couple of clips for you, a couple of little clips. One of them is just to prove that they are, they are just human beings. And this is one of Joe Biden, who's made plenty of gaffes during his campaign.
4 more years of Georgia, is going to find ourselves in a position where if Trump gets elected, we're going to be in a different world. I'm not going to answer the question.
Why would you answer that question? The question is radical left.
Will you shut up, man?
Listen,
I never forgot what President Kennedy said about going to the moon. He said we're going. You know why? Because we refuse to postpone. Let's not postpone and get out of the rain. God bless you all. Thank you.
You don't think he's got a drink problem, do you? Because we all know George Trump, don't we? George Trump, that well-known George Trump, and when was the Kennedy stuff about? What was going on there? Mind you, he wasn't the only one. Trump hasn't been much better either.
Is the mic ready? Yes.
shifting production to Thailand and to Vietnam, Thailand and Vietnam.
When they gaze upon Yosemite, towering sequoias,
all you hear is COVID, 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 COVID.
We've done a great job. The only thing I haven't done a good job, and that's because of the fake news. No matter what you say to them, they give you bad press on it. It's just fake news.
Even I can pronounce Yosemite. I mean, God in heaven, Yosemite. I mean, I ask you. And Thailand. I suppose, actually, in his books, it probably is. Way! Come on. Goodness sake, honestly. And where is Melania? And is that really Melania, or is it not? Does he know who she is? Who knows? I'll tell you, if you go through the papers today, there's all sorts of gaffes, aren't there? But then loads of people make these mistakes. Steve, love your show. Watching this election is like watching the Netflix series of House of Cards, says Nick, on a boat in Kinver. Don't even know where that is, but it sounds lovely, actually. And somebody else who said, wait a minute, actually, I'd be quite interested to find out how many people are having fireworks for tonight. You having fireworks, Corey? Will you be a couple of sparklers? Sound they're waving them out the window, like, whoa. I bought you some. Did I? What, sparklers? You've still got them? God, bit of a worry. How many years ago was that? I brought you in some sparklers. No, I don't. Oh, right. Are they big sparklers or little sparklers? Well, a big sparkler is like, hello, like... No, they're not like that. That sort of... Okay, right. Oh, I don't remember that. I'm obviously so terribly generous, I can't even remember the presents I give away to people nowadays. Sparklers. There we go, you can let a sparkler off, can't you? But don't do it inside. And remember, if you've got any pets out there, not that pets are going to be worried by a sparkler, but there's loads of bangs out there tonight because there's no organised displays. So be careful. Be careful. 8 minutes to 5. Let's have a quick look. What are the Sun running with this morning? Oh, they reckon the COVID jabs could be ready for Christmas. So says NHS's boss, Sir Simon Stevens, said that if the vaccine is approved, he's primed GPs for a December rollout. Would we want to go for it? Yeah, I think we would. I think we want to go for it. Still, people are not taking the flu jab. I would like to see people taking the flu jab, please, just to be on the safe side. Because people I see, I mean, look at here. There's pictures in all the papers. Covent Garden, load of people, drinkers enjoying their last orders. Honestly, what a load of old garbage. Drinkers enjoying their last order. What, you can't get another drink again? Of course you can. In fact, now they've actually changed it. You can order from a pub. You can order booze from a pub now. You couldn't do that 2 days ago. Also, Theresa May led rebel Tories in refusing to vote for the second lockdown. That's why you're not the Prime Minister, dear. OK? That's why you're not the Prime... I thought I'd just tell you that now. She savaged Boris Johnson's use of unhelpful data. Listen, you weren't perfect either. Why do people kick people when they're down? It's so annoying. I mean, if it's people on a reality show, I can understand it. You know, you're perfectly entitled to kick them because they're idiots for going on there in the first place. And then there was a nurse who was nicked for hugging her mum and trying to take her from a care home. Her mother's 97. She's sitting in the front of a car. You don't know where she is. Not a clue. This woman got arrested. And so she's been returned to the home. And her daughter, Yelania, has been arrested. She was handcuffed, put in a cop car. Well, I think so too. I mean, I'm sorry. What do you think? There's separate rules for you and for the rest of it? No. It's when people like you do not adhere to the rules that we start falling apart, I'm afraid. Marks and Spencer's, Marks in a skid, as they say. They're down. Oh, loads of money. 87.6 million in the 6 months to December. First time in their history. First time. They're slashing 7,000 jobs to cut costs and move to being a more digital business. What's that mean? Does that mean you can just order your pants online or something? Oh, I don't like that. I'd like to see the quality. I don't want to have to yeah, you have to feel them. You have to. I mean, I don't personally, and that would be a bit peculiar. But sales slid 16% to 4 billion amid store closures dragged down by the clothing and home division. Well, I mean, you know, I just remember Marks and Spencer's when it was just food, you know, and then they just expanded a bit too quickly. And that's it. I mean, I've always got pants from there. I've never thought about it. I didn't know there were other places you could buy pants, but apparently you can. But I'm a Marks and Spencer's boy. Nothing going around my bits that doesn't have M&S stamped on it. Thank you very much indeed. Also, Biden in slip-ups. Bumbling Joe Biden, they call him now. He tried to introduce his granddaughter to supporters, but he called her by his dead son's name. I mean... He's only 71, isn't he? Only 71. This year, I'm a Celebrity. It'll be 2 days shorter. What a shame. 2 months shorter would have been so much nicer. We don't really need it. It's of no interest. In fact, we're seeing more and more dressing up of Ant and Dec going out making stupid trails for this pile of rubbish. And a Playboy model who jokingly advertised her old breast implants online as great stress balls got $7,600 for the pair. Well, no point buying one, is there? This is Izunia Mortal upgraded her 32C bra size to a 32 double D in lockdown with a £3,000 200 op in Poland. She then listed her sort of implants on eBay, but insisted they must be used as novelty souvenir purposes only. Oh, right, OK. Want to buy into that? I don't know. What are the sort of people who buy things like that? It's all very odd, isn't it? Also, what have we got here? Blah, blah, blah. The rapper Kanye West. He did pretty badly in the election. He polled about 60,000 votes. Going to prove what I said all the time, that you'd be wasting your time and money with him, wouldn't you? And Kim Jong-un apparently is taking a very strict line on COVID. He's planted loads of landmines on the border of his godforsaken country, so nobody with the virus can get in. Although, you know, with my hand on my heart and being totally honest, why God knows anybody would want to get into North Korea is a question that totally eludes me. Why would you want to go to that place? But don't tell Nicola Sturgeon she'll have a bunch of mines along the M6 in the A1 by the end of play today. It's funny, isn't it? I remember seeing somebody did a documentary on North Korea, and everywhere they went, the film crew, they were followed by security. I mean, small wonder nobody likes the little fat one. You know, he was doing so well when he met Trump. He went up in my estimation, and so did Trump. I thought, if you can get superpowers to talk to each other, both mad as fruitcakes, you know, then that would be the end result, and it'd be a brilliant thing. And then old Kim Jong went completely the opposite way and started sort of, you know, babbling to himself and doing all sorts of strange things, which I didn't like. I do like the idea of Kieran White and Tilly Christmas getting married. In fact, they have got... Loads of people got married the other day. My friend said she saw 3 weddings the other day as people tried to cram them in before we go into 4-week lockdown. And so now they are Mr. and Mrs. White Christmas. Isn't that good? Isn't that good? I think that's fantastic. Of course, Luke has never heard of anybody called Christmas before. And I said, there'll be loads of people called... Just go through a telephone directory, you'll see loads of people called Christmas. Mr. and Mrs. Christmas. And you've never heard of that before. But of course he has. Yeah, Christmas. You've heard of Mr. and Mrs. Christmas? Yeah, it's bound to be. Of course there's bound to be. Like Mr. and Mrs. Easter. There'll be also... Father. Thank you. I rest my case. Honestly. He said, name me one other person who's got the surname Christmas. Father. Mrs. You know, there's loads of them. It's quite... You go through a telephone directory and you'll find loads of Mr. and Mrs. Christmases. It always seems it's such a surprise. Everything in life is a surprise for Luke. You know, we've had so many surprises over the past sort of 2 weeks, really. You can't believe it. He cannot believe that there's somebody called Christmas out there, or somebody called White. You know, hence Mr. and Mrs. White Christmas. He thinks that's hilarious. Apple Bobbin, yes, Mr. and Mrs. Apple Bobbin. Honestly, sometimes you wonder where he was brought up. You know, makes Stigger the Dump look intelligent. It's terrible, isn't it, really? Of course, you go through the phone book, you'll find... Think of all the sort of silly names you can think of. There'll be somebody called, you know, Mr. and Mrs. Clutterbuck. You know, and people like that. Mr. and Mrs. Hoseasons. Mr. and Mrs. Holly. You know, you can probably find Mr. and Mrs. Manger as well. Mr. and Mrs. Jesus? Maybe not. Maybe not. But there's loads of funny names that you wouldn't think of. We just think they're perfectly normal. You know, you're just slightly peculiar because you've never heard of any of these people before. I mean, I don't know why, honestly. I mean, there's loads of Mr. and Mrs. Allens in the country. Very common name. In this company, there's lots of Steve Allens. I think there's about 3 or 4 of us. Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's LBC. It's Thursday. It's the 5th of November. Every other year, we'd all be getting excited, wouldn't we? As a child, I used to get very excited. Over in America, waiting on a few more states. So far, Sky have got Biden on 253, Trump on 214. Wisconsin, 99% in. There's a few more to come in, and whether we get a result at the end of the programme. Too early to call for Alaska, only 56% in. But so 253 Biden, 214 for Trump. Arizona, 86% in. Too early to call. But Biden's just got the edge over Trump on 50.7% to Trump's 47.9. The funny thing, I mean, in America, you do appreciate the fact that because the whole thing is a bit of a sort of an entertainment, and it really is an entertainment, they have to pretend that they're the leaders. It's the way it works. Because you couldn't have somebody up there as the president for all their supporters watching, be you the incoming president or the outgoing president, without you doing a little bit of, you know, this is how good we're feeling, and they're still buoying people up, even though all it takes is a count. That's all it is. But we'll follow it closely. We'll follow it closely. If we get a result in, you'll hear it first on LBC. Paul says, where can I find a phone book nowadays? I've not seen one for years. I don't think they do phone books anymore, do they? We're still waiting at the moment on Nevada, Arizona. We just had Alaska. They still haven't come in. Florida, see, 96% in. Pennsylvania, North Carolina and Georgia. That's what we're waiting on at the moment. So the moment those, I mean, we might have it before the end of the programme. You never know. In which case, this programme goes upside down. And we'll nip over to America as fast as our little legs will carry us. So we got some more as well, some clips of Joe Biden and Trump. So we'll hear from those in a minute. But we have a poem. And, of course, being very appropriate for the 5th of November, I don't know why. I mean, the November the 5th, of course, has gone down synonymously. But was that the day that Guy Fawkes tried to blow up the Houses of Parliament? Or was it the day that he was in court and he was sentenced to death? I can't remember. The day he tried to blow up the Houses of Parliament. Because I'm... Yeah, all right. Very pushy this morning, honestly. As the poem says, Steve. You know, all right, I'm getting there. But I mean, I can't remember. He was found guilty at his trial, wasn't he? And was he not hung, drawn and quartered? I believe. We'll have a check on that. A happy day in English executions. As you know, we're very good at executions. But we have a poem written by John Milton, who died in 1674, born in 1608. And that means it's... Poem of the day. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Unfortunately, we have to do our own jingles now. We've run out of money for the orchestra to come in, and frankly, to get them all in is a bit of a difficulty. But this is called Remember, Remember. Some of it will sound familiar. Remember, remember the 5th of November, gunpowder, treason and plot. We see no reason why gunpowder treason should ever be forgot. Guy Fawkes, 'twas his intent to blow up king and parliament. 70 barrels were laid below to prove old England's overthrow. By God's mercy he was catched with a darkened lantern and burning match. So holla boys, let the bells ring. Holla boys, God save the king. And what shall we do with him? Burn him. But I wasn't sure if he was burnt. We're just having a little check, actually, and I can tell you, after a brief trial, Guy Fawkes was sentenced, along with the other surviving chief conspirators, to be hanged, drawn and quartered in London. On January the 30th, 1606, the gruesome public executions began in London, and on January the 31st, Fawkes was called to meet his fate. Whilst climbing to the hanging platform, however, he jumped from the ladder and broke his neck, dying instantly. They found nearly 2 tons of gunpowder. 2 tons of... That's a lot of gunpowder. And it was in the Undercroft at Parliament, I seem to remember. And that's where he was caught. I mean, you know, you'd have to be a fool to do things like that, because you knew that... But, I mean, luckily his neck was broken. Presumably he had the noose around it, because what they used to do, they used to make you climb the ladder yourself. So you climbed the ladder with a noose around your neck and then jumped off the ladder, and that allegedly sort of did the deed. But he jumped and fell off the platform. So he was going to be breaking his neck anyway, wasn't he, I should imagine. Steve, the centre forward for Manchester City is called Gabriel Jesus. You see, I don't know why people think, you know, that all these people... I mean, Jesus or Jesus was the most popular name in the Middle East. You know, so when people say, oh, we're sort of looking for the burial of Jesus, well, I mean, practically the whole cemetery was full of Jesuses. Monica says, my mum took me to the Ritz. Oh, no, it wasn't. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Said, final lockdown so I can rest a bit. Not a lot. People are moving around normally, says Monica, my favourite Jewish cabbie. You see, I thought coming in this morning, it was a bit quiet coming in this morning. But I was sort of thinking, most places are open. There's only a few places that aren't open. So you can't go into, presumably, a department store like John Lewis. You can go to the food, but you can't go to the... It must be very irritating if you work in the perfume section of John Lewis, thinking that you can't go to work, but all the people selling, you know, cucumbers and vegetables and stuff like that can actually go to work. Rogers says, I've now got Big Bad John going round in my head. It was good. Very good. Steve, penny for the guy. These days it'd probably be a quid. What's a penny? A penny for the guy. I never did it. My mother called it begging, and so we never did anything like that at all. But you get kids sitting outside railway stations or at what? What's the matter? You love the sound of my mum? Yeah, she wouldn't have recommended anything like that. I remember once she invited... one of my friends came back from school, not something we encouraged in our family, you know, don't want to get too familiar with the people, and so my mum said, oh, I'll do some, and so she gave us strawberries. Unfortunately, she hadn't defrosted them, so they were like bullets They were like bullets. My friend never came round for strawberries again in our house, because we used to go to the strawberry farm and pick them, which you could do. You could still do it now. It was far better than buying them in the supermarkets. Which is good fun, actually. But, always just one of those sort of things. Steve, what else have we got here? Penny for the guy. Indoor fireworks tonight. Curling Cobra, Firebirds, Blaze of Glory, Showtime, Eruption, and finally a Smoky Joe. I love it. Yeah, of course, you don't find telephone directories now, do you? So you could probably find Mr. and Mrs. Christmas if you typed them in on Google. You know, just to sort of see whether all these names exist. And also Mr. Easter. Something like that. There must be all sorts of people who've got what we would call a new... Well, not me. Anne says Jesus is a popular name in Spain. Yes, it is. I mean, that's everybody was called that. It's like, you know, it used to be Smith and Brown in this country. Now I think you'll find the most popular name in this country is Patel. Patel is the most popular name. And so, yes, Jesus, I remember. 84850, Steve at LBC. Steve Allen can do anything. He sold loads of tea towels, tote bags and Prosecco glasses, wonderful causes. Now he's making the US presidential election results worth staying up for. It is true, actually, yes. I'm light-end. I tell people that because it makes it a lot easier. Because, listen, I understand as much as you do. Indiana's in, 88% in. Projected winner on Indiana. This is from Sky. Trump, 58.6%. It's close. It's close. We're waiting for a few in, but the projected winner in Michigan is Biden. They've got 99% in. I think it's Alaska, which is trailing behind at the moment, really badly. Matt Ratana, the shot police sergeant, was honoured with a haka at his funeral yesterday, and it was very touching and very moving. The former New Zealand rugby captain, Zinzan Brook, led the dance for the Kiwi officer killed at a police custody centre. Very tragic. His partner, Sue, was there as well. Very, very emotional. Anything like that is just very emotional. Very emotional. Steve, has anybody determined how Guy Fawkes got hold of all the explosives? He couldn't have been working alone. No, he wasn't. There was a team of them. And there was one house, which I think they were hidden. They were hiding in this house. And how did he get in? To the house or to the Undercroft? He got into... Well, it was in the Undercroft in Parliament. They sort of dressed up and they got in. Well, they didn't until he was sort of in there with the explosives. He'd sort of gone in disguise. And so bearing in mind, in those days, they weren't really looking for something like that. They were a little bit backwards, you know. They'd have probably made you a guard, I should imagine, Luke, there, you know, just to sort of look out for sort of unusual things. Head of security, Luke. But it's funny how we celebrate with fireworks, because I don't think... They did have fireworks in those days. They showed you on the television the other day how to make... I mean, I don't advise it because it's highly dangerous. As they discovered, I think we've had huge firework factories going up in smoke and everything, not just in this country, but there are those people who make the big fireworks for the big displays. And it looks highly dangerous. Although I love fireworks, I love blue. Very rare you find blue fireworks. You get lots of reds and yellows and golds and things like that. But I love all the bright colours, the greens, the blues. Anything at all, actually. I told you one year we had these fabulous fireworks. They were like coconuts with a big long thing on. You dropped it into a tube, and this thing did a big, what they call a chrysanthemum burst. It goes up and then... And it's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I mean, I wouldn't recommend anybody buying the blooming thing. I don't think you can buy them. You've got to be a company. Steve, how about Mr. and Mrs. Bank Holiday? I don't know, actually. Did we find Mr. and Mrs. Christmas? I think we probably did. You found a Christmas in London? What, just Mr. Christmas? Oh, that's lovely. Have you got Mrs. Holiday? See, that would be fairly... Well, in anywhere, I don't really mind. I really don't mind where they are. Mrs. Holiday. Must be some... We've got a Mrs. Holiday. An A holiday and a C holiday, you see? There's obviously somebody out there for every single name, isn't there, really? Have we got Mrs. Elephant? Would we have Mrs. Elephant? I'm not sure if animals come into it. If there is... No. Okay. Mr. and Mrs. Bear? B-E-A-R or B-A-R-E. The endless... We've got loads of bears. There you go, loads of bears. Loads of bears. You see, it's all out there. Steve, they've got Fawkes' signature as he was put in the tower, and then you see it again on his confession, and you see the difference after he was tortured. Oh, they got things out of people by torturing them. In fact, poor old, was it Anne Boleyn, who hadn't done anything wrong. The king lied. Henry VIII was a compulsive, short, fat, disgusting little liar. That's all he did, he lied. And in an effort to get rid of her, because she had only had a stillborn son, he decided she had to die. So they made up relationships. They did it on the television the other day. I was so cross. So cross. And so she... But they went to their fate, basically saying, you know, I don't bear any ill will and all this. And you think, oh, I'd be screaming the place down. Dear me. Jane says, my surname's Easter. There you go. Easter. We found an Easter person. There you go. I work with a load of people who've got very odd names. Webb? Well, Cliff Richard is Harry Webb. So there you go. And there's Joanne Webb, yes. I don't think they're related. Luckily for him. No. Everybody's got... there's all sorts of unusual names. Oh, look, I missed the thing. Oh, that's right. Oh, that Anne Boleyn was doing it with her brother. No, it was all lies. It was all lies. They made it all up so they could get the whole lot of them executed. That's why she was beheaded. She was beheaded because she couldn't produce a male heir. She produced a girl who went on to be a very successful queen, but she couldn't produce a male heir. She produced one who was stillborn. What? What's the matter now? Goodness sake, honestly. No, she didn't have relations with her brother. That was the lie. Henry VIII would have lied about everything to get to the next woman. Why anybody would want to climb into bed with that old reprobate, God alone knows. Ghastly piece of work. Jan in Lincolnshire said, I had an aunt called Molly Polly Wallace. Molly Polly Wallace. Now, why do I... Peter Polly. I've got a name in my mind, but I can't think what it is, actually. Kevin says, my surname's Victory, but in the restaurant business today, it doesn't feel like it. No, I bet it doesn't. I bet it doesn't. Ghastly. I feel immensely sorry for anybody with businesses. Terrible. Steve, another one here. Guido Fawkes was hung, drawn and quartered and also had his fingernails pulled out as a form of torture. Is that Guy Fawkes? Because he wasn't. He fell off the thing. I mean, they might have done it afterwards, but didn't seem to have much effect. Joy in Thornton Heath says, I've got a friend for many years called Anne Christmas. Anne Christmas. She's married and lives in Croydon. It's nice, isn't it? There was a Cheshire police officer called Sergeant Christmas. Oh, that's quite nice. I like the idea of somebody in the police force, Sergeant Christmas. Thank you, Phil, very much indeed. There was a second verse of that Milton poem, which we had, a penny loaf. I think it goes, everybody forgot the second verse. Some Adam says, a penny loaf to feed old Pope, a farthing cheese to choke him, a pint of beer to rinse it down, a faggot of sticks to burn him. OK, burn him like a blazing star, burn his body from his hair, then we'll say, oi, Pope is dead, hip hip hooray, hip hip hooray. Do you know, honestly, and who thought television was mad? Who thought... You imagine if we'd had these things filmed from years and years ago? The answer is highly unlikely. Highly unlikely. And have you found a Mr. and Mrs. Pancake yet, says Tony? We don't know. We'll have a check. We can find these. No, we don't have anybody at all. Members of the gunpowder plot to escape London hid at a manor house in Wolverhampton. They were discovered after they tried to buy wet gunpowder with a fire and it exploded. The house is now a care home. Well, a lot of houses in those days had priest holes, so you could hide in them. And there was one man who was responsible for building a lot of priest holes. That's what he did. He went round the country into some of these big old houses. And when they were building them, they deliberately put in... My favourite was the one where the staircase lifts up. The whole staircase lifts up and you can go and hide in underneath, because when the soldiers came round, you didn't want to be found to be harbouring people. I mean, in these days, you just leave them in London and you could disappear forever. Nobody'd ever find you in London, would they? Steve, got a lovely Prosecco glass yesterday, says Mike the postman. Have they started sending them out? I wasn't aware. And Steve, says Jackie, Polly Wolly Doodle. Yes, I can't remember the song. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Singing Polly Wolly Doodle all the day. Da-da-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun, singing Polly Wolly Doodle all the day. And they went fare thee well. Fare thee well. That's all I remember. It was obviously something that sort of emanates from those early things. Anthony says, I was watching YouTube, but Harry Worth reminded me just how funny he was. Isn't there a famous singer called Billie Holiday, says Glenn? There was. Portrayed brilliantly by Diana Ross in the film Lady Sings the Blues. Unfortunately for Billie Holiday, she had a very bad drug habit. But she was famous for... I saw the film, and I interviewed Diana Ross, and then I bought the cassette of all the music from Lady Sings the Blues. And she used to say, I thank you for your time, your money. She was... I mean, but when she sang... You listened to her. Bit of a crisis here. The latest lockdown sent chills down the spines of Dancing on Ice bosses because some have grumbled about the fact that they're where they're going to train. So some of the celebs, including Rebecca Vardy, Jason Donovan and Mylene Klass. Good Lord above. I think also, who's doing it from round here? Who's on Dancing on Ice? Can you check? Sunny J's doing it, that's right. Where are they rehearsing then? Because I don't think that ice skating rinks are... in fact, the reason they're closing them is because if they think there's going to be a surge in COVID-19, that's where they'll be storing people. Although you can't just leave coffins sitting on the ice, can you? I mean, I don't think it works like that at all. Also, if Vicky Patterson and Ulrika Johnson expected sympathy after quitting SAS Who Dares Wins, they're not going to get it from former star Ollie Ollerton. He was axed. He laid into the soft celebrities. Well, they're only doing it for the money, aren't they? That's all they're doing. It's only the money. I mean, these people don't have any particular talent. It's just ridiculous. And comedy Birds of a Feather returning to ITV for an extended Christmas special. Dorian, Leslie Joseph, and Tracy, Linda Robson reunite in Essex for the festive day, 3 years after Dorian bought the house that the sisters share. Les Dennis will guest star as Dorian's new flame, Graham, and Curtis Walker will make a cameo role. Sadly, Tracy's sister Sharon will not be appearing because she stepped back from acting to focus on her performing arts academies. And guess who's been announced as having run out of money? James Argent. Yes, James Argent, the former Towie star, dumped by Gemma Collins. I thought he dumped her, actually. Said didn't want to go out with a... What did he say? Not a hippo or something like that. I thought hippos are quite nice. Dangerous, but nice. But anyway, he spent 12 months in and out of rehab for drug addiction and has spent all his money. Documents filed to Companies House show James Argent Limited has zero cash in the bank. Compared to last year, 63,867. The company made a loss of just under 24,000 as his earnings were hit by his personal problems and the coronavirus pandemic. But, you know, I mean, if you take cocaine and you go into rehab, you have to pay for rehab and you have to pay for cocaine. You know, nothing to do with us. You know, I always said I shouldn't imagine he's got any money at all. Never thought he had it. But the cocaine binges put people off hiring him. I don't think so. I don't think that comes into it anymore now. They actually don't bother booking anybody for it because they turn out to be idiots. And having seen him back on Towie, really bad news. Very bad news. Not a good sort of person to sort of hold up and say, this is somebody you have to look up to. Absolutely not. Steve, there are a few footballers who have seasonal names. There's Jermaine Easter and Rock Santa Cruz, says Paul, who's in Cromer. Very cold here. Very, very cold here. Very chilly. Wayne the Trolley Dolly, he says, missed you yesterday, but hats off to LBC for putting on a brilliant election show with Ian and Sheila. In Vision too. I know. You can see them. You can see them. And Declan in Vienna, dear, our thoughts with you. He says, I was a really big fan of Johnny Rotten till I found out he lives in Bel Air and is married to the heiress of Lindt Chocolate. I don't think that makes any difference. I mean, he lives in Bel Air because I don't know whether he made money out of... what was the other net? Was it... Oh, first of all, it was the Sex Pistols. Was it then Public Image? Was the second group? Sorry? The Ramones? Let me say, of course not. He was in... No, Johnny Rotten was in the Sex Pistols. He was a lead singer. Yeah, but that... It was like that, yeah. So it was Public Image Limited and the first post-rock group. And then he advertised a brand of British butter. And somebody said there was a revival of a movement to have him knighted for his achievements with the Sex Pistols. Yeah, right, exactly. He has declined efforts to award him an MBE for services to music. What services? There were no services, I'm afraid, at all. It was just a bit of an embarrassment. It was just a bit of an act. Little bit of an act. And then when he tried to do it the other day on the television, just made himself look like an idiot. But on his private life, I thought his wife's very ill. I'm pretty certain. Have you got private life here? Wait a minute. Religious views. Lydon's parents raised their sons as Roman Catholics. He calls himself Catholic. He became an American citizen in 2013. And so he's held British, Irish and American citizenship. That's called indecisive. He's been a fan of Oscar Wilde. And his wife's name is called Nora Foster. She's a publishing heiress. But he obviously needs... I don't know what he's doing back here. No idea. Don't care, to be honest with you. Steve, very excited. My first 2 Groovy Gang glasses arrived yesterday. Really? They're arriving already? Oh, my goodness me. Well, that is fast. Mark the truck driver says, I put a tenner on Trump at 8-1. Story of my life. Well, with a bit of luck, by the end of this programme, we've got an hour and a half to go. It'll either be me announcing, well, we think it's going to be, or it'll be Nick Ferrari. I think it'll come in sooner rather than later. Let's wait and see, shall we? 253 to 214. That's what they're saying, but that's an old figure, and we're still waiting for that's the current figure with Sky. 253 to 214. 253 is to Biden. 214, so I mean, it could be a Biden win. Oh, he'll be furious. He'll be like a 3-way conversation going on. All I want to know is it up on the LBC website, which we'll find out in a moment. Are we arguing over whether we're going to get a result in? Do we think? Yeah, I think we will get a result in. Don't you think so? I think we'll get a result in before 7. You think? Yeah, I mean, I would hope. That'd be exciting, won't it? Steve Allen, LBC's new political commentator. Yes, you were on from 5 the other morning, weren't you? God, poor old Henry, honestly. He's not used to waking up at that time anyway. I mean, that is a bit... That's pushing. That's over and above. Worth it, though, wasn't it? It proved... I mean, you only have to do it every 4 years. After the amount of time I've been here, you imagine how many times I've been through it. God, dear. And now, Steve Allen, political commentator. You know, I should be able to... See you later. Who was that man? So I'm going to find out, actually, whether or not... It's up on the LBC website, because it was difficult to find the other day, and so we had to do it on Google. So if you go to Google, because I'm obviously not going to get the answer at the moment, so if you go to Google and type in Steve Allen Prosecco glasses, that will take you through to the website, because it's tucked away a little bit, and then you can order from there as well. There's a little click on link. So the more we sell, the better, and the more money we raise for charity. And that's the whole idea. It's, all the money raised goes to make some noise. With your help, we can raise a lot more money. Steve, it's been like Christmas week on my local high street in Uckfield, says little Julie, who celebrates a birthday today. A birthday? Is it birthday today? Many happy returns of the day. So I hope you have a lovely day. It's freezing. She said, nice to see our local shops and businesses being supported. So a shout out to all the members of the Original Spikers Facebook group who were last time a huge support to each other during lockdown. Well, this time round, you've only got to do 4 weeks. So have we found it on the LBC website? Try again for about the 15th time. So, it saved me having to sort of keep mentioning. So it should be on... Is it on the Steve Allen page? I don't know if it's on Steve Allen's page. Let's have a look. Steve Allen. Wait a minute. Right, to Steve Allen. Right. Now, is that it? So you can click on that and see if we can actually... There you go, you can. So you can... If you just go to the Steve Allen page... This is the must-have Christmas item for all you 4am spikers. The limited edition Cheers from the Groovy Gang Prosecco glass from Steve Allen. And you can then, when it says visit the LBC charity shop to buy these fabulous glasses, you just click onto that and that will take you straight through. You get a picture of one glass and then a picture of what 2 glasses looks like, which is uncanny. 2 glasses is £25 and 1 glass is 15. But to be honest with you, I don't mind whether you buy 1 or 2 glasses. It means that we raise an awful lot of money. And we've sold, I think, about 4,000 odd glasses, 4,500 glasses so far, which is fantastic. So well done to all of you and to all the people who are going to benefit. A big, big thank you very much indeed for that. Which is amazing. Steve says, Ted, if somebody like Trump can become the leader of the free world, there's hope for everyone. Well, everybody was surprised first time round, weren't they? Is it going to be second time round? You'll hear it on LBC first, because it looks like it's getting close. Arizona, they've said, is 86% in. They're looking. This is what Sky is saying. So it's 253 to 214. The 253 is Biden. The 214 is Trump. If it remains like this, it's going to there's going to be all one hell of an argument over in the States. It's close, but then we always thought it was going to be close, didn't we? It depends what people want to vote for. At the moment, as far as I know, Biden hasn't met Boris. No, so that'll be interesting, won't it? Steve, I'm loving the global advert on ITV with Queen's Radio, Gaga. Great record, always makes me smile, says Matthew. I know, it's a lovely advert, isn't it? Just waiting to see my own picture on there. And, Steve, my glasses arrived yesterday too, says Jill. Good. Listen, isn't that the fastest ever? Last time when we had, my Auntie Enid was absolutely swamped with trying to wrap up tote bags and put them in. But I think the glass, well done for getting them. And you can either christen them now, or failing that, you can save them for Christmas time. And Auntie Enid's not delivered. No, she's sort of wrapping and stuffing, and she's not driving the bus. She's not allowed to anymore. Not since she had the cataracts sorted out. She has to rest herself in for a little while. But they're getting them out really fantastic. It was only the other day I said they'll be posted out this week, and here we are, Thursday. All right, you might still be waiting, some of you, because we're sending out thousands. But well done, and thank you so much. Seriously, thank you so much. I thank you. The charity, thank you. The people who benefit, thank you. My producers, thank you, most of them. And it's been very successful, very successful. But there's a few left. So why not gift the gift that keeps on giving, and we can help people out who've been affected by the pandemic. Sharon from Benfleet says, we've been married 50 years today, Steve. It's been fireworks ever since. It's always the way, isn't it? I know Benfleet quite well, actually. Steve, you can't be the political editor, the football pundit. Could you wish Jason birthday wishes, under 50? And COVID-19 hit him badly since March, still in hospital. Well, we wish everybody who's being affected all the very best on that. They used to stuff a penny loaf in the mouths of treasoners so they couldn't spread any more lies in their mouths. A farthing of cheese was placed in the mouth so that they would choke. Lord, honestly, we were quite violent, weren't we, actually? Very violent. Also, my mum took me to the Ritz yesterday for my birthday. You were right, lovely place. Afternoon tea was so filling. Loved the experience and can't wait, says Sidcup Julie, to get my Steve Allen glasses. I think you should send me in your photographs of you with your Steve Allen glasses and what you put in them. Or failing that, just a picture of the glasses, so I know that they've arrived. There's also a mum in the paper today, and she says, people please take COVID seriously, because she's lost 3 relatives. And Roy Hudd, lovely, lovely Roy Hudd, who I absolutely adore. I always do after-dinner speeches with people who are so brilliant, it's almost embarrassing. And I did one with Roy Hudd years and years ago. And he was just so brilliant. So brilliant. He only left £91,000 in his will. And you might say, that's not bad money, but that's a lifetime of working. He worked really hard. Really, really hard. And I still miss him now. He's one of those talents that you watch on the telly. He popped up on all sorts of people's This Is Your Life. I think Danny LaRue's. Because Roy Hudd just knew everything about music hall. He was really, really such a wonderful, wonderful person, really. And people like that we miss. John Sessions. I never met John Sessions, but loved him to pieces, really. Bill Turnbull. You know Bill Turnbull? He says pets will face more public firework misery if you are not careful tonight, because people will be letting off fireworks. You can buy them all over the place. All the supermarkets are selling them. Although, actually, I didn't notice any in Waitrose the other day, but I'm assuming, in keeping with most people, they must be selling them. Also, half of us, including one of my producers, reckons it's okay to lie about personal details. People would sort of fib about sort of things. And because he smiled when I was reading the story out, I knew that he was one of those people. Aren't you, Luke? Well, why are you smiling then? You said... Good little story. Did you really? You never said it was a good little story. I said, so that obviously rings a bell with you, and you never said a word. So I assume by your silence means guilt. Okay? Have you never told a fib about your circumstances? Never. No. Yeah, honest as the day is short, I can tell. Also, bad news, the Nolans are coming back. Apparently there's more of them. Colleen has teased the reality show. God, blimey. Spare us that, please. And back in lockdown, says Noreen. She says it means only one of us can go shopping. I detest shopping. Brian loves shopping, so he's off to Marks later. Good for him. Good for you. See, the funny thing is, I like shopping. And Noreen says, can you wish little Julie a very happy birthday, please? I certainly can. Happy birthday. And to anybody else celebrating today, enjoy. Bev in Harold Wood says, I've just looked out the window. My car is covered in a thick frost. It's freezing out there. Luckily, when I got into the car this morning to come in, the heating was on. Sometimes the heating's not on. And I sit there. I might have to wear a scarf tomorrow. I'd have to wear a scarf. But with the help of us, we're going to get you all the way through. OK, we'll get you through till the 2nd of December with no trouble whatsoever. Albert says, tote bags, tea towels, glasses. How about an enamel LBC lapel badge next time round? I put one on my cap. I don't know what we're going to do. We haven't even thought about next time round, as you can well imagine. Early breakfast. I mean, I'm not sure. The way things are... After 6 o'clock, I think what we'll do is we'll cross to America. And I think we'll find out firsthand exactly where we are. Because I think we're actually getting close. I think we're getting close to a decisive vote on who is going to be the next president of the United States of America, whether it's the old president or whether it's a new president. Steve, the first in conversation I listened to was the one you did with the great Roy Hudd. I remember his line, his jokes are so old they're written in Latin. He was fabulous. As an after-dinner speaker, he was absolutely brilliant. He was absolutely brilliant. I've worked with quite a number of people who stupidly I've agreed to do an after-dinner speech with. And I did do one for the British Music Hall Society many, many years ago at St Ermin's Hotel in London. And I did it with Ruth Maddock. Well, I mean, she was on table with me. And she said, what are you going to talk about, Ruth from Heidi High? And I said, I've got no idea, because it's one of those situations where you get people who've rehearsed their after-dinner speech and they're so good at doing it. Barry Cryer is absolutely past master. There are people in America you've never heard of who are just brilliant at being booked for after-dinner speaking, and they talk about all sorts of things. One of them's not even in show business. He's a psychiatrist, and he's got all sorts of advice for everybody. And Ruth said to me at this dinner, she said, what are you going to talk about, Steve? I said, I've got no idea. I really don't know. But I had the best part of half a bottle of wine, and I rattled on for about 20 minutes, apparently. She said, I thought you didn't know what you were going to talk about. As I didn't think I did know what I was going to talk about. One of those old sort of things. Steve, dear Mr. Allen, I pose you a challenge. We're in Cyprus, and COVID travel will not reunite it. I wish to purchase 4 glasses. Well, just go to the LBC website and you will find those beautiful glasses on there, and it's totally unique, which is fantastic. Actually, I've got a couple of little clips for you as well, one of them is Joe Biden, and the other one is Donald Trump. This is speaking yesterday, who claimed he'd won the election.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list, okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment, and we will win this, and as far as I'm concerned, we already have won it. So I just want to thank you.
It's interesting. When you hear it, you suddenly realise what the word spin means. What the word spin. That was Donald Trump speaking yesterday, claiming he'd won the election. Joe Biden, however, said that he would be likely the winner at the end of the count.
It's been a long and difficult campaign, but it's been a more difficult time for our country, a hard time. We've had hard campaigns before. We've faced hard times before. So once this election is finalized and behind us, it'll be time for us to do what we've always done as Americans, to put the harsh rhetoric of the campaign behind us, to lower the temperature, to see each other again, to listen to one another, to hear each other again, and respect and care for one another, to unite, to heal, to come together as a nation. I know this won't be easy. I'm not naive. Neither of us are. I know how deep and hard the opposing views are in our country on so many things. But I also know this as well. To make progress, we have to stop treating our opponents as enemies. We are not enemies. What brings us together as Americans is so much stronger than anything that can tear us apart. So let me be clear. We are campaigning as Democrats, but I will govern as an American president.
If only he can remember the names of everybody he's talking to. It doesn't help, does it? But it is true, isn't it, that, you know, the infighting, the backbiting, the bitching and all the rest of it, it would be actually quite nice if people actually told the truth and got on with each other. But you can't trust anybody, can you? You can never trust politicians. You hear them there and they speak, and we get it exactly the same in this country. We get it exactly the same. And, you know, how do you know when they're telling you porcupines? Their lips are moving. Because you can't trust people. I remember years and years ago, we had a sports minister called Tony Banks. And I remember interviewing him saying, so now you're the sports minister, how are you getting on? And he said, I can't do anything. And I said, what does that mean? He said, I've got no power. He said, the football clubs are so big. Of course, I find it strange that I'll turn on the television. I'm not a football fan, as you all know. I mean, apart from my own team that I look after. And I don't actually look after them. And you see them playing football in a stadium that is completely devoid of anybody at all. There might be a dozen people sitting around there. And I keep thinking, how long is this going on? How long will this go on for? Will we still be in this same situation this time next year? How many businesses will have actually gone under? You know, depending on who wins in America, you know, are we going to be expecting Mr. Biden to come over here to meet Boris? Nope. Because when he arrives over, he's got to self-isolate for 2 weeks. You know, is it going to be Trump again? He's already met Boris. He's met the Queen, and he's sort of done the grand tour. But they both had as many gaffes as you've heard. Somebody says, I heard one of the LBC presenters say yesterday the election result was going to be on her show. So don't hold your breath. Well, we're practically there. Bar the shout. I've got an hour. I've got an hour to sort of chivvy them up a little bit. We'll find out after 6 when we will have a sort of a better indication of how much longer we're going to have to wait. Because they're exactly the same over there. What I found was unusual. When we talked to our reporter last week, he said they'd boarded up all these buildings because they were anticipating riots. It would be nice to think, wouldn't it, that we could actually, or they could actually do this properly so that we didn't have riots, you know, because I've seen rioting in cities in America. We saw it in Minnesota ages ago, and we sort of feared for the people that listen to us over in Minnesota. And in lots of parts of America, we are listened to. which is lovely. So we can get the take on it, and we'll do it after 6. We'll find out. There's a very odd story running in the papers today. Who would be the least fashion-conscious person that you could put on the front of Vogue magazine? The moment I saw this story, I thought to myself, moving away from the American elections, they put this person on there so hopefully they can get some sort of an award. Who has been put on the front page of Vogue magazine by the editor who says that this particular person has got the best fashion sense? You know the answer. You know the answer. I mean, it's Prince Charles. Prince Charles is on the front of Vogue, and I'm thinking, is the editor after some award? Is this some backhanded thing? Prince Charles, fashion sense? Do you think he's ever been out and bought Marks and Spencer's pants? Of course not. Of course not. He's not like the rest of us. He doesn't have to queue up. I shouldn't imagine he's ever been shopping in any of these stores before. Do you think he wears Om? Or something like that. I mean, fashion sense. He still gets his hair cut by, I think, is it Trumpers or a place like that? It's a place that's been cutting his hair for donkey's years. I wouldn't have called Prince Charles a fashion icon at all. For the country life set, absolutely, but for nobody else. For nobody else. Interesting one, isn't it? I did think that was strangely going on. Steve, I'm on my annual holiday and I can't go anywhere. Oh, don't worry, I've got a producer. He booked 2 days to go down to Brighton. Remember, he booked the hotel with the swimming pool, and we all got very excited. And then he told me this morning, they tell me things, I have to express some sort of interest. And he said, right, I bought some new swimming shorts. And I said, lovely, very exciting. And now, of course, he can't go to the hotel. He can't go to the hotel, so he's still got the holiday booked because they booked somebody else, and so he's going to have to sit at home in his new swimming trunks, sitting in the bath. You know, and that's about as good as it gets, I'm afraid, because he's had to cancel it because everybody's cancelled their holidays, which is not so good, is it? Not so good. Steve, tell them to hurry up with the result. And thank Ellie the baker for my birthday cakes. Yes, cakes. Little Julie, how lovely. And Ali says, who do you want to win? Anybody. Well, it's a 2-horse race. 2-horse race. I mean, the polls at the moment are saying Biden, but it's a close-run thing. So after the news, I'll have a chat to Charles Feldman from KNX News Radio in Los Angeles about the state of play in the US election. We take more of your texts. LBC, it's Thursday, the 5th of November, and it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. So we're on a knife edge at the moment. Over in America, they're on a bigger knife edge, waiting, going on in multiple states, and let's see where we are at the moment. Charles Feldman from KNX News Radio in Los Angeles joins us on the line now. Charles, good morning.
Good morning. Well, you're right. We're on a giant knife's edge here, waiting to figure out who actually is president of the United States. We got 3 states that at the moment are sort of I don't want to say up for grabs, but they're the 3 states that are being looked at with the most amount of intensity. You got Georgia, you got Arizona, and you have Pennsylvania. Georgia is right now pretty much even. You got almost 50% for Bush, 50% for Joe Biden. Arizona, Biden is leading, but not by that much, but so far he's leading. Pennsylvania is sort of interesting because the President Trump, is leading at the moment in Pennsylvania, but as the votes are coming in, because as you probably know, we've had a lot of early voting in this country, absentee ballots, mail-in ballots, that sort of thing. A lot of those are still being counted. They're being counted from some of the bigger cities like Philadelphia. The Biden campaign feels confident that those are going to be mostly votes for the former vice president. So if, in fact, he gets Pennsylvania or Arizona or Georgia or a combination thereof, that could very well put him over the top for the Electoral College, which most people, even in this country, don't really understand.
So how long are you expecting this to go for? Are we going to get a result, do you think, in the next hour, 2 hours, 3 hours?
Well, probably not in the next few hours because, it's about, we're going into really the evening hours here, and even though in some of those 3 states that I mentioned the count is still going on, they're not likely to make any sort of official certification until daylight hours. But here's the thing, President Trump has already, with an army of attorneys, they have filed lawsuits all over the place. So even if those states that I just ticked off, Georgia, Arizona, Pennsylvania, even if they end up having the votes necessary to put Biden over the top in terms of the number of electoral votes he needs, and that number, the magic number, if you will, is 270. He's almost there. But even if he gets that, that doesn't mean that President Trump is going to very quickly withdraw all of his lawsuits and concede. He might, but that would seem to me to be somewhat out of character for Donald Trump.
I mean, he appears to us to be fighting it every inch of the way. If, just the moment you get something through, he then wants a recount in, I think, Michigan and Wisconsin. Do you think he's going to get it?
Well, the recount he actually is entitled to. So if he wants it, he will get it. But he's more than just fighting for it, Steve. I mean, he did something that I've been through a number of presidential elections in my time. He did something, and we talked about it on my show earlier today here in Los Angeles, that I've never seen happen. And we had some historians on here. In modern times, anyway, no U.S. president has ever done that. And what he did last night is he went on national television and said, in his view, he had already won, that a fraud was being committed on the American public, that the Democrats were trying to steal the election from him. That's never been done before.
He's not going without a fight, is he?
No, not at all. And so, yes, when you say he's fighting every inch of the way, I don't know, what's smaller than an inch? Centimeter? I don't know.
Much smaller. The only thing that worries me, I mean, it's causing further division in America. Are you expecting violence?
Well, I mean, that's always a difficult one to answer. There have been some minor skirmishes around the country already, nothing on the scale of what some people have anticipated, but then again, it is the case, as I'm sure you know, that in major cities, in Los Angeles, where I'm at, New York, a handful of other ones, a lot of the business districts have boarded up their stores in anticipation of something happening. Could it happen? Regrettably, the answer, I think, is yes. Hopefully it won't. But this is a very volatile situation that we're in now. Nothing, again, as I said just before, nothing quite like it, certainly in my lifetime. And, I think when it comes to you answering your question, could there be violence, all bets are off.
It's a good time to be in news radio, isn't it, Charles?
Yeah, it's what's bad for some is good for others, I suppose. No, it's going to be. Look, it's a very difficult situation, and I don't think what we're going to have is a repeat of what happened way back when in 2000 with George Bush and Al Gore, which made its way all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court, and then the U.S. Supreme Court stepped in, stopped the voting in Florida, and gave the election in effect to George Bush. But then you had a concession by Al Gore, who got on television and said, for the good of the country, he was not going to continue to fight it. Is Donald Trump capable of that sort of act of concession? I don't think so.
Interesting. We wait, we watch, and we listen. Charles Feldman, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Take care.
Take care. Charles Feldman from KNX News Radio in Los Angeles. So they're hanging on the knife edge the same as we are. Well, I've kind of put myself on the back burner now. I've decided that I'm not going to get a result by 7 o'clock unless things are going to change dramatically. But as Trump, as you know, puts things into dispute and brings in the army of lawyers, it only goes to prove it's a job that both of them are desperate to get hold of. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Do you know, I always thought in this country, changing the subject away from that just momentarily, McDonald's, I thought had a branch of McDonald's in every county in this country. Apparently not. One that's been missing is Rutland, and they're going to get their first McDonald's. I thought they were all over the place. A balloon which was let off in this country, balloon, people let them off for celebrations. This one's turned up 300 miles away in Germany. I can remember years ago there was a story about a garden gnome. It was pinched from a lady's garden in Scotland, I think, or somewhere like that. Anyway, it started travelling around the world, this gnome, and somebody would take pictures of it and send them back to the owner, going, here I am in Italy, here I am in Pisa, here I am, in Rome. And this gnome travelled far and wide. Obviously somebody had nicked it, popped it in their luggage, and then took photographs and sent them back to the woman who owned it. I thought it was the best thing going. Whether or not the woman had a nervous breakdown, I've got no idea, but it was certainly something that was terribly worried. Steve, I'm currently living in Taiwan, and I'm a big Steve Allen fan. In fact, I feel quite grumpy when I'm unable to listen. We're in the thick of winter here with temperatures of 24 degrees, and I'm buying a pair of Prosecco glasses right now. Thank you so much. I've always said to people, listen, I don't mind if you buy 1 glass, 2 glasses, or 100. 100 would be nice. And we seem to be sending them out remarkably quickly. Even I'm impressed by this. So people have seen them already and gone, they're really nice. Really nice. And you're giving to such a really good cause. So just go to the LBC website. In fact, there's a number of things you can find on there, apart from gorgeous pictures of all the presenters. It's a case of you can find my page and you will find the Prosecco glasses on there. And you can also download the LBC app, which means you can download all of the programmes. Although today, I have to tell you, there is no little bit extra. And it's only for the reason that we thought things were moving a bit fast in America that we didn't actually get round to it. But it will be back on tomorrow. Unless, of course, at some point today, they announce a winner in America. But I just don't see it's going to be that easy. I think what's going to happen is they will announce a winner and then either one of the parties will put the whole thing into a dispute. And consequently, they will drag it out for as long as possible. I mean, there is this army of legal ease people who are there for Donald Trump's beck and call. He's not giving this one up. He's obviously not. I mean, having already announced, as you heard, that he thought that he'd won, and then Biden comes in and goes, well, actually. And at the moment, the polls are looking 253 for Biden, 214 for Trump. All to play for, but it's not going to be happening between now and... It might even happen on Nick Ferrari's programme. You never know, do you? Might run through the day. I think it's going to go even longer than we imagine. I think it might even still be running at this time tomorrow morning. Because I don't think it's that easy to get some of these things through with the lawyers and have an instant result. So it's going to take time to put everything in place. But you'll hear it first on... Put your thermals on today. It's freezing cold out there. Freezing cold. They did say, didn't they, not by the... Although we're a little bit late now. But for the end of October, they said there's probably going to be snow or something like that. And I'm sort of thinking, what's something like that? In the case of the trains, could be leaves or anything. I remember when it snowed so badly one Christmas, a few years back, the trains weren't coming in and out of Waterloo. And when they did come in, because of the snow on the lines and because of the electricity, there were sparks flying everywhere. It was like a major firework display, which was lovely. Monica, my favourite Jewish cabbie, says, I want to confirm that Her Majesty the Queen is in her usual excellent form. But the outriders were a bit off, because whenever the Queen travels through London, as happens with all members of the royal family, it's organised by New Scotland Yard, and so she doesn't need to stop. The outriders go ahead, they will hold the traffic up at the traffic lights, and then she can sail all the way through. Well, the traffic in London was terrible, says Monica, but that's the very first time I've ever seen such a blunder. Her Majesty's car had to stop for the whole of 10 seconds. Outrageous, but it gave me an opportunity to have a good laugh out loud, since they stopped by my window. So I can confirm she's still looking as she did look 30 years ago when she visited my school. She doesn't seem to... The only thing that she does, which somebody told me recently, is that she appears to be getting shorter. She's not the tallest anyway. I think she's about 5'2" or 5'3". But it's just... there were loads of pictures of her in the paper today with sort of Trump when he was over here. Oh, obviously, that's the big highlight for the Americans. You know, I met the Queen of England, which is something. Anne says you're working Christmas Day. I'm still waiting, actually, to see what the schedule is. I think, but I need to wait. Brett says, I wonder if American media give as much coverage to the UK elections. Probably not. Probably not. But we have to wait and see. It's of interest to us because we don't know, because if Biden takes it, he's never met Boris. You know, I don't know if he likes Boris or whether he doesn't like Boris. At least Trump has been over and has sort of said he liked various people. Wasn't aware that Boris was one of them. and somebody else says, Trumpers is wonderful, Steve. I've been getting my hair cut there for a few years, says Finbar. Well, I think that's where Prince Charles goes. Although how you can ever put him on the front of Vogue magazine, you know, and saying that he's sort of best dressed and everything. For the country set, yes, he probably would be. He probably would be. Meat lovers have blasted Bovril for bringing out a vegan version. How can you bring out a vegan version of a beef drink? You ever had Bovril, Luke? Yeah, no. It's quite. To be honest with you, if you were poor years ago, when I was poor, still poor now, relatively speaking, but I used to keep Bovril cubes in the cupboard. You make them with a cup of hot water, and you drink it as like a winter warmer. It's like having an OXO. I know it sounds disgusting, doesn't it? But if you haven't got any money, that's the way it worked. And I did it with OXO cubes as well and stuff like that, which is. I know you can get vegetable stock cubes, but it's interesting. They're doing a version, a vegan version of Bovril, which is a beef drink. It's odd, isn't it? Why do you have to have so many things which are very similar to things that we've got? But I mean, do you think vegans have complained to Bovril and gone, "Excuse me, where's the vegan version?" Did you write a letter? God, that'll be your second one this century, won't it? Very good. Also, fossil hunters are celebrating after finding shrimps. The whole story is, although they've found shrimps, makes it sound like they've gone into Marks and Spencer's and had a look in the chiller cabinet. But no, these are shrimps from 500 million years ago with 5 eyes. They found 5 of them in China, where they find a lot of these sort of things. And it's a shrimp with 5 eyes. That sounds really quite scary, actually, to me. When you look at some of the stuff that was floating about in the sea and how it's all evolved. Also, Miranda Hart is convinced her dog's trying to kill her. Why? Because it keeps hiding her Ventolin inhalers in the garden. It keeps digging a hole and burying them. It obviously has no idea. COVID jabs could be ready by Christmas. We hope so. We hope so. Also, there's a doctor let off for a drunken jet row. The one thing you don't want. I've seen it all over the place. In fact, you can go onto YouTube and you can amuse yourself for hours on end with people who've been thrown off flights in America. We have it in this country as well. In America, they're even worse. There was one woman complaining bitterly about... What was she complaining about? Oh, she was complaining about a child crying on the aeroplane near to her. So she made a big song and dance about it. Unfortunately, the stewardess had quite a... In fact, she said at one point to the stewardess, "What's your name?" And the stewardess said it was something like Sandy. And she said, "Well, Sandy, you may not have a job by tomorrow morning," because apparently she worked for the governor's office somewhere. Well, Sandy did not take this lying down, I can tell you. On this particular jet, they hadn't even taken off. She goes past, she says, "I want this woman removed from the flight." Immediately, the woman had to start backtracking as quick as possible, but Sandy was having nothing to do with it. And so she got her removed from the plane. She said, "No, I can't be removed from the plane. I need to go so-and-so. I'm sorry, so-and-so." She went, "No, off the plane," because stewardesses who don't want to fly with somebody because they've been rude and abusive to them, they get them removed pretty quickly. John Lewis and Sainsbury's say they've got jobs at risk. It's quite a lot of jobs. 1,500, I think, and 700 somewhere else. And I think Lloyds Bank are making people redundant as well. Told you this was not any easy sort of game that we're all playing at the moment. And still people, I think it's playing a game. They think that they're not likely to go down with coronavirus, but of course there's every chance that people will. Steve, Marmite is vegan. It's a vegetable extracts. They're much nicer than Bovril. So you can do Marmite. You could have... but you wouldn't want to do... I mean, you could add that to food, couldn't you, to give it sort of a bit of flavour on a crumpet. OK, I was thinking more sort of like, you know, fake sausages and then put some Marmite on the top, sort of to add a... Have you never done that? You have it on a crumpet, yes. Have you got shares in crumpets or something? Twice you mentioned crumpets to me now, and you never mentioned crumpet before on this programme. We would normally... I write down all the key words that vegans use, the food that they can eat. Creme brulee. Crumpets. Back to creme brulee again, and just about anything else you can think of. Probably custard too. And I won't tell them what you're all taking home today, but you are. What do they call it if you're not flexitarian? Flexitarian, right? That means you're not really bothered either way. You just sort of eat whatever you can get. So I didn't know that Marmite is vegan. So does that mean Vegemite is vegan as well? I'm not even sure if you can buy that, actually. Steve from Leeds, he said, I've got the Aventus Duo gift set on my Santa list at just north of £500. Good Lord above. Seems a lot of money, doesn't it? Just when you say just north of £500, how much? North. Steve, Prince Charles is on Vogue magazine because he's talking about sustainable clothing. I mean, yeah, but, I mean, he doesn't pick his clothes. He probably gets sent most of that stuff, I would imagine. Ruth Saunders has walked a marathon. She got a medal for it as well. Why? She's 104. We're seeing more and more people who go over and above, like Colonel Tom. You know, that £30 million plus. I mean, just absolutely phenomenal. I think that just captivated the British public. Tommy Cannon's going to make a tribute to Bobby Ball, who died the other day, and it'll be sort of looking at his best bits. Also, what was the other one that I quite liked? The big time's over for Boise. You know, for Only Fools and Horses. He was hoping to make it in America, but he now believes that he's not going to make it in America. And the other one that I quite liked was a driver of a digger, you know, a digger machine, and he bought a scratch card and he won £250,000. And I thought, well, that's quite nice, actually, with a little bit of investment. £250,000 is there for the... No. He's going to spend it. And the first thing he's going to buy, Corey will appreciate, he's going to buy a hot tub. And the second thing he's going to do, he's going to go over to Australia and he's going to start digging for gold. You think, whereas in fact, if he'd had half a brain cell, he'd have watched the television programme. Very few of these people make money digging for gold. And they go there and they start digging up and they've got tractors and conveyor belts and they wash it to end up with little bits of... Gold seems to be all over the place. I'm going to dig this studio out. I reckon there's tons in here. I reckon somebody hid something years and years ago. It's like if you go to the Museum of London, they've got the Cheapside Hall, which I think it must have been a jeweller's shop. They found a chest as they were doing some excavating, and it was full of jewels. Full of jewels. So I bought a ticket to go to the Museum of London to go and see it. I thought it was fantastic. Pasta with a little melted butter and Marmite is delicious with grated cheese on the top. Oh, no. Are you serious? Pasta with melted butter and Marmite? Oh, no, definitely not. Not for me at all. Also, what was the other one that I quite liked? Oh, Alex Brooker, the comedian. He's blasted a new film called The Witches. Whether or not it's the old Roald Dahl Witches, I don't know. But basically for making disabled people scary. And he doesn't like that idea. And I'm with him on that one. COVID jabs could be ready for Christmas. It depends how many of them they get ready and whether or not they're going to be any use to us. Plus, the fabulous James Blunt from Posh Boy to Twitter celebrity, because he's known now for replying to people who used to Twitter him. And he would write caustic stuff to them, which was basically annihilating them and they weren't bright enough. So he's gone very posh. I love James Blunt. He was another one in the Forces. In the Forces. It's, it's one of those sort of it turns out all sorts of people. But I think he's great. And poor old Callum Best is back on X on the Beach. What does he do for a living? What did he ever do for a living? Steve, some members of the Ultimate Spikers group have received their groovy glasses already. They are fantastic. That's what we like, Angie. That's what we like. I thought they looked great as well. Although, you remember that Corey's still got one in his locker. And don't worry, we have made a mental note of it. It has been tagged. So it can't be removed from the building without setting off the alarms, woo, 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 like that, as he walks out there. He thought he was getting away with it, whereas, in fact, I was using it for the film, which you'll see on the LBC website. And then I said, could you look after this? Well, then all of a sudden he tried to pretend he did nothing about it. Nothing about it. Yeah, glasses. It might, I don't think so, Steve, no. I said on air. I said it was on a day you weren't here when you sort of talked about I thought, excuse me, that's my glass. Did you hear that from... What do you mean you heard it from home? Yeah. Of course you can hear it from home. We're not on a distance thing. You don't sort of... can you hear the... Of course you can hear the programme. That's how it works. Quick time check. It's 6:30. Let's go down to the news desk, get the latest headlines with Stevie Company at Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. 25 to 7. I'm still praying for the miracle that will give me the result. But I think it's unlikely, as Trump is sending in lawyers all over the place. That's what you do, don't you? If you're very rich and powerful and arrogant, you just send in the lawyers. I'm sending the lawyers in. There used to be a very famous actress. Well, she wasn't so famous, but in her own mind she was terribly famous. And she issued legal proceedings against just about everybody. You only had to mention her name and she was issuing a legal proceeding, which I thought was too much. So they're also looking at the moment over in America, this voting, because most US states, as far as I know, allow voters to apply for a postal ballot, which is known as a mail-in or absentee ballot. Applications surged because of coronavirus. More than 100 million people completed these. It's amazing, isn't it? What's Trump's complaint? Well, the complaint is he's been raising concerns about fraud. He currently seems to be focused on the deadlines by which votes should be cast. He says we want all voting to stop and vowed to take action in the US Supreme Court. He appeared to be basically confusing voting with counting. Joe Biden has urged supporters to be patient until all the votes are in. But whatever happens, somebody somewhere is not going to be very happy at all. I mean, which party benefits the most from postal voting would be the main question we'd be asking in this country. Traditionally, postal votes seem to favour Democrats, who are more likely to be younger, on low incomes, or from ethnic minorities. They've also been told that they're more receptive to warnings about a COVID and avoiding crowds. However, a counter-argument is that the Republicans also benefit because their supporters are more likely to be older and perhaps infirm. Watch this space, as they say. Also, when you actually look at the maps, you'll see them in all the papers today. You can see which bits are declared, which bits are not declared. This was only up until that particular moment. And gaffes all over the place. But they're old. You're allowed to make gaffes, aren't you, I suppose? Although you've got Donald Trump. He's pledged to beat COVID, spend billions on green energy, take on China. But above all, Biden's vision for America was born out of the agonies in his family life. I think because his son Hunter was a drug user, and that's not very good. And then Frame by Frame, the most hair-raising reality show in history, Donald Trump and Melania. That was in 2018. He turned up late, one of several slip-ups, but he did meet Kim Jong-un. I mean, to be honest with you, I mean that was a bit of a thing and a half. Vladimir Putin he met, and they played Russian roulette. I mean, two of the world's great leaders. He then, of course, faced questions after an alleged affair with Stormy Daniels came to light. Kind of relaunched her. She's what they call an adult entertainer. I think that's what they call her. Plus, they also met Saudi Arabia's King Salman in Riyadh in 2017, feeling the force over there. And he took the oath of office in 2017. And then there was that Let's Build the Wall to keep the Mexicans out. You remember that one very well indeed. And then, strangely enough, Kanye West was a supporter. Kanye West not done particularly well at all anywhere. One vendetta at a time. The Don who took on the whole world. And I think he was with Boris in 2019. I think in New York. I seem to remember it was in New York. The BBC can't face the ugly truth. B. Boss shut me out of probe into dirty tricks used to land the Diana interview, says Earl Spencer. And who was the person presenting the BBC's marathon coverage alongside Andrew Neil? Definitely giving him a run for the money. Did you see her? I was quite amazed. I'd never heard of her. Katie Kay is her name. Sorry, Catty. Oh, Catty Kay. I'm sorry, K-A... How funny. What an unusual name, Catty. Catty Kay. But she had a complete command of the American polling system. She was born in Wallingford. But I'd never seen her before. Has she been hidden or something? Or they haven't used her? Or anyway, she was giving him a run for his money, because I like Andrew Neil a lot, actually. I thought our team did better. That's just me being a little bit biased, I think. Also, the crisis engulfing John Lewis and Sainsbury's, 9,500 jobs at risk, and they've got pictures of people queuing at Heathrow to get out of the country, which was the other day in Liverpool. People stockpiling. The amount of people I saw carrying out packs of toilet tissue as if it was some sort of piece of gold bar. It was amazing. Also under arrest for wanting to hug her 97-year-old mother. This is a nurse. She was trying to drive her granny out of a care home, so she was under arrest, and so she should have been. I'm sorry, we have laws in this country, and the law is you don't take them out of the home. How's he taking out a 97-year-old mother? Ridiculous. Susanna Constantine says she's a recovering alcoholic. She said it was liberating to finally admit to having a drinking problem, and said her husband had to bear the brunt of her passive-aggressive behaviour. She's been in recovery for 7 years. 7 years. So she's currently dating Charles Saatchi. and also all sorts of other little bits and pieces. It's amazing, isn't it? I mean, you can never understand what it is that tempts somebody to go down the road of drinking or drugs or things like that. I've never quite understood it. Only because I don't think I have. I thought I might have had at some point an addictive personality, and it turns out, because when I was talking to my boss the other day about sort of stopping drinking, he said, "Do you find it easy?" I said, "Well, actually, yes." The disappointing thing is you don't notice any difference. I thought I'd be bursting with energy. I'm having to take iron tablets. God, they're a bugger to chew. And, like that. And they said, it's only because I saw the advert on the back of a bus. I see most things on the back of buses. And it said, take one of these sort of tablets, to give yourself a bit of get up and go. So immediately I did. I rushed out and bought a couple of sort of cartons of these things. I don't think it's making any difference. Tilda Swinton celebrates her birthday today. Many happy returns. She's 60. She played the White Witch in the Chronicles of Narnia. Her aristocratic family expected her to marry a duke, but she chose acting, was briefly a communist. One interviewer said she smelled like wildflowers and wood smoke. Bless her. She's 60. She got an Oscar for The White Witch in the Chronicles of Narnia. Also, Elke Sommer, the German actress, appeared with Paul Newman in The Prize and Peter Sellers in the Pink Panther film Was Shot in the Dark. 80 today, so many happy returns. Vivian Lee was born on this day in 1913, died in 1967. It's almost like another lifetime ago, isn't it, really? And in 1605, Parliament would have been blown up if the gunpowder plot had succeeded. In 1987... the This Is Your Life presenter, Eamon Andrews, died, aged 64. He was sort of like the gentle giant. I thought he was great. I loved him. I wish they'd bring the programme back, actually. There's so many programmes. And built by drug lords in the Colombian jungle. There's so much money in drugs. They sail all the way to Europe, underwater and undetected, in each ship with about £180 million of cocaine. No wonder the police are finding it very difficult to find these people. They jumped on this narco sub in the Pacific, and it's got fuel tank, fiberglass carbon fibre over a steel hull, and it's got a cockpit with bunks in it, a steering wheel and everything else, and drug bales in the cargo hold. They've also been painted in colours so you don't see them from above. Amazing, isn't it? The things that they'll go to for all those people going, oh, how can I get my drugs in? Don't worry, they've built a submarine. They can get it in. Steve says, Anne, will we now have to queue outside shops again? You don't need to. There's no shortage of anything. It's only for 4 weeks. Just go and do normal shopping. Normal shopping. That's all you have to do. But if you start going out there stockpiling stuff, of course we're going to, start seeing empty shelves again. But you don't need to see empty shelves. I went out shopping yesterday. If you're listening to this programme on podcast, I didn't have any trouble buying anything at all. There was no shortages, nothing. Even in Costco, I did Waitrose, M&S, and Costco. Not one queue did I see, because nobody's being silly round our way. It's only some people being silly, thinking, I better get it, we're going to run out of toilet paper. You're never going to run out of toilet paper. There's no world shortage of paper. They've got warehouses, tons of it. Tons of it. I mean, tons of it. It's as simple as that. So if you go out and you stockpile, and you've got yourself to blame, but you don't have to queue outside shops. I haven't queued outside shops for ages. I'll just leave it till the right time, and I just happened to sort of wander, like yesterday, 9:30, wandered in, nobody. Nice and easy. Nice that you can wander around and just pick up your bits and pieces. If, however, you're living in a stupid area, here, like Newcastle, people staggering out of shops with bags and everything. Primark, mainly. I don't know why. Is there a shortage of clothes? It's only going till the 2nd of December, this one, isn't it, really? So the last-minute rush at John Lewis cutting jobs and M&S making their first loss. The only thing that I did rush to get the other day, ta-da, haircut. Because I needed a haircut and I don't want to go another 4 weeks. I've got little clippers, but it's not necessary. And my dry cleaner is still open, so they do all my washing and ironing. I don't do anything like that. That's why there are people out there who do it so much better. And as I say, Bill Turnbull warns that pets will face more firework misery tonight with the large-scale public displays cancelled. You can buy the big fireworks. I've seen them on sale. Bill has got 3 Labradors. He says it means so much to people when their pets are really distressed. They listen to the music and they just calm down. It's extraordinary. So he actually plays classical pieces. There you go. Classical. You see, classical. This programme's very soothing. Nobody gets stressed. Nobody gets worried. It doesn't matter. There's always, tomorrow is another day. And today, of course, oh my God, we've got to be quick. It's 7:15. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. 10 to 7 on a Thursday morning. Do you know, this must be the first year in 2 years I've not bought any fireworks. I've just not, but I could have gone and bought some box things where you just light it and then it sort of sends up rockets and everything. But for some reason, I've not done it. But they will be going off tonight. So, where do I put fireworks? Well, outside. What do you mean, where do I put them? What does that mean? What, fireworks? Of course they're dangerous. It's gunpowder. Remember Guy Fawkes? Little bit of a hint there. Admittedly, he had 20 tons of gunpowder. I'd just be having a few sort of pounds worth of gunpowder. But I haven't... Yes, well, these are rockets. They shoot into the air. We don't have things that are ground force. As they were... Well, I don't know if it goes wrong. You just buy... It's a box. You buy a box and they're all impregnated into it. And then you light one fuse and it sends up 150... But it's quite loud. Very loud. So if you've got pets or things like that... I mean, birds sitting in trees, it must completely freak them out. Mustn't it? How do indoor fireworks work? We just light them indoors. And they're little tiddly things. There's nothing of them, indoor fireworks. I mean, they put it this way, they're very nice for sort of little people. They're still dangerous because you're lighting things, but they're only tiny. So you don't need to worry. You'll have a little balloon, which is a piece of tissue paper, and you light it, and it sort of floats upwards, as indeed it would do. If you got a tissue and lit it, it would float upwards. It's got a cap in the corner, and then just goes bang, like that. That's it. Other things, they've got a little different coloured matches. We used to call them Bengal matches, and they come in different colours, so it's sort of fight. But they're still fireworks. They're still dangerous. I wondered why we're not seeing Kerry Katona for a while. I was always thinking what a blessing that is. But apparently, she's doing an online course to become a life coach. Like we'd be going to her for any advice. Thank you very much indeed. Also, a police helicopter swooped on Prince Charles's favourite hunt during what was suspected to be an illegal fox chase. This was the Beaufort hunt at 10 a.m. They had a helicopter. My God, that must have cost something, mustn't it, really? But the hunt takes place a few miles from Highgrove. Charles is said to have bought the property to be close to the hunt, which dates to the 1700s, because they are a hunting, shooting and fishing family. And then that was we had a bit of an issue the other day, didn't we, with Prince William, who was taken over from his granddad, Prince Philip, who was president of the National Association for Birds or something like that. And then there's a picture of William shooting birds out of the sky. I didn't really see how that was going to be working. Plus here, this is, wait a minute. There was all sorts of people. Their Instagram agreed last month, now this will affect a lot of our younger members of the audience, to take action to stop influencers making money by plugging products without revealing they were getting paid. Far too long. Major platforms have shied away. I mean, you can see it all the time. You have somebody like Gemma Collins or somebody like that going, oh, these are really good and all the rest of it. She's being paid for it. It's what's going to be known as a freebie. And there's one here, a beauty blogger called Emily Canham, who has almost 700,000 followers. She gussed about a hairdryer and straightener, but didn't reveal she had a contract with the company. The Advertising Standards Authority ruled it breached its code and must not appear again. So be warned, any third-rate Z-listers start plugging something like, oh, this tan or that, they're paid. OK? They're paid. So please do not bother with any of these sort of things. I mean, you wouldn't take anything that was being plugged by half these people that have wandered in out of so-called Love Island. And what have we got here? Half of us reckon it's OK to big ourselves up at dinner parties. Well, around here we don't have anybody who goes to dinner parties. I don't think any of this lot have been to a dinner party in their entire life. They call sitting outside a pub with sort of a ploughman's lunch a dinner party. They wouldn't actually be cooking and inviting, oh, Lucinda, hello. And, do pop round. We're having mulligatawny soup to start with. And then we've got fish fingers and chips. Let's go back to that common stuff. It's like you can go to the Ivy and you can get corned beef hash. Things like that. And people think it... I mean, you go out to posh restaurants now and they go, we've got sausages on the menu. And you go, I can't believe it. Let's buy some sausage. And they go, oh, sausages with what? And you go, have we got mashed potato? And they go, yeah, we've got mashed potatoes. You have mashed potato and onion gravy. So what do people tell fibs about? Let's see whether we get any recognition on this one. Number 10, how happy their marriage or relationship is. That's always very good, isn't it? Their baking skills. No chance. Films they've seen. So I've seen that one. Did you see I saw that, yes. I saw that film. Okay, I was in it, actually. I was in it. You know when Julie Andrews runs up the mountain? I was just over the other side with the sheep and the goats and a lonely goat herd who'd lost them. Part past career, I've done everything. Yes, I used to fly Concorde. Yes, very popular. Cooking skills again. Yeah, I can stuff a bird. In fact, I have done on many an occasion. And I've opened some tins as well. Dating life. Oh, God, who have I not been out with? Lord above. Everybody. So popular. Salary, well in excess of 300. Wouldn't even matter, would it, really? Exercise all the time. I'm a member of a gym. Can you not tell? Shouldn't even need to ask, should you, really? Travelling experience, been everywhere. Yes, I went to the moon the other week. Have you been to the moon? It's very popular. And I went there. I'm going to Mars over the weekend. And job role, well, I've got one of the best jobs in the entire universe. They've actually given me the longest contract. That's what people tell fibs about things, to impress people, because people are impressed by that. I don't bother telling people. You know, they go, what do you do for a living? I tell them I'm a gold miner. It's as simple as that. There's no point in fibbing to me, because if you say to somebody I'm a radio presenter, it just sounds a bit naff. I know it's not, but they go, oh, what's your name? And you don't want to tell them in case they go, I'm sorry, I've never heard of you. So I don't tell them. I don't say anything. I just say I'm in the media, you know, which is about as good as it gets, you know. You say you're a footballer. I think they don't have to look at you, Luke, to realise that is not going to be possible, is it? I'm a footballer, yes. Back in the 1950s, I was a footballer, and I've got my long shorts to prove it. What's the worst fib you've ever told, Corey? And don't say I work on the Steve Allen Show, because I'll disprove that one immediately. He does say, people say, what do you do? I work for LBC. Oh, do you know Steve Allen? Pfft, do I know Steve Allen? Go out all the time. We're on the phone constantly. Hi, Steve. I'm sorry, who is this? Corey. Get the police on the other line. Just put a trace on it. It's the only way to do it, isn't it, really? The selfishness of the hawk. There's some bloke here in Aldi. Rice, pasta and Doritos. Why on earth do they let him buy all of that stuff? This is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. You know, there was one guy called Stuart, popped in there 11 when he saw panic buyers filling up trolleys with essentials. One particular one, in Lincoln, left customers agog with a mega-sized conveyor belt full of rice, pasta and Doritos. He says, I saw another staff member... I mean, they should stop him and go, you're not buying all of this stuff. So annoying. So annoying. There's no point in being annoyed, is there? Because it's Thursday, and it's bonfire night, and you're going to probably be hearing them before you see them. You're going to be hearing them before you see them. Ali said, do you see the traffic today? Madness. Yes. And somebody said, do you think you're greedy working Christmas Day? You should leave it to other presenters. God, blimey, what planet are you from? Poor old soul, honestly. Of course I'm greedy. Yeah. The money's fantastic. Can't begin to tell you.